One two-headed snake dude jamming up my quiet ride. Also, Meg's shoes stink. When traveling through Washington, D.C., one expects to see a few snakes in human clothing. Still, I was concerned when a two-headed boa constrictor boarded our train at Union Station. The creature had threaded himself through a blue silk business suit, looping his body into the sleeves and trouser legs to approximate human limbs. Two heads protruded from the collar of his shirt like twin periscopes. He moved with remarkable grace for what was basically an oversized balloon animal, taking a seat at the opposite end of the coach, facing our direction. The other passengers ignored him. No doubt the mist warped their perceptions, making them see just another commuter. The snake made no threatening moves. He didn't even glance at us. For all I knew, he was simply a working stiff monster on his way home. And yet I could not assume. I whispered to Meg, "I don't want to alarm you, SHH, she said. Meg took the quiet car rules seriously. Since we'd boarded, most of the noise in the coach had consisted of Meg shushing me every time I spoke, sneezed, or cleared my throat. "But there's a monster," I persisted. She looked up from her complimentary Amtrak magazine, raising an eyebrow above her rhinestone-studded cat-eye glasses. "Where?" I chin-pointed towards the creature. As our train pulled away from the station, his left head stared absently out of the window. His right head flicked its forked tongue into a bottle of water held in the loop that passed for his hand. "It's an amphispina," I whispered, then added helpfully, "a snake with a head at each end." Meg frowned, then shrugged, which I took to mean looks peaceful enough. Then she went back to reading. I suppressed the urge to argue. Mostly because I didn't want to be shushed again. I couldn't blame Meg for wanting a quiet ride. In the past week, we had battled our way through a pack of wild centaurs in Kansas, faced an angry famine spirit at the world's largest fork in Springfield, Missouri. I did not get a selfie, and outrun a pair of blue Kentucky dragons that had chased us several times around Churchill Downs. After all that, a two-headed snake in a suit was perhaps not cause for alarm. Certainly, he wasn't bothering us at the moment. I tried to relax. Meg buried her face in her magazine, enraptured by an article on urban gardening. My young companion had grown taller in the months that I'd known her, but she was still compact enough to prop her red high tops comfortably on the seat back in front of her. Comfortable for her, I mean, not for me or the other passengers. Meg hadn't changed her shoes since our run around the racetrack, and they looked and smelled like the back end of a horse. At least she had traded her tattered green dress for Dollar General jeans and a green Vinacorni's Imparent t-shirt she'd bought at the Camp Jupiter gift shop. With her page boy haircut beginning to grow out and an angry red zit erupting on her chin, she no longer looked like a kindergartner. She looked almost her age, a sixth grader entering the circle of hell known as puberty. I had not shared this observation with Meg. For one thing, I had my own acne to worry about. For another thing, as my master, Meg could literally order me to jump out of the window and I would be forced to obey. The train rolled through the suburbs of Washington. The late afternoon sun flickered between the buildings like the lamp of an old movie projector. It was a wonderful time of day, when a sun god should be wrapping up his work, heading to the old stables to park his chariot, then kicking back at his palace with a goblet of nectar, a few dozen adoring nymphs and a new season of The Real Goddesses of Olympus to binge-watch. Not for me, though. I got a creaking seat on an Amtrak train and hours to binge-watch Meg's stinky shoes. At the opposite end of the car, the amphispina still made no threatening moves unless one considered drinking water from a non-reusable bottle an act of aggression. Why, then, were my neck hairs tingling? I couldn't regulate my breathing. I felt trapped in my window seat. Perhaps I was just nervous about what awaited us in New York. After 6 months in this miserable mortal body, I was approaching my endgame. Meg and I had blundered our way across the United States and back again. We'd freed ancient oracles, defeated legions of monsters and suffered the untold horrors of the American public transportation system. Finally, after many tragedies, we had triumphed over two oft-triumvirates evil emperors, Commodus and Caligula, at Camp Jupiter. But the worst was yet to come. We were heading back to where our troubles began, Manhattan, the base of Nero Claudius Caesar, Meg's abusive stepfather and my least favorite fiddle player. Even if we somehow managed to defeat him, a still more powerful threat lurked in the background, my arch-nemesis, Python, who had taken up residence at my sacred oracle of Delphi as if it were some cut-price Airbnb. In the next few days, either I would defeat these enemies and become the god Apollo again, assuming my father Zeus allowed it, or I would die trymg. One way or the other, my time as Lester Papadopoulos was coming to an end. Perhaps it wasn't a mystery why I felt so agitated. I tried to focus on the beautiful sunset. I tried not to obsess about my impossible to-do list or the two-headed snake in row 16. I made it all the way to Philadelphia without having a nervous breakdown. But, as we pulled out of 30th Street Station, two things became clear to me. 1, the Amphispina wasn't leaving the train, which meant he probably wasn't a daily commuter, and 2, my danger radar was pinging more strongly than ever. I felt stalked. I had the same ants in the pores feeling I used to get when playing hide-and-seek with Artemis and her hunters in the woods, just before they jumped from the bushes and riddled me with arrows. That was back when my sister and I were younger deities and could still enjoy such simple amusements. I risked a look at the Amphispina and nearly jumped out of my jeans. The creature was staring at me now, his 4 yellow eyes unblinking, and were they beginning to glow? Oh, no, no, no. Glowing eyes are never good. I need to get out, I told Meg. SHH, but that creature. I want to check on it. His eyes are glowing. Meg squinted at Mr. Snake. No, they're not. They're gleaming. Besides, he's just sitting there. He's sitting there suspiciously. The passenger behind us whispered, SHH. Meg raised her eyebrows at me. Told you so. I pointed at the aisle and pouted at Meg. She rolled her eyes, untangled herself from the hammock-like position she'd taken up, and let me out. Don't start a fight, she ordered. Great. Now I would have to wait for the monster to attack before I could defend myself. I stood in the aisle, waiting for the blood to return to my numb legs. Whoever invented the human circulatory system had done a lousy job. The Amphispina hadn't moved. His eyes were still fixed on me. He appeared to be in some sort of trance. Maybe he was building up his energy for a massive attack. Did Amphispini do that? I scoured my memory for facts about the creature but came up with very little. The Roman writer Pliny claimed that wearing a live baby Amphispina around your neck could assure you a safe pregnancy. Not helpful. Wearing its skin could make you attractive to potential partners. No, also not helpful. Its heads could spit poison. Aha! That must be it. The monster was powering up for a dual-mouthed poison vomit hose down of the train car. Despite my occasional bursts of godly power and skill, I couldn't count on one when I needed it. Most of the time, I was still a pitiful 17-year-old boy. I could retrieve my bow and quiver from the overhead luggage compartment. Being armed would be nice. Then again, that would telegraph my hostile intentions. Meg would probably scold me for overreacting. I'm sorry, Meg, but those eyes were gloving, not gleaming. If only I'd kept a smaller weapon, perhaps a dagger, concealed in my shirt. Hi, wasn't I the god of daggers? I decided to stroll down the aisle as if I were simply on my way to the restroom. If the Amphispina attacked, I would scream. Hopefully Meg would put down her magazine long enough to come rescue me. At least I would have forced the inevitable confrontation. If the snake didn't make a move, well, perhaps he really was harmless. Then I would go to the restroom, because I actually needed to. I stumbled on my tingly legs, which didn't help my look-casual approach. I considered whistling a carefree tune, then remembered the whole quiet car thing. 4 rows from the monster. My heart hammered. Those eyes were definitely glowing, definitely fixed on me. The monster sat unnaturally motionless, even for a reptile. 2 rows away. My trembling jaw and sweaty face made it hard to appear nonchalant. The Amphispina's suit looked expensive and well-tailored. Probably, being a giant snake, he couldn't wear clothes right off the rack. His glistening brown and yellow diamond patterned skin did not seem like the sort of thing one might wear to look more attractive on a dating app, unless one dated boa constrictors. When the Amphispina made his move, I thought I was prepared. I was wrong. The creature lunged with incredible speed, lassoing my wrist with the loop of his false left arm. I was too surprised even to yelp. If he'd meant to kill me, I would have died. Instead, he simply tightened his grip, stopping me in my tracks, clinging to me as if he were drowning. He spoke in a low double hiss that resonated in my bone marrow. The son of Hades, cavern runner's friend, must show the secret way unto the throne. On Nero's own your lives do now depend. As abruptly as he'd grabbed me, he let me go. Muscles undulated along the length of his body as if he were coming to a slow boil. He sat up straight, elongating his neck until he was almost noses to nose with me. The glow faded from his eyes. What am I do dash? His left head looked at his right head. How, seven? His right head seemed equally mystified. It looked at me. Who are dash? Wait, did I miss the Baltimore stop? My wife is going to kill me. I was too shocked to speak. Those lines he'd spoken, I recognized the poetic meter. This amphispina had delivered a prophetic message. It dawned on me that this monster might in fact be a regular commuter who'd been possessed, hijacked by the whims of fate because of course. He was a snake. Since ancient times, snakes have channeled the wisdom of the earth, because they live underground. A giant serpent would be especially susceptible to oracular voices. I wasn't sure what to do. Should I apologize to him for his inconvenience? Should I give him a tip? And, if he wasn't the threat that had set off my danger radar, what was? I was saved from an awkward conversation, and the amphispina was saved from his wife killing him, when 2 crossbow bolts flew across the coach and killed him instead, pinning the poor snake's necks against the back wall. I shrieked. Several nearby passengers shushed me. The amphispina disintegrated into yellow dust, leaving nothing behind but a well-tailored suit. I raised my hands slowly and turned as if pivoting on a landmine. I half expected another crossbow bolt to pierce me chest. There was no way I could dodge an attack from someone with such accuracy. The best I could do was appear non-threatening. I was good at that. At the opposite end of the coach stood 2 hulking figures. One was a Germanus, judging from his beard and scraggly beaded hair, his hide armor, and his imperial gold greaves and breastplate. I did not recognize him, but I'd met too many of his kind recently. I had no doubt who he worked for. Nero's people had found us. Meg was still seated, holding her magical twin golden Sika blades, but the Germanus had the edge of his broadsword against her neck, encouraging her to stay put. His companion was the crossbow shooter. She was even taller and heavier, wearing an Amtrak conductor's uniform that fooled no one, except, apparently, all the mortals on the train, who didn't give the newcomers a second look. Under her conductor's hat, the shooter's scalp was shaved on the sides, leaving a lustrous brown mane down the middle that curled over her shoulder in a braided rope. Her short-sleeved shirt stretched so tight against her muscular shoulders I thought her epaulets and name tag would pop off. Her arms were covered with interlocking circular tattoos, and around her neck was a thick golden ring, a torque. I hadn't seen one of those in ages. This woman was a Gaul. The realization made my stomach frost over. In the old days of the Roman Republic, Gauls were feared even more than the Germany. She had already reloaded her double crossbow and was pointing it at my head. Hanging from her belt was a variety of other weapons, a gladius, a club, and a dagger. Oh, sure, she got a dagger. Keeping her eyes on me, she jerked her chin towards her shoulder, the universal sign for see me or I'll shoot you. I calculated my odds of charging down the aisle and tackling our enemies before they killed Meg and me. 0. My odds of cowering in fear behind a chair while Meg took care of both of them? Slightly better, but still not great. I made my way down the aisle, my knees wobbling. The mortal passengers frowned as I passed. As near as I could figure, they thought my shriek had been a disturbance unworthy of the quiet car, and the conductor was now calling me out. The fact that the conductor wielded a crossbow and had just killed a 2-headed serpentine commuter did not seem to register with them. I reached my row and glanced at Meg, partly to make sure she was all right, partly because I was curious why she hadn't attacked. Just holding a sword to Meg's throat was normally not enough to discourage her. She was staring in shock at the Gaul. "Look a Selway." The woman nodded curtly, which told me 2 horrifying things. First, Meg knew her. Second, Luca Selway was her name. As she regarded Meg, the fierceness in the Gaul's eyes dialed back a few notches, from "I am going to kill everyone now" to "I am going to kill everyone soon." "Yes, sapling," said the Gaul. "Now put away your weapons before Gunther is obliged to chop off your head." "2 pastries for dinner? Your fave Lester could never. Got to pee. Later." The sword wielder looked delighted. "Chop off head." His name, Gunther, was printed on an Amtrak name tag he wore over his armor, his only concession to being in disguise. "Not yet." Lugaselway kept her eyes on us. "As you can see, Gunther loves decapitating people, so let's play nice." "Come along, Lou," Meg said. "Why?" When it came to expressing hurt, Meg's voice was a fine-tuned instrument. I'd heard her mourn the deaths of our friends. I'd heard her describe her father's murder. I'd heard her rage against her foster father, Nero, who had killed her dad and twisted her mind with years of emotional abuse. But when addressing Lugaselway, Meg's voice played in an entirely different key. She sounded as if her best friend had just dismembered her favorite doll for no reason and without warning. She sounded hurt, confused, incredulous. As if, in a life full of indignities, this was one indignity she never could have anticipated. Lou's jaw muscles tightened. Veins bulged on her temples. I couldn't tell if she was angry, feeling guilty, or showing us her warm and fuzzy side. "Do you remember what I taught you about duty, sapling?" Meg gulped back a sob. "Do you?" Lou said, her voice sharper. "Yes," Meg whispered. "Then get your things and come along." Lou pushed Gunther's sword away from Meg's neck. The big man grumbled "Humph," which I assumed was Germanic for "I never get to have any fun." Looking bewildered, Meg rose and opened the overhead compartment. I couldn't understand why she was going along so passively with Lugaselway's orders. We'd fought against worse odds. Who was this Gaul? "That's it," I whispered as Meg passed me my backpack. "We're giving up." "Lester," Meg muttered, "just do what I say." I shouldered my pack, my bow and quiver. Meg fastened her gardening belt around her waist. Lou and Gunther did not look concerned that I was now armed with arrows and Meg with an ample supply of heirloom vegetable seeds. As we got our gear in order, the mortal passengers gave us annoyed looks, but no one shushed us, probably because they did not want to anger the 2 large conductors escorting us out. "This way." Lou pointed with her crossbow to the exit behind her. "The others are waiting." "The others?" I did not want to meet any more Gauls or Gunters, but Meg followed Lou meekly through the plexiglass double doors. I went next, Gunther breathing down my neck behind me, probably contemplating how easy it would be to separate my head from my body. A gangway connected our car to the next, a loud, lurching hallway with automatic double doors on either end, a closet-size restroom in one corner and exterior doors to port and starboard. I considered throwing myself out of one of these exits and hoping for the best, but I feared the best would mean dying on impact with the ground. It was pitch black outside. Judging from the rumble of the corrugated steel panels beneath my feet, I guessed the train was going well over 100 miles an hour. Through the far set of plexiglass doors, I spied the cafe car, a grim concession counter, a row of booths and a half-dozen large men milling around. More Germany. Nothing good was going to happen in there. If Meg and I were going to make a break for it, this was our chance. Before I could make any sort of desperate move, Lugaselway stopped abruptly just before the cafe car doors. She turned to face us. "Gunther," she snapped, "check the bathroom for infiltrators." This seemed to confuse Gunther as much as it did me, either because he didn't see the point, or he had no idea what an infiltrator was. I wondered why Lugaselway was acting so paranoid. Did she worry we had a legion of demigods stashed in the restroom, waiting to spring out and rescue us? Or perhaps like me she'd once surprised a cyclops on the porcelain throne and no longer trusted public toilets. After a brief stare down, Gunther muttered "Humph" and did as he was told. As soon as he poked his head in the 100, Lou, the other Lou, not Lou, fixed us with an intent stare. "When we go through the tunnel to New York," she said, "you will both ask to use the toilet." I'd taken a lot of silly commands before, mostly from Meg, but this was a new low. "Actually, I need to go now," I said. "Hold it," she said. I glanced at Meg to see if this made any sense to her, but she was staring morosely at the floor. Gunther emerged from potty patrol. Nobody. Poor guy. If you had to check a train's toilet for infiltrators, the least you could hope for was a few infiltrators to kill. Right, then, said Lou. Come on. She herded us into the cafe car. 6 Germany turned and stared at us, their meaty fists full of danishes and cups of coffee. Barbarians. Who else would eat breakfast pastries at night? The warriors were dressed like Gunther in hides and gold armor, cleverly disguised behind Amtrak name tags. One of the men, Edelbjort, the #1 most popular Germanic baby boy's name in 162 BCE, barked a question at Lou in a language I didn't recognize. Lou responded in the same tongue. Her answer seemed to satisfy the warriors, who went back to their coffee and danishes. Gunther joined them, grumbling about how hard it was to find good enemies to decapitate. Sit there, Lou told us, pointing to a window booth. Meg slid in glumly. I settled in across from her, propping my longbow, quiver, and backpack next to me. Lou stood within earshot, just in case we tried to discuss an escape plan. She needn't have worried. Meg still wouldn't meet my eyes. I wondered again who Lugaselwe was, and what she meant to Meg. Not once in our months of travel had Meg mentioned her. This fact disturbed me. Rather than indicating that Lou was unimportant, it made me suspect she was very important indeed. And why a Gaul? Gauls had been unusual in Nero's Rome. By the time he became emperor, most of them had been conquered and forcibly civilized. Those who still wore tattoos and torques and lived according to the old ways had been pushed to the fringes of Brittany or forced over to the British Isles. The name Lugaselwe, my Gaulish had never been very good, but I thought it meant beloved of the god Lugus. I shuddered. Those Celtic deities were a strange, fierce bunch. My thoughts were too unhinged to solve the puzzle of Lou. I kept thinking back to the poor Amphispina. She'd killed a harmless monster commuter who would never make it home to his wife, all because a prophecy had made him its pawn. His message had left me shaken. A verse in Terza Rima, like the one we'd received at Camp Jupiter, O son of Zeus, the final challenge face. The Tower of Nero to alone ascend. Dislodge the beast that hast usurped thy place. Yes, I had memorized the cursed thing. Now we had our second set of instructions, clearly linked to the previous set, because the first and third lines rhymed with ascend. Stupid Dante and his stupid idea for a never-ending poem structure, the son of Hades, cavern runner's friend, must show the secret way unto the throne. On Nero's own your lives do now depend. I knew a son of Hades, Nico D'Angelo. He was probably still at Camp Half-Blood on Long Island. If he had some secret way to Nero's throne, he'd never get the chance to show us unless we escaped this train. How Nico might be a cavern runner's friend, I had no idea. The last line of the new verse was just cruel. We were presently surrounded by Nero's own, so of course our lives depended on them. I wanted to believe there was more to that line, something positive maybe tied to the fact that Lou had ordered us to go to the bathroom when we entered the tunnel to New York. But, given Lou's hostile expression, and the presence of her 7 heavily caffeinated and sugar-fueled Germanus friends, I didn't feel optimistic. I squirmed in my seat. Oh, why had I thought about the bathroom? I really needed to go now. Outside, the illuminated billboards of New Jersey zipped by, ads for auto dealerships where you could buy an impractical race car, injury lawyers you could employ to blame the other drivers once you crashed that race car, casinos where you could gamble away the money you won from the injury lawsuits. The great circle of life. The station stop for Newark Airport came and went. God's help me, I was so desperate I considered making a break for it. In Newark. Meg stayed put, so I did, too. The tunnel to New York would be coming up soon. Perhaps, instead of asking to use the restroom, we could spring into action against our captors. Lou seemed to read my thoughts. It's a good thing you surrendered. Nero has 3 other teams like mine on this train alone. Every passage, every train, bus, and flight into Manhattan, has been covered. Nero's got the Oracle of Delphi on his side, remember. He knew you were coming tonight. You were never going to get into the city without being caught. Way to crush my hopes, Lugaselwe. telling me that Nero had his ally Python peering into the future for him, using my sacred oracle against me harsh. Meg, however, suddenly perked up, as if something Lou said gave her hope. So how is it you're the one who found us, Lou? Just luck. Lou's tattoos rippled as she flexed her arms, the swirling Celtic circles making me seasick. No you, sapling, she said. I know how to track you. There is no luck. I could think of several gods of luck who would disagree with that statement, but I didn't argue. Being a captive had dampened my desire for small talk. Lou turned to her companions. As soon as we get to Penn Station, we deliver our captives to the escort team. I want no mistakes. No one kills the girl or the god unless it's absolutely necessary. Is it necessary now? Gunther asked. No, Lou said. The princeps has plans for them. He wants them alive. The princeps. My mouth tasted bitterer than the bitterest Amtrak coffee. Being marched through Nero's front door was not how I'd planned to confront him. One moment we were rumbling across a wasteland of New Jersey warehouses and dockyards. The next, we plunged into darkness, entering the tunnel that would take us under the Hudson River. On the intercom, a garbled announcement informed us that our next stop would be Penn Station. I need to pee, Meg announced. I stared at her, dumbfounded. Was she really going to follow Lou's strange instructions? The Gaul had captured us and killed an innocent two-headed snake. Why would Meg trust her? Meg pressed her heel hard on the top of my foot. Yes, I squeaked. I also need to pee. For me, at least, this was painfully true. Hold it, Gunther grumbled. I really need to pee. Meg bounced up and down. Lou heaved a sigh. Her exasperation did not sound faked. Fine. She turned to her squad. I'll take them. The rest of you stay here and prepare to disembark. None of the Germany objected. They'd probably heard enough of Gunther's complaints about potty patrol. They began shoving last-minute danishes into their mouths and gathering up their equipment as Meg and I extracted ourselves from our booth. Your gear, Lou reminded me. I blinked. Right. Who went to the bathroom without their bow and quiver? That would be stupid. I grabbed my things. Lou herded us back into the gangway. As soon as the double doors closed behind her, she murmured, now. Meg bolted for the quiet car. Hey. Lou shoved me out of the way, pausing long enough to mutter, block the door. Decouple the coaches, then raced after Meg. Do what now? Two scimitars flashed into existence in Lou's hands. Wait, she had Meg's swords? No. Just before the end of the gangway, Meg turned to face her, summoning her own blades, and the two women fought like demons. They were both demacheri, the rarest form of gladiator. That must mean I didn't have time to think about what that meant. Behind me, the Germany were shouting and scrambling. They would be through the doors any second. I didn't understand exactly what was happening, but it occurred to my stupid slow mortal brain that perhaps, just perhaps, Lou was trying to help us. If I didn't block the doors like she'd asked, we would be overrun by 7 angry sticky-fingered barbarians. I slammed my foot against the base of the double doors. There were no handles. I had to press my palms against the panels and push them together to keep them shut. Gunther tackled the doors at full speed, the impact nearly dislocating my jaw. The other Germany piled in behind him. My only advantages were the narrow space they were in, which made it difficult for them to combine their strength and the Germany's own lack of sense. Instead of working together to prise the doors apart, they simply pushed and shoved against one another, using Gunther's face as a battering ram. Behind me, Lou and Meg jabbed and slashed, their blades furiously clanging against one another. Good, sapling, Lou said under her breath. You remember your training. Then louder, for the sake of our audience, I'll kill you, foolish girl. I imagined how this must look to the Germany on the other side of the plexiglass, their comrade Lou, trapped in combat with an escaped prisoner, while I attempted to hold them back. My hands were going numb. My arm and chest muscles ached. I glanced around desperately for an emergency door lock, but there was only an emergency open button. What good was that? The train roared on through the tunnel. I estimated we had only minutes before we pulled into Penn Station, where Nero's escort team would be waiting. I did not wish to be escorted. Decouple the coaches, Lu had told me. How was I supposed to do that, especially while holding the gangway doors shut? I was no train engineer. Choo-choos were more Hephaestus's thing. I looked over my shoulder, scanning the gangway. Shockingly, there was no clearly labeled switch that would allow a passenger to decouple the train. What was wrong with Amtrak? There. On the floor, a series of hinged metal flaps overlapped, creating a safe surface for passengers to walk across when the train twisted and turned. One of those flaps had been kicked open, perhaps by Lu, exposing the coupling underneath. Even if I could reach it from where I stood, which I couldn't, I doubted I would have the strength and dexterity to stick my arm down there, cut the cables and prise open the clamp. The gap between the floor panels was too narrow, the coupling too far down. Just to hit it from here, I would have to be the world's greatest archer. Oh! Weight against my chest, the doors were bowing under the weight of 7 barbarians. An axe blade jutted through the rubber lining next to my ear. Turning around so I could shoot my bow would be madness. Yes, I thought hysterically. Let's do that. I bought myself a moment by pulling out an arrow and jabbing it through the gap between the doors. Gunther howled. The pressure eased as the clump of Germany readjusted. I flipped around so my back was to the plexiglass, one heel wedged against the base of the doors. I fumbled with my bow and managed to knock an arrow. My new bow was a god-level weapon from the vaults of Camp Jupiter. My archery skills had improved dramatically over the last 6 months. Still, this was a terrible idea. It was impossible to shoot properly with one's back against a hard surface. I simply couldn't draw the bowstring far enough. Nevertheless, I fired. The arrow disappeared into the gap in the floor, completely missing the coupling. "Penn Station in just a minute," said a voice on the PA system. "Doors will open on the left." "Running out of time," Lu shouted. She slashed at Meg's head. Meg jabbed low, nearly impaling the Gaul's thigh. I shot another arrow. This time the point sparked against the clasp, but the train cars remained stubbornly connected. The Germany pounded against the doors. A plexiglass panel popped out of its frame. A fist reached through and grabbed my shirt. With a desperate shriek, I lurched away from the doors and shot one last time at a full draw. The arrow sliced through the cables and slammed into the clasp. With a shudder and a groan, the coupling broke. Germany poured into the gangway as I leaped across the widening gap between the coaches. I almost skewered myself on Meg's and Lu's scimitars, but I somehow managed to regain my footing. I turned as the rest of the train shot into the darkness at 70 miles an hour, 7 Germany staring at us in disbelief and yelling insults I will not repeat. For another 50 feet, our decoupled section of the train rolled forward of its own momentum, then slowed to a stop. Meg and Lu lowered their weapons. A brave passenger from the quiet car dared to stick her head out and ask what was gone. I shushed her. Lu glared at me. "Took you long enough, Lester. Now let's move before my men come back. You two just went from capture alive to proof of death is acceptable. 3 arrow of wisdom, hook me up with a hideout." "No, not that one." "No. I'm confused," one said as we stumbled along in the dark tunnels. "Are we still prisoners?" Lu glanced at me, then at Meg. "Dense for a god, isn't you? Have no idea," Meg grumbled. "Do you work for Nero or not?" I demanded. "And how XC?" I wagged my finger from Lu to Meg, silently asking, "How do you know each other? Or perhaps, are you related since you're equally annoying?" Then I caught the glint of their matching gold rings, one on each of their middle fingers. I remembered the way Lu and Meg had fought, their 4 blades slicing and stabbing in perfect synchronization. The obvious truth smacked me in the face. "You trained Meg," I realized. "To be a demacheress. And she's kept her skills sharp." Lu elbowed Meg affectionately. "I'm pleased, sapling." I had never seen Meg look so proud about anything. She tackled her old trainer in a hug. "I knew you weren't bad." Lu didn't seem to know what to do with the hug. She patted Meg on the shoulder. "I'm plenty bad, sapling. But I'm not going to let Nero torture you anymore. Let's keep moving." "Torture?" Yes, that was the word. I wondered how Meg could trust this woman. She'd killed the Amphispina without batting an eye. I had no doubt she would do the same to me if she felt it necessary. Worse, Nero paid her salary. Ia/Heather Lou had saved us from capture or not, she'd trained Meg, which meant she must have stood by for years while Nero tormented my young friend emotionally and mentally. Lou had been part of the problem, part of Meg's indoctrination into the Emperor's twisted family. I worried that Meg was slipping into her old patterns. Perhaps Nero had figured out a way to manipulate her indirectly through this former teacher she admired. On the other hand, I wasn't sure how to broach that subject. We were trekking through a maze of subway maintenance tunnels with only Lou as our guide. She had a lot more weapons than I did. Also, Meg was my master. She'd told me we were going to follow Lou, so that's what we did. We continued our march, Meg and Lou trudging side by side, me straggling behind. I'd like to tell you I was guarding their six, or performing some other important task, but I think Meg had just forgotten about me. Overhead, steel-caged work lights cast prison bar shadows across the brick walls. Mud and slime coated the floor, exuding a smell like the old casks of wine Dionysus insisted on keeping in his cellar, despite the fact that they had long ago turned to vinegar. At least Meg's sneakers would no longer smell like horse poop. They would now be coated with new and different toxic waste. After stumbling along for another 1,000,000 miles, I ventured to ask, "Miss Lou, where are we going?" I was startled by the volume of my own voice echoing through the dark. "Away from the search grid," she said, as if this were obvious. "Nero has tapped most of the closed-circuit cameras in Manhattan. We need to get off his radar." It was a bit jarring to hear a Gaulish warrior talking about radar and cameras. I wondered again how Lou had come into Nero's service. As much as I hated to admit it, the emperors of the Triumvirate were basically minor gods. They were picky about which followers they allowed to spend eternity with them. The Germany made sense. Dense and cruel as they might be, the imperial bodyguards were fiercely loyal. But why a Gaul? Lugaselwe must have been valuable to Nero for reasons beyond her sword skills. I didn't trust that such a warrior would turn on her master after 2 millennia. My suspicions must have radiated from me like heat from an oven. Lou glanced back and noted my frown. "Apollo, if I wanted you dead, you would already be dead." True, I thought, but Lou could have added, "If I wanted to trick you into following me so I could deliver you alive to Nero, this is exactly what I'd be doing." Lou quickened her pace. Meg scowled at me like, "Be nice to my Gaul," then she hurried to catch up. I lost track of time. The adrenaline spike from the train fight faded, leaving me weary and sore. Sure, I was still running for my life, but I'd spent most of the last 6 months running for my life. I couldn't maintain a productive state of panic indefinitely. Tunnel goo soaked into my socks. My shoes felt like squishy clay pots. For a while, I was impressed by how well Lou knew the tunnels. She forged ahead, taking us down one turn after another. Then, when she hesitated at a junction a bit too long, I realized the truth. "You don't know where we're going," I said. She scowled. "I told you. Away from the search grid." "Cameras." "Yes. But where are we going?" "Somewhere. Anywhere safe." I laughed. I surprised myself by actually feeling relieved. If Lou was this clueless about our destination, then I felt safer trusting her. She had no grand plan. We were lost. What a relief. Lou did not seem to appreciate my sense of humor. "Excuse me if I had to improvise," she grumbled. "You're fortunate I found you on that train rather than one of the Emperor's other search parties. Otherwise you'd be in Nero's holding cell right now." Meg gave me another scowl. "Yeah, Lester. Besides, it's fine." She pointed to an old section of Greek key design tile along the left-hand corridor, perhaps left over from an abandoned subway line. "I recognize that. There should be an exit up ahead." I wanted to ask how she could possibly know this. Then I remembered Meg had spent a great deal of her childhood roaming dark alleys, derelict buildings, and other strange and unusual places in Manhattan with Nero's blessing, the evil imperial version of free-range parenting. I could imagine a younger Meg exploring these tunnels, doing cartwheels in the muck and growing mushrooms in forgotten locations. We followed her for I don't know, 6 or 7 miles. That's what it felt like, at least. Once, we stopped abruptly when a deep and distant boom echoed through the corridor. Train? I asked nervously, though we'd left the tracks behind long ago. Lou tilted her head. No. That was thunder. I didn't see how that could be. When we'd entered the tunnel in New Jersey, there'd been no sign of rain. I didn't like the idea of sudden thunderstorms so close to the Empire State Building entrance to Mount Olympus, home of Zeus, aka Big Daddy Lightning Bolt. Undeterred, Meg forged ahead. Finally, our tunnel dead-ended at a metal ladder. Overhead was a loose manhole cover, light and water spilling from one edge like a weeping crescent moon. I remember this opens to an alleyway, Meg announced. No cameras, at least there weren't any last time I was here. Lou grunted as if to say, good work, or maybe just, this is going to suck. The Gaul ascended first. Moments later, the three of us stood in a storm-lashed alley between two apartment buildings. Lightning forked overhead, lacing the dark clouds with gold. Rain needled my face and poked me in the eyes. Where had this tempest come from? Was it a welcome home present from my father, or a warning? Or maybe it was just a regular summer storm. Sadly, my time as Lester had taught me that not every meteorological event was about me. Thunder rattled the windows on either side of us. Judging from the yellow brick facades of the buildings, I guessed we were on the Upper East Side somewhere, though that seemed an impossibly long underground walk from Penn Station. At the end of the alley, taxis zipped down a busy street. Park Avenue? Lexington? I hugged my arms. My teeth chattered. My quiver was starting to fill with water, the strap getting heavier across my shoulder. I turned to Lou and Meg. I don't suppose either of you has a magic item that stops rain. From her belt of infinite weapons, Lou pulled something that I'd assumed was a police baton. She clicked a button on the side and it blossomed into an umbrella. Naturally, it was just big enough for Lou and Meg. I sighed. I walked right into that, didn't I? Yep, Meg agreed. I pulled my backpack over my head, which effectively stopped 0.003% of the rain from hitting my face. My clothes were plastered to my skin. My heart slowed and sped up at random, as if it couldn't decide whether to be exhausted or terrified. What now? I asked. We find some place to regroup, said Lou. I eyed the nearest dumpster. With all the real estate Nero controls in Manhattan, you don't have one secret base we could use. Lou's laugh was the only dry thing in that alley. I told you, Nero monitors all public security cameras in New York. How closely do you think he monitors his own properties? You want to risk it. I hated that she had a point. I wanted to trust Lou Gaselway, because Meg trusted her. I recognized that Lou had saved us on the train. Also, the Amphispina's last line of prophecy tumbled around in my head, on Nero's own your lives do now depend. That could refer to Lou, which meant she might be trustworthy. On the other hand, Lou had killed the Amphispina. For all I knew, if he had lived a few more minutes, he might have spouted another bit of iambic pentameter, not Lou. Not Lou. Don't ever trust the Gaul. So if you're on our side, I said, why all the pretending on the train? Why kill that Amphispina? Why the charade about escorting us to the bathroom? Lou grunted. First of all, I'm on Meg's side. Don't much care about you. Meg smirked. That's a good point. As for the monster. Lou shrugged. It was a monster. It'll regenerate in Tartarus eventually. No great loss. I suspected Mr. Snake's wife might disagree with that. Then again, not too long ago, I had regarded demigods in much the same way that Lou regarded the Amphispina. As for the play acting, she said, if I'd turned on my comrades, I ran the risk of you two getting killed, me getting killed or one of my men escaping and reporting back to Nero. I would have been outed as a traitor. But they all got away, I protested. They'll all report back to Nero and they'll tell Nero that the last time they saw me, Lou said, I was fighting like crazy, TRYMG to stop you from escaping. Meg detached herself from Lou's side, her eyes widening. But Nero will think you're dead. You can stay with us. Lou gave her a rueful smile. No, sapling. I'll have to go back soon. If we're lucky, Nero will believe I'm still on his side. But why? Meg demanded. You can't go back. It's the only way, Lou said. I had to make sure you didn't get caught coming into the city. Now I need time to explain to you what's going on, what Nero is planning. I didn't like the hesitation in her voice. Whatever Nero was planning, it had shaken Lou badly. Besides, she continued, if you're going to stand any chance of beating him, you'll need someone on the inside. It's important that Nero think I tried to stop you, failed, then returned to him with my tail between my legs. But my brain was too waterlogged to form any more questions. Never mind. You can explain when we get somewhere dry. Speaking of which, VE got an idea, Meg said. She jogged to the corner of the alley. Lou and I sloshed along behind her. The signs on the nearest corner informed us that we were at Lexington and 75th. Meg grinned. See? See what? I said. What are you? Her meaning hit me like an Amtrak quiet car. Oh, no, I said. No, they've done enough for us. I won't put them in any more danger, especially if Nero is after us. But last time you were totally fine with Meg, no. Lou looked back and forth between us. What are you talking about? I wanted to stick my head in my backpack and scream. 6 months ago, I'd had no qualms about hitting up an old friend who lived a few blocks from here. But now, after all the trouble and heartbreak I'd brought to every place that had harbored me, no, I could not do that again. How about this? I drew the arrow of Dodona from my quiver. We'll ask my prophetic friend. Surely it has a better idea, perhaps access to last-minute hotel deals. I lifted the projectile in my trembling fingers. Oh, great arrow of Dodona, is he talking to that arrow? Lou asked Meg. He talks to inanimate objects, Meg told her. Humor him. We need your advice. I said, suppressing the urge to kick Meg in the shin. Where should we go for shelter? The arrow's voice buzzed in my brain. Didst thou callest me thy friend? It sounded pleased. Yes. I gave my companions a thumbs up. We need a place to hide out and regroup, somewhere nearby, but away from Nero's surveillance cameras and whatnot. The Emperor's whatnot is formidable indeed, the arrow agreed. But thou already knowest the answer to thy question, O Lester. Seekest thou the place of the 7-layer die? With that, the projectile fell silent. I groaned in misery. The arrow's message was perfectly clear. Oh, for the yummy 7-layer dip of our hostess. Oh, for the comfort of that cozy apartment. But it wasn't right. I couldn't. What did it say? Meg demanded. I tried to think of an alternative, but I was so tired I couldn't even lie. Fine, I said. We go to Percy Jackson's place, for this child is too cute. Please, no more adorable. Whoops. My heart just broke. Hello, Mrs. Jackson. Is Percy home? I shivered and dripped on her welcome mat, my 2 equally bedraggled companions behind me. For a heartbeat, Sally Jackson remained frozen in her doorway, a smile on her face, as if she'd been expecting a delivery of flowers or cookies. We were not that. Her driftwood brown hair was tinseled with more grey than it was 6 months ago. She wore tattered jeans, a loose green blouse and a blob of applesauce on the top of her bare left foot. She was not pregnant anymore, which probably explained the sound of the giggling baby inside her apartment. Her surprise passed quickly. Since she'd raised a demigod, she'd doubtless had lots of experience with the unexpected. Apollo. Meg. And she sized up our gigantic tattooed, mohawked train conductor. Hello. You poor things. Come in and dry off. The Jackson living room was as cozy as I remembered. The smell of baking mozzarella and tomatoes wafted from the kitchen. Jazz played on an old-fashioned turntable, Wynton Marsalis. Several comfy sofas and chairs were available to plop upon. I scanned the room for Percy Jackson but found only a middle-aged man with salt and pepper hair, rumpled khakis, oven mitts, and a pink dress shirt covered by a bright yellow apron splattered with tomato sauce. He was bouncing a giggly baby on his hip. The child's yellow onesie pajamas matched the man's apron so perfectly that I wondered if they'd come as a set. I'm sure the chef and baby made for an adorable, heartwarming scene. Unfortunately, I'd grown up on stories about titans and gods who cooked and or ate their children, so I was perhaps not quite as charmed as I might have been. "There is a man in your apartment," I informed Mrs. Jackson. Sally laughed. "This is my husband, Paul. Excuse me a sec. I'll be right back." She dashed towards the bathroom. "Hi." Paul smiled at us. "This is Estelle." Estelle giggled and drooled as if her own name was the funniest joke in the universe. She had Percy's sea-green eyes and clearly her mother's good nature. She also had wisps of black and silver hair like Paul, which I had never seen on a baby. She would be the world's first salt and pepper toddler. All in all, it seemed Estelle had inherited a good genetic package. "Hello." I wasn't sure whether to address Paul, Estelle, or whatever was cooking in the kitchen, which smelled delicious. Not to be rude, but we were hoping to. "Oh, thanks, Mrs. Jackson." Sally had emerged from the bathroom and was now busily wrapping Meg, Lou, and me in fluffy turquoise bath towels. "We were hoping to see Percy," I finished. Estelle squealed with delight. She seemed to like the name Percy. "I'd like to see him, too," Sally said. "But he's on his way to the West Coast. With Annabeth. They left a few days ago." She pointed to a framed picture on the nearest end table. In the photo, my old friends Percy and Annabeth sat side by side in the Jackson family's dented Prius, both of them smiling out of the driver's side window. In the back seat was our mutual satyr friend Grover Underwood, mugging for the camera, eyes crossed, tongue stuck out sideways, hands flashing peace signs. Annabeth leaned into Percy, her arms wrapped around his neck like she was about to kiss him or possibly choke him. Behind the wheel, Percy gave the camera a big thumbs up. He seemed to be telling me directly, "We're outta here. You have fun with your quests or whatever." "He graduated high school," Meg said, as if she'd witnessed a miracle. "No," Sally said. "We even had cake." She pointed to another picture of Percy and Sally, beaming as they held up a baby blue cake with darker blue icing that read "Congratulations, Percy the graduate." I did not ask why graduate was misspelled, dyslexia being so common in demigod families. Then I gulped, "He's not here." It was a silly thing to say, but some stubborn part of me insisted that Percy Jackson must be here somewhere, waiting to do dangerous tasks for me. That was his job. But, no. That was the old Apollo's way of thinking, the Apollo I'd been the last time I was in this apartment. Percy was entitled to his own life. He was trying to have one, and oh, the bitter truth. It had nothing to do with me. "I'm happy for him," I said. "And Annabeth." Then it occurred to me that they'd probably been incommunicado since they left New York. Cell phones attracted too much monstrous attention for demigods to use, especially on a road trip. Magical means off communications were slowly coming back online since we'd released the God of Silence, Harpocrates, but they were still spotty. Percy and Annabeth might have no idea about all the tragedies we'd faced on the West Coast, at Camp Jupiter, and before that in Santa Barbara. "Oh, dear," I muttered to myself. "I suppose that means they haven't heard." Meg coughed loudly. She gave me a hard shut-up glare. "Right. It would be cruel to burden Sally and Paul with news of Jason Grace's death, especially when Percy and Annabeth were making their way to California and Sally must already be worried about them." "Haven't heard what?" Sally asked. I swallowed dryly. "That we were coming back to New York." "No matter. We'll just enough small talk," Lou interrupted. "We are in grave danger. These mortals cannot help us. We must go." Lou's tone wasn't exactly disdainful, just irritated, and maybe concerned for our hosts. If Nero tracked us to this apartment, he wouldn't spare Percy's family just because they weren't demigods. On the other hand, the Arrow of Dodona had told us to come here. There had to be a reason. I hoped it had something to do with what Paul was cooking. Sally studied our large tattooed friend. She didn't look offended, more like she was taking Lou's measure and pondering whether she had any clothes large enough to fit her. "Well, you can't leave dripping wet. Let's get you some dry things to wear, at least, and some food if you're hungry." "Yes, please," Meg said. "I love you." Estelle burst into a fresh peal of giggles. She had apparently just discovered that her father's fingers could wiggle, and she considered this hilarious. Sally smiled at her baby, then at Meg. I love you, too, dear. Percy's friends are always welcome. I have no idea who this Percy is, Lou protested. Anyone who needs help is always welcome, Sally amended. Believe me, we've been in danger before, and we've come through it. Right, Paul? Yep, he agreed without hesitation. There's plenty of food. I think Percy has some clothes that will fit, is it Apollo? I nodded morosely. I knew all too well that Percy's clothes would fit me, because I'd left here 6 months ago wearing his hand-me-downs. Thank you, Paul. Lou grunted. I suppose is that lasagna I smell. Paul grinned. The Blofey family recipe. I suppose we could stay for a bit, Lou decided. The wonders never ceased. The Gaul and I actually agreed on something. Here, try this. Paul tossed me a faded Percy t-shirt to go with my ratty Percy jeans. I did not complain. The clothes were clean, warm, and dry, and after trudging underground across half of Manhattan my old outfit smelled so bad it would have to be sealed in a hazardous waste pouch and incinerated. I sat on Percy's bed next to Estelle, who lay on her back, staring in fascination at a blue plastic donut. I ran my hand across the faded words on the t-shirt, AHS Swim Team. What does AHS stand for? Paul wrinkled his nose. Alternative High School. It was the only place that would take Percy for just his senior year, after I remembered. Percy had disappeared for the entirety of his junior year thanks to the meddling of Hera, who zapped him across the country and gave him amnesia, all for the sake of making the Greek and Roman demigod camps unite for the war with Gaia. My stepmother just loved bringing people together. You didn't approve of the situation, or the school? I asked. Paul shrugged. He looked uncomfortable, as if saying anything negative would go against his nature. Estelle gave me a drooling grin. Gah! I took this to mean, can you believe how lucky we are to be alive, right? Paul sat next to her and gently cupped his hand over her wispy hair. I'm an English teacher at another high school, he said. AHS was not the best. For kids who are struggling, at risk, you want a safe place with good accommodations and excellent support. You want to understand each student as an individual. Alt-High was more like a holding pen for everybody who didn't fit into the system. Percy had been through so much I was worried about him. But he made the best of the situation. He really wanted to get that diploma. I'm proud of him. Estelle cooed. Paul's eyes wrinkled around the edges. He tapped her nose. Boob. The baby was stunned for a millisecond. Then she laughed with such glee I worried she might choke on her own spit. I found myself staring in amazement at Paul and Estelle, who struck me as even greater miracles than Percy's graduation. Paul seemed like a caring husband, a loving father, a kind stepfather. In my own experience, such a creature was harder to find than an albino unicorn or three-winged griffin. As for baby Estelle, her good nature and sense of wonder rose to the level of superpowers. If this child grew up to be as perceptive and charismatic as she appeared to be now, she would rule the world. I decided not to tell Zeus about her. Paul. I ventured. Aren't you worried about having us here? We might endanger your family. The corners of his mouth tightened. I was at the Battle of Manhattan. I've heard about some of the horrible things Sally went through, fighting the Minotaur, being imprisoned in the underworld. And Percy's adventures. He shook his head in respect. Percy has put himself on the line for us, for his friends, for the world, plenty of times. So, can I risk giving you a place to catch your breath, some fresh clothes and a hot meal? Yeah, how could I not? You are a good man, Paul Blofey. He tilted his head, as if wondering what other kind of man anyone would possibly try to be. Well, I'll leave you to get cleaned up and dressed. We don't want dinner to get burned, do we, Estelle? The baby went into a fit of giggles as her father scooped her up and carried her out of the room. I took my time in the shower. I needed a good scrubbing, yes. But mostly I needed to stand with my forehead against the tiles, shaking and weeping until I felt like I could face other people again. What was it about kindness? In my time as Lester Papadopoulos, I had learned to stand up under horrendous verbal abuse and constant life-threatening violence, but the smallest act of generosity could ninja kick me right in the heart and break me into a blubbering mess of emotions. Darn you, Paul and Sally, and your cute baby, too. How could I repay them for providing me this temporary refuge? I felt like I owed them the same thing I owed Camp Jupiter and Camp Half-Blood, the way station and the cistern, Piper and Frank and Hazel and Leo and, yes, especially Jason Grace. I owed them everything. How could I not? Once I was dressed, I staggered out to the dining area. Everyone was seated around the table except Estelle, who Paul informed me was down for the night. No doubt all that pure joy required a great amount of energy. Meg wore a new pink smock dress and white leggings. If she cherished these as much as the last outfit Sally had given her, she would end up wearing them until they fell off her body in burned and shredded rags. Together with her red high tops, which thankfully had been well cleaned, she sported a Valentine's Day color theme that seemed quite out of character, unless you considered her sweetheart to be the mountain of garlic bread she was shoveling into her mouth. Lou was dressed in an XXL men's work shirt with electronics Mega Mart stitched over the pocket. She wore a fluffy turquoise towel around her waist like a kilt, because, she informed me, the only other trousers in the apartment large enough to fit her were Sally's old maternity trousers and, no thank you, Lou would just wait for hers to get out of the dryer. Sally and Paul provided us with heaping plates of salad, lasagna, and garlic bread. It wasn't Sally's famous 7-layer dip, but it was a family-style feast like I hadn't experienced since the way station. That memory gave me a twinge of melancholy. I wondered how everyone there was doing, Leo, Calypso, Emmy, Joe, little Georgina at the time. Our trials in Indianapolis had felt like a nightmare, but in retrospect they seemed like happier, simpler days. Sally Jackson sat down and smiled. Well, this is nice. Shockingly, she sounded sincere. We don't have guests often. Now, let's eat, and you can tell us who or what is trying to kill you this time. 5 No swearing at the table. Then don't talk about that hashtag at $% and asterisk Nero. One wished we could have had regular small talk around the dinner table, the weather, who liked whom at school, which gods were casting plagues on which cities and why. But no, it was always about who was trying to kill me. I didn't want to ruin anyone's appetite, especially since Paul's savory family recipe lasagna was making me drool like Estelle. Also, I wasn't sure I trusted Lucas Elway enough to share our whole story. Meg had no such qualms. She opened up about everything we'd been through, with the exception of the tragic deaths. I was sure she only skipped those to spare Sally and Paul from worrying too much about Percy. I don't think I'd ever heard Meg talk as much as she did at Sally and Paul's dinner table, as if the presence of kindly parental figures had uncorked something inside her. Meg told them of our battles with Commodus and Caligula. She explained how we had freed 4 ancient oracles and had now returned to New York to face the last and most powerful emperor, Nero. Paul and Sally listened intently, interrupting only to express concern or sympathy. When Sally looked at me and said, "You poor dear," I almost lost it again. I wanted to cry on her shoulder. I wanted Paul to dress me in a yellow onesie and rock me until I fell asleep. "So, Nero is after you," Paul said at last. "The Nero. A Roman emperor has set up his evil lair in a midtown high-rise." He sat back and placed his hands on the table, as if trymg to digest the news along with the meal. "I guess that's not the craziest thing I've ever heard. And now you have to do what? Defeat him in combat? Another Battle of Manhattan?" I shuddered. "I hope not. The battle with Commodus and Caligula was hard for Camp Jupiter. If I asked Camp Half-Blood to attack Nero's base, no, Lou dipped her garlic bread in her salad dressing, proving her barbarian bona fides. A large-scale assault would be suicide. Nero is expecting one. He's hoping for one. He's prepared to cause massive collateral damage." Outside, rain lashed the windows. Lightning boomed as if Zeus were warning me not to get too comfortable with these kindly surrogate parents. As much as I distrusted Lucas Elway, I believed what she said. Nero would relish a fight, despite what had happened to his 2 compadres in the Bay Area, or maybe because of it. I was afraid to ask what Lou meant by massive collateral damage. An all-out war with Nero would not be another Battle of Manhattan. Cronus's army had stormed the Empire State Building, entrance to Mount Olympus. The Titan Morpheus had put all the mortals in the city to sleep. The damage to the city itself, and its human population, had been negligible. Nero didn't work that way. He liked drama. He would welcome chaos, screaming crowds, countless civilian deaths. This was a man who burned people alive to illuminate his garden parties. There has to be another way, I decided. I won't let any more innocents suffer on my account. Sally Jackson crossed her arms. In spite of the grim matters we were discussing, she smiled. You've grown up. I assumed she was talking about Meg. Over the last few months, my young friend had indeed got taller and, wait. Was Sally referring to me? My first thought, preposterous. I was 4,000 years old. I didn't grow up. She reached across the table and squeezed my hand. The last time you were here, you were so lost. So well, if you don't mind me saying pathetic, I blurted out. Whiny, entitled, selfish. I felt terribly sorry for myself. Meg nodded along with my words as if listening to her favorite song. You still feel sorry for yourself. But now, Sally said, sitting back again, you're more human, I suppose. There was that word again, human, which not long ago I would have considered a terrible insult. Now, every time I heard it, I thought of Jason Grace's admonition, remember what it's like to be human. He hadn't meant all the terrible things about being human, of which there were plenty. He'd meant the best things, standing up for a just cause, putting others first, having stubborn faith that you could make a difference, even if it meant you had to die to protect your friends and what you believed in. These were not the kind of feelings that gods had ever. Sally Jackson meant the term in the same way Jason had as something worth aspiring to. Thank you, I managed. She nodded. So how can we help? Lou slurped the last of the lasagna from her plate. You've done more than enough, Jackson mother and Bluffy father. We must go. Meg glanced out of the window at the thunderstorm, then at the remaining garlic bread in the basket. Maybe we could stay until the morning. That's a good idea, Paul agreed. We have plenty of space. If Nero's men are out there searching for you in the dark and the lashing rain, wouldn't you rather they be out there while you're in here, warm and comfortable? Lou seemed to consider this. She belched, long and deep, which in her culture was probably a sign of appreciation, or a sign that she had gas. Your words are sensible, Bluffy father. Your lasagna is good. Very well. I suppose the cameras will see us better in the morning anyway. Cameras? I sat up. As in Nero's surveillance cameras? I thought we don't want to be seen. Lou shrugged. I have a plan. A plan like the one on the train? Because listen here, small Lester, hold it, Paul ordered. His voice was calm but firm, giving me an inkling as to how this kind, gentle man could control a classroom. Let's not argue. We'll wake Estelle. I guess I should have asked this before, but, He glanced between Meg, me and Lou. How exactly do you know each other? Lou held us hostage on a train, I said. Saved you from capture on a train, she corrected. Lou's my guardian, Meg said. That got everyone's attention. Sally raised her eyebrows. Lou's ears turned bright red. Paul's face remained in teacher mode. I could imagine him asking Meg to elaborate on her statement, to provide 3 examples in a well-argued paragraph. Guardian in what sense, Meg? He asked. Lou glanced at the girl. The Gaul had a strange look of hurt in her eyes as she waited for Meg to describe their relationship. Meg pushed her fork across her plate. Legally. Like, if I needed somebody to sign stuff. Or pick me up from the police station or whatever. The more I thought about this, the less absurd it seemed. Nero wouldn't bother with the technicalities of parenthood. Signing a permission slip? Taking Meg to the doctor? No, thanks. He would delegate such things. And legal status? Nero didn't care about formal guardianship. In his mind, he owned Meg. Lou taught me swords. Meg squirmed in her new pink dress. She taught me most stuff. When I lived in the palace, Nero's tower, Lou tried to help me. She was the nice one. I studied the giant gull in her electronics megamart shirt and her bath towel kilt. I could think of many descriptions for her. Nice wasn't the first one that sprang to mind. However, I could imagine her being nicer than Nero. That was a low bar. And I could imagine Nero using Lou as his proxy, giving Meg another authority figure to look up to, a woman warrior. After dealing with Nero and his terrifying alternate personality the Beast, Meg would have seen Lou as a welcome relief. You were the good cop, I guessed. Lou's neck veins bulged against her golden torque. Call me what you like. I didn't do enough for my sapling, but I did what I could. She and I trained together for years. Sapling? Paul asked. Oh, right. Because Meg's a daughter of Demeter. His expression remained serious, but his eyes twinkled, like he couldn't believe he was lucky enough to be having this conversation. I didn't feel quite as fortunate. I was gripping my fork so tightly my fist trembled. The gesture might have looked threatening if the tines hadn't been topped with a cherry tomato. You were Meg's legal guardian. I glared at Lou. You could have taken her out of that tower. You could have relocated. Run with her. But you stayed. 4 years. Hey, Meg warned. No, he's right. Lou's eyes bored a hole in the casserole dish. I owed Nero my life. Back in the old times, he spared me from well, it doesn't matter now, but I served him for centuries. I've done many hard things for him. Then the sapling came along. I did my best. Wasn't enough. Then Meg ran away with you. I heard what Nero was planning, what would happen when you two came back to the city. She shook her head. It was too much. I couldn't bring Meg back to that tower. You followed your conscience, Sally said. I wished I could be as forgiving as our hostess. Nero doesn't hire warriors for their consciences. The big woman scowled. That's true, little Lester. Believe me, or don't. But if we can't work together, if you don't listen to me, then Nero will win. He'll destroy all of this. She gestured around the room. Whether she meant the world, Manhattan, or the Jackson/Blofie apartment, any of those possibilities was unacceptable. I believe you, Sally announced. It seemed ridiculous that a huge warrior like Lou would care about Sally Jackson's approval, but the Gaul looked genuinely relieved. Her facial muscles relaxed. The elongated Celtic tattoos on her arms settled back into concentric circles. Thank you, Jackson mother. I believe you, too. Meg frowned at me, her meaning clear, and so will you, or I'll order you to run into a wall. I set down my tomato-topped fork. It was the best gesture of peace I could offer. I couldn't make myself trust Lugaselway completely. A good cop was still a cop, still a part of the mind game. And Nero was an expert at playing with people's heads. I glanced at Paul, hoping for support, but he gave me an almost imperceptible shrug. What else can you do? Very well, Lugaselway, I said. Tell us your plan. Paul and Sally leaned forward, ready for marching orders. Lou shook her head. Not you, my good hosts. I have no doubt you are brave and strong, but I will not see any harm come to this family. I nodded. On that, at least, we agree. Once the morning comes, we're out of here. Possibly after a good breakfast, if it's not too much trouble. Sally smiled, though there was a tinge of disappointment in her eyes, as if she'd been looking forward to busting some evil Roman heads. I still want to hear the plan. What will you do? Best to not share too many details, Lou said. But there is a secret way into Nero's tower from below. It is the way that Nero takes to visit the reptile. Coils of lasagna seemed to tighten in my stomach. The reptile. Python. Interloper at Delphi, my arch-nemesis, and winner of Olympus Magazine's least popular serpent award for 4,000 years running. That sounds like a terrible way in, I noted. It is not wonderful, Lou agreed. But we can use it to sneak in, Meg guessed. Surprise Nero. Lou snorted. Nothing's so easy, sapling. The way is secret, but it is still heavily guarded and under constant surveillance. If you tried to sneak in, you would be caught. I'm sorry, I said. I'm still not hearing anything resembling a plan. Lou took a moment to gather her patience. I was familiar with this look. I got it often from Meg, and my sister Artemis, and well, everyone, actually. The way is not for you, she said. But it could be used to sneak in a small squad of demigods, if any were brave enough and sufficiently skilled at navigating underground. Son of Hades, I thought, the Amphisbaena's words echoing in my head, cavern runner's friend, / must show the secret way unto the throne. The only thing more unsettling than not understanding a prophecy was beginning to understand it. Then they would just get captured, I said. Not necessarily, Lou said. Not if Nero were sufficiently distracted. I had a feeling I was not going to like the answer to my next question. Distracted by what? Your surrender, Lou said. I waited. Lou did not seem the type for practical jokes, but this would have been a good moment for her to laugh and yell not. You can't be serious, I said. I'm with Apollo, Sally said. If Nero wants to kill him, why would he dash? It's the only way. Lou took a deep breath. Listen, I know how Nero thinks. When I return to him and tell him you two got away, he will issue an ultimatum. Paul frowned. To whom? Camp Half-Blood, Lou said. Any demigods, any allies anywhere who are harboring Apollo. Nero's terms will be simple, Apollo and Meg surrender themselves within a certain amount of time, or Nero destroys New York. I wanted to laugh. It seemed impossible, ridiculous. Then I remembered Caligula's yachts in San Francisco Bay, launching a barrage of Greek fire projectiles that would have destroyed the entire East Bay if Lavinia Asimov hadn't sabotaged them. Nero would have at least as many resources at his disposal, and Manhattan was a much more densely populated target. Would he burn his own city, with his own palatial tower in the middle of it? Dumb question, Apollo. Nero had done it before. Just ask ancient Rome. So you rescued us, I said, just to tell us we should surrender to Nero. That's your plan. Nero must believe he has already won, Lou said. Once he has you two in his grasp, he will relax his guard. This may give your demigod team a chance to infiltrate the tower from below. May, I echoed. The timing will be tricky, Lou admitted, but Nero will keep you alive for a while, Apollo. He and the reptile. They have plans for you. A distant thunderclap shook my chair. Either that, or I was trembling. I could imagine what sort of plans Nero and Python might have for me. None of them included a nice lasagna dinner. And, sapling, Lou continued, I know it will be hard for you, going back to that place, but I will be there to protect you, as I've done many times before. I will be your inside woman. Ia/hen your friends invade, I can free you both. Then, together, we can take down the Emperor. Why did Meg look so pensive, as if she were actually considering this insane strategy? Just a minute, I protested. Even if we trust you, why would Nero? You say you'll go back to him with your tail between your legs and report that we got away. Would he believe that? Why won't he suspect you've turned on him? I have a plan for that, too, Lou said. It involves you pushing me off a building 6 by Lugaselway. Don't forget to write if you ever hit the ground. I'd heard worse plans. But while the idea of pushing Lou off a building had a certain appeal, I was skeptical that she really meant it, especially since she wouldn't explain further or offer us details. Tomorrow, she insisted. Once we're on our way. The next morning, Sally made us breakfast. Estelle giggled at us hysterically. Paul apologized for not having a car to lend us, since the family Prius, which we usually crashed, was on its way to California with Percy, Grover, and Annabeth. The best Paul could offer us was a subway pass, but I wasn't ready to ride any more trains. Sally gave us all hugs and wished us well. Then she said she had to get back to baking cookies, which she did to relieve stress while she was working on the revisions for her second novel. This raised many questions for me. Second novel? We hadn't discussed her writing at all the night before. Cookies? Could we wait until they were done? But I suspected that good food was a never-ending temptation here at the Jackson/Blofee home. There would always be a next sweet or savory snack that was more appealing than facing the harsh world. Also, I respected the fact that Sally needed to work. As the god of poetry, I understood revisions. Facing monsters and Imperial mercenaries was much easier. At least the rain had stopped, leaving us a steamy June morning. Lou, Meg, and I headed towards the East River on foot, ducking from alley to alley until Lou found a location that seemed to satisfy her. Just off First Avenue, a 10-story apartment building was in the process of a gut renovation. Its brick facade was a hollow shell, its windows empty frames. We sneaked through the alley behind the lot, climbed over a chain-link construction fence, and found the back entrance blocked only by a sheet of plywood. Lou broke through it with one sturdy kick. "After you," she said. I eyed the dark doorway. "We really have to go through with this. I'm the one who has to fall off the roof," she muttered. "Stop complaining." The building's interior was reinforced with metal scaffolding, rung ladders leading from one level to the next. Oh, good. After climbing Sutro Tower, I just loved the idea of more ladders. Rays of sunlight sliced through the structure's hollow interior, swirling up dust clouds and miniature rainbows. Above us, the roof was still intact. From the topmost tier of scaffolding, a final ladder led up to a landing with a metal door. Lou began to climb. She had changed back into her Amtrak disguise so she wouldn't have to explain the electronics Megamart shirt to Nero. I followed in my Percy Jackson hand-me-downs. My funny Valentine, Meg, brought up the rear. Just like old times at Sutro Tower, except with 100% less Reina Avila Ramirez Ariano and 100% more tattooed gall. On each level, Meg stopped to sneeze and wipe her nose. Lou did her best to stay away from the windows, as if worried that Nero might burst through one and yell, "Bore." I'm pretty sure that was Latin for boo. It's been a while since I attended one of Cicero's famous haunted house parties. That man did love to put a toga over his head and scare his guests. Finally, we reached the metal door, which had been spray-painted with a red stenciled warning, "Roof access restricted." I was sweaty and out of breath. Lou seemed unperturbed by the climb. Meg kicked absently at the nearest brick as if wondering whether she could collapse the building. "Here's the plan," Lou said. "I know for a fact Nero has cameras in the office building across the street. It's one of his properties. We burst out this door, his surveillance team should get some good footage of us on the roof. Remind us why that's a good thing?" I asked. Lou muttered something under her breath, perhaps a prayer for her Celtic gods to smack me upside the head. "Because we are going to let Nero see what we want him to see. We're going to put on a show." Meg nodded. "Like on the train." "Exactly," Lou said. "You two run out first. I'll follow a few steps behind, like I've finally cornered you and am ready to kill you. In a strictly play-acting way, I hoped." "It has to look real," Lou said. "We can do it." Meg turned to me with a look of pride. "You saw us on the train, Lester, and that was with no planning. I lived at the tower. Lou would help me fake these incredible battles so Nero, would think I killed my opponents." I stared at her. "Kill? Your opponents? Like servants, or prisoners, or just people he didn't like?" "Lou and I would work it out beforehand. I'd pretend to kill them. Fake blood and everything. Then, after, Lou would drag them out of the arena and let them go. The deaths looked so real that Nero never caught on." I couldn't decide what I found most horrifying, Meg's uncomfortable slip calling Nero father, or the fact that Nero had expected his young stepdaughter to execute prisoners for his amusement, or the fact that Lou had conspired to make the show non-lethal to spare Meg's feelings rather than, I don't know, refusing to do Nero's dirty work in the first place and getting Meg out of that house of horrors. "And are you any better?" taunted a small voice in my brain. "How many times have you stood up to Zeus?" "Okay, small voice. Fair point. Tyrants are not easy to oppose or walk away from, especially when you depend on them for everything." I swallowed the bitter taste in my mouth. "What's my role?" "Meg and I will do most of the fighting." Lou hefted her crossbow. "Apollo, you stumble around and cower in fear, can do that. Then, when it looks like I'm about to kill Meg, you scream and charge me. You have bursts of godly strength from time to time, I've heard. Can't summon one on command. You don't have to. Pretend. Push me as hard as you can right off the roof. I'll let you do it." I looked over the scaffold railing. We're 10 stories up. I know this because we're 10 stories up. Yes, Lu agreed. Should be about right. I don't die easily, little Lester. I'll break some bones, no doubt, but with luck, I'll survive. With luck. Meg suddenly didn't sound so confident. Lu summoned a scimitar into her free hand. We have to risk it, sapling. Nero has to believe I did my very best to catch you. If he suspects something, well, we can't have that. She faced me. Ready? No. I said. You still haven't explained how Nero intends to burn down the city, or what we're supposed to do once we get captured. Lu's fiery look was quite convincing. I actually believed she wanted to kill me. He has Greek fire. More than Caligula did. More than anyone else has ever dared to stockpile. He has some delivery system in place. I don't know the details. But as soon as he suspects something is wrong, one push of a button and it's all over. That's why we have to go through this elaborate charade. We have to get you inside without him realizing it's a trick. I was trembling again. I stared down at the concrete floor and imagined it disintegrating, dropping into a sea of green flame. So what happens when we're captured? The holding cells, Lu said. They're very close to the vault where Nero keeps his fasces. My spirits rose at least a millimeter. This wasn't good news, exactly, but at least Lu's plan now seemed a little less insane. The Emperor's fasces, the golden axe that symbolized his power, would be connected to Nero's life force. In San Francisco, we'd destroyed the fasces of Commodus and Caligula and weakened the emperors just enough to kill them. If we could do the same to Nero, so you break us out of our cells, I guessed, and lead us to this vault. That's the idea. Lu's expression turned grim. Of course, the fasces is guarded by, well, something terrible. What? Meg asked. Lu's hesitation scared me worse than any monster she might have named. Let's deal with that later. One impossible thing at a time. Yet again I found myself agreeing with the Gaul. This worried me. Okay, then, she said. Lester, after you push me off the roof, you and Meg get to Camp Half-Blood as fast as you can. Find a demigod team to infiltrate the tunnels. Nero's people won't be far behind you. But we don't have a car. Ah. Almost forgot. Lu glanced down at her belt as if she wanted to grab something, then realized her hands were full of weapons. Sapling, reach into my pouch. Meg opened the small leather bag. She gasped at whatever she saw inside, then pulled it out tightly clutched in her hand, not letting me see. Really? She bounced up and down with excitement. I get to. Lu chuckled. Why not? Special occasion. Yay. Meg slipped whatever it was into one of her gardening pouches. I felt like I'd missed something important. What dash? Enough chat, Lu said. Ready? Run. I was not ready, but I'd got used to being told to run. My body reacted for me, and Meg and I burst through the door. We scrambled over the silver tar surface, dodging air vents and stumbling on loose bricks. I got into my role with depressing ease. Running for my life, terrified and helpless? Over the last 6 months, I'd rehearsed that plenty. Lu bellowed and charged after us. Twin crossbow bolts whistled past my ear. She was really selling the whole murderous Gaul thing. My heart leaped into my throat as if I were actually in mortal danger. Too quickly, I reached the edge of the roof. Nothing but a waist-high lip of brick separated me from a 100-foot drop into the alley below. I turned and screamed as Lu's blade slashed towards my face. I arched backwards, not fast enough. Her blade sliced a thin line across my forehead. Meg materialized, screaming with rage. She blocked the Gaul's next strike and forced her to turn. Lu dropped her crossbow and summoned her second blade, and the two demacheri went at it in a full-bore dramatic interpretation of Kung Fu Cuisinarts. I stumbled, too stunned to feel pain. I wondered why warm rain was trickling into my eyes. Then I wiped it away, looked at my fingers and realized, nope, that's not rain. Rain wasn't usually bright red. Meg's swords flashed, driving the big Gaul back. Lu kicked her in the gut and sent her reeling. My thoughts were sluggish, pushing through a syrupy haze of shock, but I seemed to remember I had a role in this drama. What was I supposed to do after the running and the cowering? Oh, yes. I was supposed to throw Lou off the roof. A giggle bubbled up in my lungs. I couldn't see with the blood in my eyes. My hands and feet felt like water balloons, wobbly and warm and about to burst. But, sure, no problem. I would just throw a huge dual sword-wielding warrior off the roof. I staggered forward. Lou thrust with her left blade, stabbing Meg in the thigh. Meg yelped and stumbled, crossing her swords just in time to catch Lou's next strike, which would have cleaved her head in two. Wait a second. This fight couldn't be an act. Pure rage lit the Gaul's eyes. Lou had deceived us, and Meg was in real danger. Fury swelled inside me. A flood of heat burned away the haze and filled me with godly power. I bellowed like one of Poseidon's sacred bulls at the altar. And, let me tell you, those bulls did not go gently to the slaughter. I barreled towards Lugaselwe, who turned, wide-eyed, but had no time to defend herself. I tackled her around the waist, lifted her over my head as easily as if she were a medicine ball and tossed her off the side of the building. I overdid it. Rather than dropping into the alley, she sailed over the rooftops of the next block and disappeared. A half-second later, a distant metallic clunk echoed from the canyon of First Avenue, followed by the angry weep 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 of a car alarm. My strength evaporated. I wobbled and fell to my knees, blood trickling down my face. Meg stumbled over to me. Her new white leggings were soaked through from the wound on her thigh. Your head, she murmured. No. Your leg. She fumbled through her gardening pouches until she found 2 rolls of gauze. We did our best to mummify each other and stop the bleeding. Meg's fingers trembled. Tears welled in her eyes. I'm sorry, I told her. I didn't mean to throw Lou so far. I thought she was really trying to kill you. Meg peered in the direction of First Avenue. It's fine. She's tough. She's probably fine. But no time to talk. Come on. She grabbed my waist and pulled me up. We somehow made it back inside, then managed to navigate the scaffolds and ladders to get out of the hollow apartment building. As we limped to the nearest intersection, my heartbeat flumped irregularly, like a trout on the floorboards of a boat. Ugh! I had Poseidon on the brain now. I imagined a caravan of shiny black SUVs full of Germany roaring towards us, encircling our location to take us into custody. If Nero had indeed seen what had happened on that rooftop, it was only a matter of time. We'd given him quite a show. He would want our autographs, followed by our heads on a silver plate. At the corner of 81st and 1st, I scanned the traffic. No sign of Germany yet. No monsters. No police or civilians screaming that they'd just witnessed a Gaulish warrior fall from the sky. What now? I asked, really hoping Meg had an answer. From her belt pouches, Meg fished out the item Lou had given her, a shiny golden Roman coin. Despite everything we'd just been through, I detected a gleam of excitement in my young friend's eyes. Now I summon a ride, she said. With a cold flush of dread, I understood what she was talking about. I realized why Lugaselwe had given her that coin, and part of me wished I had thrown the Gaul a few more blocks. Oh, no, I pleaded. You can't mean them. Not them. They're great, Meg insisted. No, they are not great. They're awful. Maybe don't tell them that, Meg said, then she threw the coin into the street and yelled in Latin, Stop, O chariot of damnation! 7 Chariot of damnation, why stoppest thou here? I don't use your app, call me superstitious. If you're going to hail a chariot, you should at least try for one that doesn't have damnation right there in the name. Meg's coin hit the road and disappeared in a flash. Instantly, a car-size section of asphalt liquefied into a boiling pool of blood and tar. At least that's what it looked like. I did not test the ingredients. A taxi erupted from the goo like a submarine breaking the surface. It was similar to a standard New York cab, but grey instead of yellow, the color of dust, or tombstones, or probably my face at that moment. Painted across the door were the words Grey Sisters. Inside, sitting shoulder to shoulder across the driver's bench, were the 3 old hags, the 3 mature female siblings, themselves. The passenger side window rolled down. The sister riding shotgun stuck out her head and croaked, Passage? Passage. She was just as lovely as I remembered, a face like a rubber Halloween mask, sunken craters where her eyes should have been, and a cobweb and linen shawl over her bristly white hair. Hello, Tempest. I sighed. It's been a while. She tilted her head. Who's that? Don't recognize your voice. Passage or not? We have other fares. It is I said miserably. The god Apollo. Tempest sniffed the air. She smacked her lips, running her tongue over her single yellow tooth. Don't sound like Apollo. Don't smell like Apollo. Let me bite you. No, I said. You'll have to take my word for it. We need wait. Meg looked at me in wonder. You know the Grey Sisters? She said this as if I'd been holding out on her, as if I knew all 3 founding members of Bananarama and had not yet got Meg their autographs. My history with Bananarama, how I introduced them to the actual Venus and inspired their #1 hit cover of that song, is a story for another time. Yes, Meg, I said. I am a god. I know people. Tempest grunted. Don't smell like a god. She yelled at the sister on her left, Wasp, take a gander. Who is this? The middle sister shoved her way to the window. She looked almost exactly like Tempest. To tell them apart, you'd have to have known them for a few millennia, which, unfortunately, I had, but today she had the trio's single communal eye, a slimy, milky orb that peered at me from the depths of her left socket. As unhappy as I was to see her again, I was even more unhappy that, by process of elimination, the third sister, Anger, had to be driving the taxi. Having Anger behind the wheel was never a good thing. It's some mortal boy with a blood-soaked bandana on his head, Wasp pronounced after ogling me. Not interesting. Not a god, that's just hurtful, I said. It is me. Apollo. Meg threw her hands up. Does it matter? I paid a coin. Can we get in, please? You might think Meg had a point. 6 high did I want to reveal myself? The thing was, the Grey Sisters would not take regular mortals in their cab. Also, given my history with them, I thought it best to be upfront about my identity, rather than have the Grey Sisters find out halfway through the ride and chuck me out of a moving vehicle. Ladies, I said, using the term loosely, I may not look like Apollo, but I assure you it's me, trapped in this mortal body. Otherwise, how could I know so much about you? Like what? Demanded Tempest. Your favorite nectar flavor is caramel chrome, I said. Your favorite beetle is Ringo. For centuries, all 3 of you had a massive crush on Ganymede, but now you like he's Apollo. Wasp yelped. Definitely Apollo. Tempest wailed. Annoying. Knows things. Let me in, I said, and I'll shut up. That wasn't an offer I usually made. The back door lock popped up. I held the door open for Meg. She grinned. Who do they like now? I mouthed, tell you later. Inside, we strapped ourselves in with black chain seat belts. The bench was about as comfortable as a beanbag stuffed with silverware. Behind the wheel, the third sister, Anger, grumbled, where to? I said, Camp. Anger hit the gas. My head slammed into the backrest, and Manhattan blurred into a light-speed smear. I hoped Anger understood I meant Camp Half-Blood, or we might end up at Camp Jupiter, Camp David, or Campobello, New Brunswick, though I suspected those were outside the Grey Sisters' regular service area. The cab's TV monitor flickered to life. An orchestra and a studio audience laugh track blared from the speaker. Every night at 11, an announcer said. It's late night with Thalia. I mashed the off button as fast as I could. I like the commercials, Meg complained. They'll rot your brain, I said. In truth, Late Night with Thalia had once been my favorite show. Thalia, the muse of comedy, not my demigod comrade Thalia Grace, had invited me on dozens of times as the featured musical guest. I'd sat on her sofa, traded jokes with her, played her silly games like Smite That City and Prank Call Prophecy. But now I didn't want any more reminders of my former divine life. Not that I missed it. I was, yes, I'm going to say it, was embarrassed by the things I used to consider important. Ratings. Worshippers. The rise and fall of civilizations that liked me best. What were these things compared to keeping my friends safe? New York could not burn. Little Estelle Blofi had to grow up free to giggle and dominate the planet. Nero had to pay. I could not have got my face nearly chopped off that morning and thrown Lugaselway into a parked car 2 blocks away for nothing. Meg appeared unfazed by my dark mood and her own wounded leg. Deprived of commercials, she sat back and watched the blur of landscape out of the window, the East River, then Queens, zipping by at a speed that mortal commuters could only dream of, which, to be fair, was anything above 10 miles an hour. Anger steered, completely blind, as Wasp occasionally called out course corrections. Left. Brake. Left. No, the other left. So cool, Meg said. I love this cab. I frowned. Have you taken the Grey Sisters cab often? My tone was the same as one might say you enjoy homework. It was a special treat, Meg said. When Lou decided I'd trained really well, we'd go for rides. I tried to wrap my mind around the concept of this mode of transportation as a treat. Truly, the Emperor's household was a twisted, evil place. The girl has taste. Wasp cried. We are the best way around the New York area. Don't trust those ride-sharing services. Most of them are run by unlicensed harpies. Harpies. Tempest howled. Stealing our business. Angor agreed. I had a momentary vision of our friend Ella behind the wheel of a car. It made me almost glad to be in this taxi. Almost. We've upgraded our service, too. Tempest boasted. I forced myself to focus on her eye sockets. How? You can use our app, she said. You don't have to summon us with gold coins anymore. She pointed to a sign on the plexiglass partition. Apparently, I could now link my favorite magic weapon to their cab and pay via virtual drachma using something called Grey RYYD. I shuddered to think what the Arrow of Dodona might do if I allowed it to make online purchases. If I ever got back to Olympus, I'd find my accounts frozen and my palace in foreclosure because the Arrow had bought every known copy of Shakespeare's First Folio. Cash is fine, I said. Wasp grumbled to Anger, you and your predictions. I told you the app was a stupid idea. Stopping for Apollo was stupider, she muttered back. That was your prediction. You're both stupid, snapped Tempest. That's my prediction. The reasons for my long-standing dislike of the Grey Sisters were starting to come back to me. It wasn't just that they were ugly, rude, gross, and smelled of grave rot. Or that the three of them shared one eye, one tooth, and 0 social skills. It wasn't even the awful job they did hiding their celebrity crushes. In ancient Greek days, they'd had a crush on me, which was uncomfortable, but at least understandable. Then, if you can believe it, they got over me. For the past few centuries they'd been in the Ganymede fan club. Their Instagod posts about how hot he was got so annoying, I finally had to leave a snarky comment. You know that meme with the honey bear and the caption honey, he gay? Yes, I created that. And in Ganymede's case, it was hardly news. These days they'd decided to have a collective crush on Deimos, the god of fear, which just made no romantic sense to me. Sure, he's buff and he has nice eyes, but wait. What was I talking about again? Oh, right. The biggest friction between the Grey Sisters and me was professional jealousy. I was a god of prophecy. The Grey Sisters told the future, too, but they weren't under my corporate umbrella. They paid me no tribute, no royalties, nothing. They got their wisdom from actually, I didn't know. Rumor had it they were born of the primal sea gods, created from swirls of foam and scum, so they knew little bits of wisdom and prophecy that got swept up in the tides. Whatever the case, I didn't like them poaching my territory, and for some inexplicable reason, they didn't like me back. Their predictions hold on. I did a mental rewind. Did you say something about predicting you would pick me up? Ha! Tempest said. Wouldn't you like to know? Anger cackled. As if we would share that bit of doggerel we have for you. Shut up, Anger. Wasp slapped her sister. He didn't ask yet. Meg perked up. You have a dog for Apollo. I cursed under my breath. I saw where this conversation was going. The three sisters loved to play coy with their auguries. They liked to make their passengers beg and plead to find out what they knew about the future. But, really, the old grey dingbats were dying to share. In the past, every time I'd agreed to listen to their so-called prophetic poetry, it turned out to be a prediction of what I would have for lunch, or an expert opinion about which Olympian god I most resembled. Hint, it was never Apollo. Then they would pester me for a critique and ask if I would share their poetry with my literary agent. Ugh! I wasn't sure what tidbits they might have for me this time, but I was not going to give them the satisfaction of asking. I already had enough actual prophetic verse to worry about. Doggerel, I explained for Meg's sake, means a few irregular lines of poetry. With these three, that's redundant, since everything they do is irregular. We won't tell you, then. Wasp threatened. We will never tell. Angor agreed. I didn't ask, I said blandly. I want to hear about the dog, Meg said. No, you don't, I assured her. Outside, Queens blurred into the Long Island suburbs. In the front seat, the Grey sisters practically quivered with eagerness to spill what they knew. Very important words. Wasp said. But you'll never hear them. Okay, I agreed. You can't make us. Tempest said. Even though your fate depends on it. A hint of doubt crept into my cranium. Was it possible? No, surely not. If I fell for their tricks, I'd most likely get Grey sisters' hot take on which facial products were perfect for my skin undertones. Not buying it, I said. Not selling. Wasp shrieked. Too important, these lines. We would only tell you if you threatened us with terrible things. I will not resort to threatening you, he's threatening us. Tempest flailed. She slammed Wasp on the back so hard the communal eyeball popped right out of her socket. Wasp snatched it and with a terrible show of fumbling, intentionally chucked it over her shoulder, right into my lap. I screamed. The sisters screamed, too. Anger, now bereft of guidance, swerved all over the road, sending my stomach into my esophagus. He's stolen our eye, cried Tempest. We can't see. I have not. I yelped. It's disgusting. Meg whooped with pleasure. This is so cool. Get it off. I squirmed and tilted my hips, hoping the eye would roll away, but it stayed stubbornly in my lap, staring up at me with the accusatory glare of a dead catfish. Meg did not help. Clearly, she didn't want to do anything that might interfere with the coolness of us dying in a faster-than-light car crash. He will crush our eye, Anger cried, if we don't recite our verses. I will not. We will all die. Wasp said. He is crazy. 1 a.m. not. Fine, you win. Tempest howled. She drew herself up and recited as if performing for the people in Connecticut 10 miles away, a dare reveals the path that was unknown. Anger chimed in, and bears destruction, lion, snake entwined. Wasp concluded, or else the princeps never be o'erthrown. Meg clapped. I stared at the Grey sisters in disbelief. That wasn't doggerel. That was terzarima. You just gave us the next stanza of our actual prophecy. Well, that's all we've got for you. Angor said. Now give me the eye, quick. We're almost at camp. Panic overcame my shock. If Angor couldn't stop at our destination, we'd accelerate past the point of no return and vaporize in a colorful streak of plasma across Long Island. And yet that still sounded better than touching the eyeball in my lap. Meg. Kleenex. She snorted. Wimp. She scooped up the eye with her bare hand and tossed it to Anger. Anger shoved the eye in her socket. She blinked at the road, yelled yikes, and slammed on the brakes so hard my chin hit my sternum. Once the smoke cleared, I saw we had skidded to a stop on the old farm road just outside of camp. To our left loomed Half-Blood Hill, a single great pine tree rising from its summit, the golden fleece glittering from the lowest branch. Coiled around the base of the tree was Peleus the dragon. And standing next to the dragon, casually scratching its ears, was an old frenemy of mine, Dionysus, the god of doing things to annoy Apollo. 8 I am Mr. A. I am here to fix toilets and also pass out. Perhaps that last comment was unfair. Dionysus was the god of other things, such as wine, madness, Oscar night after parties and certain types of vegetation. But, to me, he would always be the annoying little brother who followed me around, trying to get my attention by imitating everything I did. You know the type. You're a god. Your little brother pesters dad to make him a god, too, even though being a god is supposed to be your thing. You have a nice chariot pulled by fiery horses. Your little brother insists on getting his own chariot pulled by leopards. You lay waste to the Greek armies at Troy. Your little brother decides to invade India. Pretty typical stuff. Dionysus stood at the top of the hill, as if he'd been expecting us. Being a god, maybe he had. His leopard-skin golf shirt matched the golden fleece in the branch above him quite well. His mauve golf slacks did not. In the old days, I might have teased him about his taste in clothes. Now, I couldn't risk it. A lump formed in my throat. I was already carsick from our taxi ride and our impromptu game of catch the eyeball. My wounded forehead throbbed. My brain swirled with the new lines of prophecy the Grey Sisters had given us. I didn't need any more things to worry about. But seeing Dionysus again, this would be complicated. Meg slammed the taxi door behind her. Thanks, guys, she told the Grey Sisters. Next time, tell me about the dog. Without so much as a goodbye or a plea to share their poetry with my literary agent, the Grey Sisters submerged in a pool of red-black tar. Meg squinted up at the hill's summit. Who's that guy? We didn't meet him before. She sounded suspicious, as if he were intruding on her territory. That, I said, is the god Dionysus. Meg frowned. Why? She might have meant, why is he a god? Why is he standing up there? Or why is this our life? All three questions were equally valid. I don't know, I said. Let's find out. Trekking up the hill, I fought the urge to burst into hysterical sobbing or laughter. Probably I was going into shock. It had been a rough day, and it wasn't even lunchtime yet. However, given the fact that we were approaching the god of madness, I had to consider the more serious possibility that I was having a psychotic or manic break. I already felt disconnected from reality. I couldn't concentrate. I didn't know who I was supposed to be, or even who I wanted to be. I was getting emotional whiplash from my exhilarating surges of godlike power, my depressing crashes back into mortal frailty, and my adrenaline-charged bouts of terror. In such a condition, approaching Dionysus was asking for trouble. Just being near him could widen the cracks in anyone's psyche. Meg and I reached the summit. Peleus welcomed us with a puff of steam from his nostrils. Meg gave the dragon a hug around the neck, which I'm not sure I would have recommended. Dragons are notoriously not huggers. Dionysus eyed me with a mixture of shock and horror, much the same way I looked at myself in the mirror these days. So, it's true, what father did to you, he said. That cold-hearted glamin. In ancient Greek, glamin meant something like dirty old man. Given Zeus's romantic track record, I doubted he would even consider it an insult. Dionysus gripped my shoulders. I didn't trust myself to speak. He looked the same as he had for the past half-century, a short middle-aged man with a potbelly, sagging jowls, a red nose and curly black hair. The violet tint of his irises was the only indicator that he might be more than human. Other Olympians could never comprehend why Dionysus chose this form when he could look like anything he wanted. In ancient times, he'd been famous for his youthful beauty that defied gender. But I understood. For the crime of chasing the wrong nymph, translation, one our father wanted instead, Dionysus had been sentenced to run this camp for 100 years. He had been denied wine, his most noble creation, and forbidden access to Olympus except for special meeting days. In retaliation, Dionysus had decided to look and act as ungodly as possible. He was like a child refusing to tuck in his shirt, comb his hair or brush his teeth, just to show his parents how little he cared. Poor Apollo. He hugged me. His hair smelled faintly of grape-flavored bubblegum. This unexpected show of sympathy brought me close to tears until Dionysus pulled away, held me at arm's length and gave me a triumphant smirk. Now you understand how miserable I've been, he said. Finally, someone got punished even more harshly than me. I nodded, swallowing back a sob. Here was the old, on-brand Dionysus I knew and didn't exactly love. Yes. Hello, brother. This is Meg, don't care. Dionysus's eyes remained fixed on me, his tone infused with joy. Humph. Meg crossed her arms. Where's Chiron? I liked him better. Who? Dionysus said. Oh, him. Long story. Let's get you into camp, Apollo. I can't wait to show you off to the demigods. You look horrible. We took the long way through camp. Dionysus seemed determined to make sure everyone saw me. This is Mr. A, he told all the newcomers we encountered. He's my assistant. If you have any complaints or problems, toilets backing up or whatnot, talk to him. Could you not? I muttered. Dionysus smiled. If I am Mr. D, you can be Mr. A. He's Lester, Meg complained. And he's my assistant. Dionysus ignored her. Oh, look, another batch of first-year campers. Let's go introduce you. My legs were wobbly. My head ached. I needed lunch, rest, antibiotics, and a new identity, not necessarily in that order. But we trudged on. The camp was busier than it had been the winter when Meg and I first straggled in. Then, only a core group of year-rounders had been present. Now, waves of newly discovered demigods were arriving for the summer, dozens of dazed kids from all over the world, many still accompanied by the satyrs who had located them. Some demigods, who, evidently, had recently fought off monsters, were injured even worse than I was, which I suppose is why Meg and I didn't get more stares. We made our way through the camp's central green. Around its edges, most of the 20 cabins buzzed with activity. Senior counselors stood in the doorways, welcoming new members or providing directions. At the Hermes cabin, Julia Feingold looked especially overwhelmed, trying to find temporary spots for all the campers still unclaimed by their godly parents. At the Ares cabin, Sherman Yang barked at anyone who got too close to the building, warning them to look out for the landmines around the perimeter. Whether or not that was a joke, no one seemed anxious to find out. Young Harley from the Hephaestus cabin dashed around with a huge grin on his face, challenging the newbies to arm wrestling contests. Across the green, I spotted two of my own children, Austin and Kayla, but, as much as I wanted to talk with them, they were embroiled in some sort of conflict resolution between a group of security harpies and a new kid who had apparently done something the harpies didn't like. I caught Austin's words, "No, you can't just eat a new camper. They get 2 warnings first." Even Dionysus didn't want to get involved in that conversation. We kept walking. The damage from our wintertime battle against Nero's Colossus had been mostly repaired, though some of the dining hall's columns were still broken. Nestled between 2 hills was a new pond in the shape of a giant's footprint. We passed the volleyball court, the sword-fighting arena and the strawberry fields until finally Dionysus took pity on me and led us to camp headquarters. Compared to the camp's Greek temples and amphitheaters, the 4-story sky-blue Victorian known as the Big House looked quaint and homey. Its white trim gleamed like cake frosting. Its bronze eagle weathervane drifted lazily in the breeze. On its wraparound front porch, enjoying lemonade at the card table, sat Nico D'Angelo and Will Solis. "Dad!" Will shot to his feet. He ran down the steps and tackled me in a hug. That's when I lost it. I wept openly. My beautiful son, with his kind eyes, his healer's hands, his sun-warm demeanor. Somehow, he had inherited all my best qualities and none of the worst. He guided me up the steps and insisted I take his seat. He pressed a cold glass of lemonade into my hands, then started fussing over my wounded head. "I'm fine," I murmured, though clearly I wasn't. His boyfriend, Nico D'Angelo, hovered at the edge of our reunion, observing, keeping to the shadows, as children of Hades tend to do. His dark hair had grown longer. He was barefoot, in tattered jeans and a black version of the camp's standard t-shirt, with a skeletal Pegasus on the front above the words CABIN 13. "Meg," Nico said, "take my chair. Your leg looks bad." He scowled at Dionysus, as if the god should have arranged a golf cart for us. "Yes, fine, sit." Dionysus gestured listlessly at the card table. I was attempting to teach Will and Nico the rules of Pinnacle, but they're hopeless. "Oh, Pinnacle," Meg said. "I like Pinnacle." Dionysus narrowed his eyes as if Meg were a small dog who had suddenly begun to spout Emily Dickinson. "Is that so?" Wonders never cease. Nico met my gaze, his eyes pools of ink. So, is it true? Is Jason Nico? Will chided. Don't pressure him. The ice cubes shook in my glass. I couldn't make myself speak, but my expression must have told Nico everything he needed to know. Meg offered Nico her hand. He took it in both of his. He didn't look angry, exactly. He looked as if he'd been hit in the gut not just once but so many times over the course of so many years that he was beginning to lose perspective on what it meant to be in pain. He swayed on his feet. He blinked. Then he flinched, jerking his hands away from Meg's as if he'd just remembered his own touch was poison. He faltered. Scusatemi. He hurried down the steps and across the lawn, his bare feet leaving a trail of dead grass. Will shook his head. He only slips into Italian when he's really upset. The boy has had too much bad news already, Dionysus said with a tone of grudging sympathy. I wanted to ask what he meant about bad news. I wanted to apologize for bringing more trouble. I wanted to explain all the tremendous and spectacular ways I had failed since the last time I had seen Camp Half-Blood. Instead, the lemonade glass slipped from my fingers. It shattered on the floor. I tipped sideways in my chair as Will's voice receded down a long dark tunnel. Dad. Guys, help me. Then I spiraled into unconsciousness. 9 Breakfast is the meal with pancakes and burnt yogurt and insanity. Bad dreams? Sure, why not? I suffered a series of Instagram boomerang nightmares, the same short scenes looped over and over, Lugaselway hurtling over a rooftop. The amphispina staring at me in bewilderment as 2 crossbow bolts pinned his next to the wall. The Grey sister's eyeball flying into my lap and sticking there like it was coated in glue. I tried to channel my dreams in a more peaceful direction, my favorite beach in Fiji, my old festival day in Athens, the gig I played with Duke Ellington at the Cotton Club in 1930. Nothing worked. Instead, I found myself in Nero's throne room. The loft space took up one whole floor of his tower. In every direction, glass walls looked out over the spires of Manhattan. In the center of the room, on a marble dais, the emperor sprawled across a gaudy velvet couch throne. His purple satin pajamas and tiger-striped bathrobe would have made Dionysus jealous. His crown of golden laurels sat askew on his head, which made me want to adjust the neckbeard that wrapped around his chin like a strap. To his left stood a line of young people, demigods, I assumed, adopted members of the imperial family like Meg had been. I counted 11 in all, arranged from tallest to shortest, their ages ranging from about 18 to 8. They wore purple-trimmed togas over their motley assortment of street clothes, to indicate their royal status. Their expressions were a case study in the results of Nero's abusive parenting style. The youngest seemed struck with wonder, fear, and hero worship. The slightly older ones looked broken and traumatized, their eyes hollow. The adolescents showed a range of anger, resentment, and self-loathing, all bottled up and carefully not directed at Nero. The oldest teens looked like mini Neros, cynical, hard, cruel junior sociopaths. I could not imagine Meg McCaffrey in that assembly. And yet I couldn't stop wondering where she would fall in the line of horrific expressions. 2 Germany lumbered into the throne room Karimga stretcher. On it lay the large, battered form of Lugaselway. They set her down at Nero's feet, and she let out a miserable groan. At least she was still alive. The hunter returns empty-handed, Nero sneered. Plan B it is, then. A 48-hour ultimatum seems reasonable. He turned to his adopted children. Lucius, double security at the storage vats. Emilia, send out invitations. And order a cake. Something nice. It's not every day we get to destroy a city the size of New York. My dream self plummeted through the tower into the depths of the earth. I stood in a vast cavern. I knew I must be somewhere beneath Delphi, the seat of my most sacred oracle, because the soup of volcanic fumes swirling around me smelled like nothing else in the world. I could hear my arch-nemesis Python, somewhere in the darkness, dragging his immense body over the stone floor. You still do not see it. His voice was a low rumble. Oh, Apollo, bless your tiny, inadequate brain. You charge around, knocking over pieces, but you never look at the whole board. A few hours, at most. That is all it will take once the last pawn falls. And you will do the hard work for me. His laughter was like an explosion sunk deep into stone, designed to bring down a hillside. Fear rolled over me until I could no longer breathe. I woke feeling like I'd spent hours trying to squirm out of a stone cocoon. Every muscle in my body ached. I wished I could just once wake up refreshed after a dream about getting seaweed wraps and pedicures with the 9 muses. Oh, I missed our spa decades. But no. I got sneering emperors and giant laughing reptiles instead. I sat up, woozy and blurry-eyed. I was lying in my old cot in the me cabin. Sunlight streamed through the window's morning light. Had I really slept that long? Snuggled up next to me, something warm and furry was growling and snuffling on my pillow. At first glance, I thought it might be a pit bull, though I was fairly sure I did not own a pit bull. Then it looked up, and I realized it was the disembodied head of a leopard. 1 nanosecond later, I was standing at the opposite end of the cabin, screaming. It was the closest I'd come to teleporting since I'd lost my godly powers. Oh, you're awake. My son Will emerged from the bathroom in a billow of steam, his blonde hair dripping wet and a towel around his waist. On his left pectoral was a stylized sun tattoo, which seemed unnecessary to me, as if he could be mistaken for anything but a child of the sun god. He froze when he registered the panic in my eyes. What's wrong? Grr, said the leopard. See more. Will marched over to my cot and picked up the leopard head, which at some point in the distant past had been taxidermied and stuck on a plaque, then liberated from a garage sale by Dionysus and granted new life. Normally, as I recalled, Seymour resided over the fireplace mantel in the big house, which did not explain why he had been chewing on my pillow. What are you doing here? Will demanded of the leopard. Then, to me, I swear I did not put him in your bed. I did. Dionysus materialized right next to me. My tortured lungs could not manage another scream, but I leaped back an additional few inches. Dionysus gave me his patented smirk. I thought you might like some company. I always sleep better with a teddy leopard. Very kind. I tried my best to kill him with eye daggers. But I prefer to sleep alone. As you wish. Seymour, back to the big house. Dionysus snapped his fingers and the leopard head vanished from Will's hands. Well, then. Dionysus studied me. Feeling better after 19 hours of sleep. I realized I was wearing nothing but my underwear. With my pale, lumpy mortal form covered in bruises and scars, I looked less than ever like a god and more like a grub that had been prized from the soil with a stick. Feeling great, I grumbled. Excellent. Will, get him presentable. I'll see you both at breakfast. Breakfast? I said in a daze. Yes, Dionysus said. It's the meal with pancakes. I do love pancakes. He disappeared in a grape-scented cloud of glitter. Such a show-off, I muttered. Will laughed. You really have changed. I wish people would stop pointing that out. It's a good thing. I looked down again at my battered body. If you say so. Do you have any clothing, or possibly a burlap sack I might borrow? Here's all you need to know about Will Solace. He had clothes waiting for me. On his last trip into town, he'd gone shopping specifically for things that might fit me. I figured you'd come back to camp eventually, he said. I hoped you would, anyway. I wanted you to feel at home. It was enough to start me crying again. Gods, I was an emotional wreck. Will hadn't inherited his thoughtfulness from me. That was all his mother, Naomi, bless her kind heart. I thought about giving Will a hug, but since we were clad in just underwear and a towel, respectively, that seemed awkward. He patted me on the shoulder instead. Go take a shower, he advised. The others took an early morning hike. He gestured at the empty bunks, but they'll be back soon. I'll wait for you. Once I was showered and dressed in a fresh pair of jeans and a v-necked olive tee, both of which fit perfectly, Will rebandaged my forehead. He gave me some aspirin for my aching everything. I was starting to feel almost human again, in a good way, when a conch horn sounded in the distance, calling the camp to breakfast. On our way out of the cabin, we collided with Kayla and Austin, just returning from their hike with 3 younger campers in tow. More tears and hugs were exchanged. You've grown up. Kayla gripped my shoulders with her archery strong hands. The June sunlight made her freckles more pronounced. The green-tinted tips of her orange hair made me think of Halloween pumpkin candy. You're 2 inches taller at least. Isn't he, Austin? Definitely, Austin agreed. As a jazz musician, Austin was usually smooth and cool, but he gave me a serene smile like I'd just nailed a solo worthy of Ornette Coleman. His sleeveless orange camp tee showed off his dark arms. His cornrows were done in swirls like alien crop circles. It's not just the height, he decided. It's the way you hold yourself, ahem, said one of the kids behind him. Oh, right. Sorry, guys. Austin stepped aside. We got 3 new campers this year, Dad. I'm sure you remember your children Gracie and Jerry and Yan guys, this is Apollo. Austin introduced them casually, like I know you don't have a clue who these 3 kids are that you sired and forgot about 12 or 13 years ago, but don't worry, Dad, I got you. Jerry was from London, Gracie from Idaho and Yan from Hong Kong. When had I been in Hong Kong? All 3 seemed stunned to meet me, but more in a you have to be kidding me way, not in a wow cool sort of way. I muttered some apologies about being a terrible father. The newcomers exchanged glances and apparently decided, by silent agreement, to put me out of my misery. I'm famished, Jerry said. Yeah, Gracie said. Dining hall. And off we trekked like one big super awkward family. Campers from other cabins were also streaming towards the dining pavilion. I spotted Meg halfway up the hill, chatting excitedly with her siblings from the Demeter cabin. At her side trotted Peaches, her fruit tree spirit companion. The little diapered fellow seemed quite happy, alternately flapping his leafy wings and grabbing Meg's leg to get her attention. We hadn't seen Peaches since Kentucky, as he tended to only show up in natural settings or when Meg was in dire trouble, or when breakfast was about to be served. Meg and I had been together so long, usually just the 2 of us, that I felt a pang in my heart watching her stroll along with a different set of friends. She looked so content without me. If I ever made it back to Mount Olympus, I wondered if she would decide to stay at Camp Half-Blood. I also wondered why the thought made me so sad. After the horrors she'd suffered in Nero's imperial household, she deserved some peace. That made me think about my dream of Lugaselwe, battered and broken on a stretcher in front of Nero's throne. Perhaps I had more in common with the Gaul than I wanted to admit. Meg needed a better family, a better home than either Lou or L could give her. But that didn't make it any easier to contemplate letting her go. Just ahead of us, a boy of about 9 stumbled from the Ares cabin. His helmet had completely swallowed his head. He ran to catch up to his cabin mates, the point of his too long sword tracing a serpentine line in the dirt behind him. The newbies all look so young, Will murmured. Were we ever that young? Kayla and Austin nodded in agreement. Yan grumbled. We newbies are right here. I wanted to tell them that they were all so young. Their lifespans were a blink of an eye compared to my 4 millennia. I should be wrapping them all in warm blankets and giving them cookies rather than expecting them to be heroes, slay monsters, and buy me clothes. On the other hand, Achilles hadn't even started shaving yet when he sailed off to the Trojan War. I'd watched so many young heroes march bravely to their deaths over the centuries, just thinking about it made me feel older than Cronus's teething ring. After the relatively ordered meals of the 12th Legion at Camp Jupiter, breakfast at the dining pavilion was quite a shock. Counselors tried to explain the seating rules, such as they were, while returning campers jockeyed for spots next to their friends, and the newbies tried not to kill themselves or each other with their new weapons. Dryads wove through the crowd with platters of food, satyrs trotting behind them and stealing bites. Honeysuckle vines bloomed on the Greek columns, filling the air with perfume. At the sacrificial fire, demigods took turns scraping parts of their meals into the flames as offerings to the gods: corn flakes, bacon, toast, yogurt. Yogurt. A steady plume of smoke rolled into the heavens. As a former god, I appreciated the sentiment, but I also wondered whether the smell of burning yogurt was worth the air pollution. Will offered me a seat next to him, then passed me a goblet of orange juice. Thank you, I managed. But where's, I scanned the crowd for Nico D'Angelo, remembering how he normally sat at Will's table, regardless of cabin rules. Up there, Will said, apparently guessing my thoughts. The son of Hades sat next to Dionysus at the head table. The god's plate was piled high with pancakes. Nico's was empty. They seemed an odd pair, sitting together, but they appeared to be in a deep and serious conversation. Dionysus rarely tolerated demigods at his table. If he was giving Nico such undivided attention, something must be seriously wrong. I remembered what Mr. D had said yesterday, just before I passed out. That boy has had too much bad news already, I repeated, then frowned at Will. What did that mean? Will picked at the wrapper of his bran muffin. It's complicated. Nico sensed Jason's death weeks ago. It sent him into a rage. I'm so sorry. It's not your fault, Will assured me. When you got here, you just confirmed what Nico already knew. The thing is, Nico lost his sister Bianca a few years back. He spent a long time raging about that. He wanted to go into the underworld to retrieve her, which I guess, as a son of Hades, he's really not supposed to do. Anyway, he was finally starting to come to terms with her death. Then he learned about Jason, the first person he really considered a friend. It triggered a lot of stuff for him. Nico has traveled to the deepest parts of the underworld, even down in Tartarus. The fact that he came through it in one piece is a miracle. With his sanity intact, I agreed. Then I looked again at Dionysus, god of madness, who seemed to be giving Nico advice. Oh. Yeah, Will agreed, his face drawn with worry. They've been eating most meals together, though Nico doesn't eat much these days. Nico has been having, I guess you'd call it, post-traumatic stress disorder. He gets flashbacks. He has waking dreams. Dionysus is trying to help him make sense of it all. The worst part is the voices. A dryad slammed a plate of Hugo's rancheros in front of me, almost making me jump out of my jeans. She smirked and walked off, looking quite pleased with herself. Voices? One asked Will. Will turned up his palms. Nico won't tell me much. Just someone in Tartarus keeps calling his name. Someone needs his help. It's been all I could do to stop him from storming down into the underworld by himself. I told him, talk to Dionysus first. Figure out what's real and what's not. Then, if he has to go, we'll go together. A rivulet of cold sweat trickled between my shoulder blades. I couldn't imagine Will in the underworld, a place with no sunshine, no healing, no kindness. Hope it doesn't come to that, I said. Will nodded. Maybe if we can take down Nero, maybe that will give Nico something else to focus on for a while, assuming we can help you. Kayla had been listening quietly, but now she leaned in. Yeah, Meg was telling us about this prophecy you got. The Tower of Nero and all that. If there's a battle, we want in. Austin wagged a breakfast sausage at me. Word. Their willingness to help made me feel grateful. If I had to go to war, I would want Kayla's bow at my side. Will's healing skill might keep me alive, despite my best efforts to get killed. Austin could terrify our enemies with diminished minor riffs on his saxophone. On the other hand, I remembered Lugaselwe's warning about Nero's readiness. He wanted us to attack. A full frontal assault would be suicide. I would not let my children come to harm, even if my only other option was to trust Lou's crazy plan and surrender myself to the Emperor. A 48-hour ultimatum, Nero had said in my dream. Then he would burn down New York. Gods, why wasn't there an option C on this multiple-choice test? Clink, clink, clink. Dionysus rose at the head table, a glass and spoon in his hands. The dining pavilion fell silent. Demigods turned and waited for morning announcements. I recalled Chiron having much more trouble getting everyone's attention. Then again, Chiron didn't have the power to turn the entire assembly into bunches of grapes. Mr. A and Will Solace, report to the head table, Dionysus said. The campers waited for more. That's all, Mr. D said. Honestly, do I need to tell you how to eat breakfast? Carry on. The campers resumed their normal happy chaos. Will and I picked up our plates. Good luck, Kayla said. I have a feeling you'll need it. We went to join Dionysus and Nico at the international head table of pancakes. 10 Hugo's rancheros do not go with prophecies, much like happiness. Dionysus had not asked for Meg, but she joined us anyway. She plopped down next to me with her plate of pancakes and snapped her fingers at Dionysus. Pass the syrup. I feared Mr. D might turn her into a taxidermied backend for Seymour, but he simply did as she asked. I suppose he didn't want to polymorph the only other person at camp who liked Pinnacle. Peaches stayed behind at the Demeter table, where he was getting fawned over by the campers. This was just as well, since grape gods and peach spirits don't mix. Will sat next to Nico and put an apple on his empty plate. Eat something. Humph, Nico said, though he leaned into Will ever so sly. Right. Dionysus held up a cream-colored piece of stationery between his fingers, like a magician producing a card. This came for me last night via Harpy Courier. He slid it across the table so I could read the fancy print. Nero Claudius Caesar Augustus Germanicus requests the pleasure of your company at the burning of the greater New York metropolitan area 48 hours after receipt of this invitation, unless the former god Apollo, now known as Lester Papadopoulos, surrenders himself before that time to imperial justice at the Tower of Nero, in which case we will just have cake gifts, only expensive ones. Please RSVP, don't bother. If you don't show up, we'll know. I pushed away my Huevos Rancheros. My appetite had vanished. It was one thing to hear about Nero's diabolical plans in my nightmares. It was another thing to see them spelled out in black and white calligraphy with a promise of cake. 48 hours from last night, I said. Yes, Dionysus mused. I've always liked Nero. He has panache. Meg stabbed viciously at her pancakes. She filled her mouth with fluffy, syrupy goodness, probably to keep herself from muttering curse words. Nico caught my gaze across the table. His dark eyes swam with anger and worry. On his plate, the apple started to wither. Will squeezed his hand. Hey, stop! Nico's expression softened a bit. The apple stopped its premature slide into old age. Sorry. I'm tired of talking about problems I can't fix. I want to help. He said help as if it meant chop our enemies into small pieces. Nico D'Angelo wasn't physically imposing like Sherman Yang. He didn't have Reina Ramirez Arellano's air of authority, or Hazel Levesque's commanding presence when she charged into battle on horseback. But Nico wasn't someone I would ever want as an enemy. He was deceptively quiet. He appeared anemic and frail. He kept himself on the periphery. But Will was right about how much Nico had been through. He had been born in Mussolini's Italy. He had survived decades in the time-warp reality of the Lotus Casino. He'd emerged in modern times disoriented and culture-shocked, arrived at Camp Half-Blood, and promptly lost his sister Bianca to a dangerous quest. He had wandered the labyrinth in self-imposed exile, being tortured and brainwashed by a malevolent ghost. He'd overcome everyone's distrust and emerged from the Battle of Manhattan as a hero. He'd been captured by giants during the rise of Gaia. He'd wandered Tartarus alone and somehow managed to come out alive. And, through it all, he'd struggled with his upbringing as a conservative Catholic Italian male from the 1930s and finally learned to accept himself as a young gay man. Anyone who could survive all that had more resilience than Stygian iron. We do need your help, I promised. Meg told you about the prophetic verses. Meg told Will, Nico said. Will told me. Terza rima. Like in Dante. We had to study him in elementary school in Italy. Gotta say, I never thought it would come in handy. Will poked at his bran muffin. Just so I'm clear, you got the first stanza from a cyclops's armpit, the second from a two-headed snake and the third from three old ladies who drive a taxi. We didn't have much choice in the matter, I said. But yes. Does the poem ever end? Will asked. If the rhyme scheme interlocks stanza to stanza, couldn't it keep going forever? I shuddered. I hope not. Usually the last stanza would include a closing couplet, but we haven't heard one yet. Which means, Nico said, that there are more stanzas to come. Yippee. Meg shoved more pancake in her mouth. Dionysus matched her with a mouthful of his own, as if they were engaged in a competition to see who could devour the most and enjoy it the least. Well, then, Will said with forced cheerfulness, let's discuss the stanzas we have. Was it, the Tower of Nero to alone ascend? That part is obvious enough. It must mean Apollo and Meg, right? We surrender, Meg said. That's Lugaselway's plan. Dionysus snorted. Apollo, please tell me you're not going to trust a Gaul. You haven't got that addle-brained, have you? Hey! Meg said. We can trust Lu. She let Lester throw her off a roof. Dionysus narrowed his eyes. Did she survive? Meg looked flustered. I mean yes, I interrupted. She did. I told them what I had seen in my dreams, the broken Gaul brought before Nero's throne, the emperor's ultimatum, then my plunge into the caverns beneath Delphi, where Python blessed my tiny brain. Dionysus nodded thoughtfully. Ah, yes, Python. If you survive Nero, you have that to look forward to. I didn't appreciate the reminder. Stopping a power-mad emperor from taking over the world and destroying a city. That was one thing. Python was a more nebulous threat, harder to quantify, but potentially 1,000 times more dangerous. Meg and I had freed 4 oracles from the grasp of the triumvirate, but Delphi still remained firmly under Python's control. That meant the world's main source of prophecy was being slowly choked off, poisoned, manipulated. In ancient times, Delphi had been called the Omphalos, the navel of the world. Unless I managed to defeat Python and retake the oracle, the entire fate of humanity was at risk. Delphic prophecies were not simply glimpses into the future. They shaped the future. And you did not want an enormous malevolent monster controlling a wellspring of power like that, calling the shots for all human civilization. I frowned at Dionysus. You could always, oh, I don't know, decide to help. He scoffed. You know as well as I do, Apollo, that quests like this are demigod business. As for advising, guiding, helping, that's really more Chiron's job. He should be back from his meeting tomorrow night, I would think, but that will be too late for you. I wished he hadn't put it that way, too late for you. What meeting? Meg asked. Dionysus waved the question away. Some joint task force, he called it. The world often has more than one crisis happening at a time. Perhaps you've noticed. He said he had an emergency meeting with a cat and a severed head, whatever that means. So instead we get you, Meg said. Believe me, child, I would rather not be here with you delightful rapscallions, either. After I was so helpful in the wars against Cronus and Gaia, I was hoping Zeus might grant me early parole from my servitude in this miserable place. But, as you can see, he sent me right back to complete my 100 years. Our father does love to punish his children. He gave me that smirk again, the one that meant at least you got it worse. I wished Chiron were here, but there was no point in dwelling on that, or on whatever the old centaur might be up to at his emergency meeting. We had enough to worry about on our own. Python's words kept slithering around in my brain, you never look at the whole board. The evil reptile was playing a game inside a game. No great surprise that he would be using the triumvirate for his own purposes, but Python seemed to relish the idea that I might kill his last ally, Nero. And after that? A few hours, at most. That is all it will take once the last pavn falls. I had no idea what that meant. Python was right that I couldn't see the whole board. I didn't understand the rules. I just wanted to sweep the pieces away and shout, I'm going home. Whatever. Meg poured more syrup onto her plate in an effort to create Lake Pancake. Point is, that other line says our lives depend on Nero's own. That means we can trust Lu. We'll surrender before the deadline, like she told us. Nico tilted his head. Even if you do surrender, what makes you think Nero will honor his word? If he's gone to all the trouble to rig enough Greek fire to burn down New York, why wouldn't he just do it anyway? He would, I said. Most definitely. Dionysus seemed to ponder this. But these fires wouldn't extend as far as, say, Camp Half-Blood. Dude, Will said. What? The god asked. I am only in charge of the safety of this camp. Lu has a plan, Meg insisted. Once we're captured, Nero will relax his guard. Lu will free us. We'll destroy. She hesitated. We'll destroy his fasces. Then he'll be weak. We can beat him before he burns the city. I wondered if anyone else had caught her change of direction, the way she'd felt too uncomfortable to say we'll destroy Nero. At the other tables, campers continued eating breakfast, jostling each other good-naturedly, chatting about the day's scheduled activities. None of them paid much attention to our conversation. No one was glancing nervously at me and asking their cabin mates if I was really the god Apollo. Why would they? This was a new generation of demigods, just starting their first summer at camp. For all they knew, I was a normal fixture of the landscape like Mr. D, the satyrs, and ritual yogurt burnings. Mr. A? Oh, yeah. He used to be a god or something. Just ignore him. Many times over the centuries, I had felt out of date and forgotten. Never more so than at that moment. If Lou is telling the truth, Will was saying, and if Nero still trusts her and if she can break you out, Nico added, and if you can destroy the fasces before Nero burns down the city. That's a lot of ifs. I don't like scenarios with more than one if. Like I might take you out for pizza this weekend, Will offered, if you're not too annoying. Exactly. Nico's smile was a bit of winter sun breaking between snow flurries. So, assuming you guys go through with this crazy plan, what are we supposed to do? Meg belched. It's right there in the prophecy. The son of Hades thing. Nico's face clouded over. What son of Hades thing? Will developed a sudden interest in his bran muffins wrapper. Nico seemed to realize, at the same time I did, that Will hadn't shared all the lines of the prophecy with him. William Andrew Solis, Nico said, do you have something to confess? I was going to mention it. Will looked at me pleadingly, as if he couldn't make himself say the lines. The son of Hades, cavern runner's friend, I recited. Must show the secret way unto the throne. Nico scowled with such intensity I feared he might make Will wither like the apple. You think that might have been good to mention sooner? Hold on, I said, partly to spare Will from Nico's wrath, and partly because I had been racking my brain, trying to think who these cavern runners might be, and I still had no clue. Nico, do you know what those lines mean? Nico nodded. The cavern runners are new friends of Madame. They're hardly friends, Will muttered. They're experts on subterranean geography, Nico said. I've been talking to them about other business. Which is not good for your mental health, Dionysus added in a sing-song voice. Nico gave him a death to apples look. If there is a secret way into Nero's tower, they might know it. Will shook his head. Every time you visit them. He let his statement die, but the concern in his voice was as jagged as broken glass. Then come with me this time, Nico said. Help me. Will's expression was miserable. I could tell he desperately wanted to protect Nico, to help him any way he could. He also desperately did not want to visit these cavern runners. Who are they? Meg said, between bites of pancake. Are they horrible? Yes, Will said. No, Nico said. Well, that's settled, then, Dionysus said. Since Mr. D'Angelo seems intent on ignoring my mental health advice. And going on this quest, that's not fair, Nico protested. You heard the prophecy. I have to. The whole concept of have to is strange to me, Dionysus said, but if your mind is made up, you'd best get going, eh? Apollo only has until tomorrow night to surrender, or fake surrender, or whatever you wish to call it. Anxious to get rid of us? Meg asked. Dionysus laughed. And people say there are no stupid questions. But if you trust your friend Lululemon Lugaselway, Meg growled. Whatever. Shouldn't you hurry back to her? Nico folded his arms. I'll need some time before we leave. If I want to ask my new friends a favor, I can't show up empty-handed. Oh, ick, Will said. You're not going to? Nico raised an eyebrow at him, like, really, boyfriend? You're already in the doghouse. Will sighed. Fine. I'll go with you to gather supplies. Nico nodded. That'll take us most of the day. Apollo, Meg, how about you stay at camp and rest up for now? The four of us can leave for the city first thing tomorrow morning. That should still give us enough time. But... Rye voice faltered. I wanted to protest, but I wasn't sure on what grounds. Only a day at Camp Half-Blood before our final push towards destruction and death? That wasn't nearly enough time to procrastinate. I thought a quest had to be formally authorized. Formally authorize it, Dionysus said. But it can only be 3 people, I said. Dionysus looked at Will, Nico, and me. I'm only counting 3. Hey! Meg said. I'm coming, too. Dionysus pointedly ignored her. We don't even have a plan, I said. Once we find this secret path, what do we do with it? Vivi, here do we start? We start with Rachel, Will said, still picking glumly at his muffin. Adair reveals the path that was unknown. The truth pierced the base of my neck like an acupuncture needle. Of course, Will's interpretation made total sense. Our old friend would probably be at home in Brooklyn, just starting her summer break, not expecting me to crash her place and demand help. Rachel Elizabeth Dare, I said. My Delphic priestess. Excellent, Dionysus said. Now that you've got your suicidal quest figured out, can we please finish breakfast? And stop hogging the syrup, McCaffrey. Other people have pancakes. 211 I apologize to my arrow, and undies, and, well, everything. What would you do if you only had 1 day at Camp Half-Blood? Perhaps you'd partake in a game of capture the flag, or ride a Pegasus over the beach, or laze in the meadow enjoying the sunshine and the sweet fragrance of ripening strawberries. All good choices. I did none of them. I spent my day running around in a panic, trying to prepare myself for imminent death. After breakfast, Nico refused to share any more information about the mysterious cave runners. You'll find out tomorrow was all he said. When I asked Will, he clammed up and looked so sad didn't have the heart to press him. Dionysus probably could have enlightened me, but he'd already checked us off his to-do list. Told you, Apollo, the world has many crises. Just this morning, scientists released another study tying soda to hypertension. If they continue to disparage the name of Diet Coke, I will have to smite someone. He stormed off to plot his revenge on the health industry. I thought Meg, at least, would stay at my side as we got ready for our quest. Instead, she chose to spend her morning planting squash with the Demeter cabin. That's correct, dear reader. She chose ornamental gourds over me. My first stop was the Ares cabin, where I asked Sherman Yang if he had any helpful intel on Nero's tower. It's a fortress, he said. A frontal attack would be suicide, I guessed. No secret entrances. Not that I know of. If there were, they'd be heavily guarded and set with traps. He got a faraway look on his face. Maybe motion-activated flamethrowers. That would be cool. I began to wonder if Sherman would be more helpful as an advisor to Nero. Is it possible, I asked, that Nero could have a doomsday weapon in place? For instance, enough Greek fire to destroy New York at the push of a button? Whoa! Sherman developed the love-struck expression of someone seeing Aphrodite for the first time. That would be amazing. I mean bad. That would be bad. But yet, it's possible. With his wealth and resources. The amount of time he's had to plan? Sure. He'd need a central storage facility and a delivery system for rapid dispersal. My guess? It would be underground to take advantage of the city's pipes, sewers, tunnels and whatnot. You think he's really got something like that? Do we leave for battle? I realized I may have told Sherman Yang too much. I'll get back to you, I muttered, and beat a hasty retreat. Next stop, the Athena cabin. I asked their current head counselor, Malcolm, if he had any information about the Tower of Nero or creatures called cave runners, or any hypotheses about why a Gaul like Lugaselwe might be working for Nero, and whether or not she could be trusted. Malcolm paced the cabin, frowning at various wall maps and bookshelves. I could do some research, he offered. We could come up with a solid intelligence dossier and a plan of attack. That would be amazing. It'll take us about 4 weeks. Maybe 3, if we push it. When do you have to leave? I exited the cabin in tears. Before lunchtime, I decided to consult my weapon of last resort, the arrow of Dodona. I moved into the woods, thinking perhaps the arrow would be more prophetic if I brought it closer to its place of origin, the grove of Dodona, where trees whispered the future and every branch dreamed of growing up to be a Shakespeare-spouting projectile. Also, I wanted to be far enough from the cabins that no one would see me talking to an inanimate object. I updated the arrow on the latest developments and prophecy verses. Then, gods help me, I asked its advice. One toldst thou before, the arrow said. One seest no other interpretation. Thou must trust the emperor's own. Meaning Lugaselway, I said. Meaning I should surrender myself to Nero, because a Gaul I barely know tells me it's the only way to stop the emperor. Verily, said the arrow. And seest thou, can you see what will happen after we surrender? Nay, maybe if I brought you back to the grove of Dodona. Nay. It spoke so forcefully that it almost rattled out of my grasp. I stared at the arrow, waiting for more, but I got the feeling its outburst had surprised even it. So are you just making horse sounds now? A fig. It cursed. At least, I assumed it was a swear and not a lunch order. Takest me not to the grove, pernicious Lester? Thinkest thou one shouldst be welcomed there, my quest incomplete? Its tone wasn't easy to understand, since its voice resonated straight into the plates of my skull, but I thought it sounded hurt. I'm sorry, I said. I didn't realize, of course thou didst not. Its fletching rippled. One left not willingly from my home, O Lester. One was forced, cast out. One small branch, expendable, forgettable, exiled from the chorus of trees until one shouldst prove myself. If now one returned, the entire grove would laugh. The humiliation, it became still in my hand. Forgettest thou what one said, it hummed. Pretendest thou it never happened? I wasn't sure what to say. All my years as a god of archery had not prepared me for playing therapist to an arrow. And yet I felt terrible for the poor projectile. I had hauled it across the country and back again. I had complained about its shortcomings. I had belittled its advice and made fun of its lofty language. I had never stopped to consider that it had feelings, hopes, dreams, and perhaps even a family as dysfunctional and unsupportive as me. I wondered, bitterly, if there was anyone I hadn't neglected, hurt, or overlooked during my time as a mortal. Strike that, during my 4,000 years of existence, period. I could only be grateful that my shoes were not sentient. Or my underwear. Gods, I would never be able to stop apologizing. I have used you poorly, I told the arrow. I'm sorry. Once we've succeeded in our quest, I'll return you to the grove of Dodona, and you'll be welcomed back as a hero. I could feel the pulse in my fingertips beating against the arrow's shaft. It remained quiet for 6 heartbeats. It said at last. Doubtless you are right as far as red flags went. The arrow of Dodona telling me I was right was the reddest and flaggiest I could imagine. What is it? I demanded. You've seen something in the future? Something bad? Its point shuddered. Worry noc thou, one must needs return to my quiver. Thou shouldst speak to Meg. The arrow fell silent. I wanted to know more. I knew there was more. But the arrow had signaled that it was done talking, and, for once, I thought I should consider what it wanted. I returned it to the quiver and began my hike back to the cabins. Perhaps I was overreacting. Just because my life was doom and gloom did not necessarily mean the arrow was doomed, too. Maybe it was just being evasive because, at the end of my journeys, whether I died or not, it was planning to pitch my life story to one of the Muse's new streaming services. I would be remembered only as a limited series on Calliope Plus. Yes, that was probably it. What a relief. I was almost to the edge of the forest when I heard laughter, the laughter of dryads, I deduced, based on my centuries of experience as a dryad stalker. I followed the sound to a nearby outcropping of rocks, where Meg McCaffrey and Peaches were hanging out with half a dozen tree spirits. The dryads were fawning over the fruit spirit, who, being no fool, was doing his best to look adorable for the ladies, which meant not baring his fangs, growling, or showing his claws. He was also wearing a clean loincloth, which was more than he'd ever done around me. Oh, he's precious, said one of the dryads, ruffling Peach's leafy green hair. These little toes, said another, giving him a foot massage. The carpos purred and fluttered his branchy wings. The dryads did not seem to mind that he looked like a killer baby grown from a chia kit. Meg tickled his belly. Yeah, he's pretty awesome. I found him. That's when the dryads saw me. Gotta go, said one, disappearing in a whirl of leaves. "Yeah, I have this thing," said another, and poofed into pollen. The other dryads followed suit, until it was only Meg, Peaches, me and the lingering scent of dryadic biodegradable shampoo. Peaches growled at me. Peaches. Which no doubt meant, "Dude, you scared off my groupies." "Sorry. I was just." I waved my hand. "Passing by? Wandering around, waiting to die?" "I'm not sure." "Okay," Meg said. "Pull up a rock." Peaches snarled, perhaps doubting my willingness to massage his feet. Meg pacified him by scratching behind his ear, which reduced him to a purring puddle of bliss. It felt good to sit, even on a jagged chunk of quartz. The sunshine was pleasant without being too warm. Yes, I used to be a sun god. Now I am a temperature wimp. Meg was dressed in her Sally Jackson Valentine's Day outfit. The pink dress had been washed since our arrival, thank goodness, but the knees of her white leggings were newly stained from her morning digging in the squash garden. Her glasses had been cleaned. The rhinestone-studded rims glittered, and I could actually see her eyes through the lenses. Her hair had been shampooed and corralled with red hair clips. I suspected somebody in the Demeter cabin had given her some loving care in the grooming department. Not that I could criticize. I was wearing clothes Will Solis had bought for me. "Good gardening?" I asked. "Awesome." She wiped her nose on her sleeve. "This new kid, Steve?" He made a potato erupt in Douglas's jeans. "That does sound awesome. Wish we could stay." She tossed a chip of quartz into the grass. My heart felt like an open blister. Thinking about the horrible things that awaited us back in Manhattan, wanted to grant Meg's wish more than anything. She should have been able to stay at camp, laughing and making friends and watching potatoes erupt from her cabin mate's jeans like any normal kid. I marveled at how calm and content she appeared. I'd heard that young people were especially resilient when it came to surviving trauma. They were much tougher than, say, your average immortal. And yet, just for once, I wished I could provide Meg with a safe place to be, without the pressure of having to leave immediately to stop an apocalypse. I could go alone, I found myself saying. I could surrender to Nero. "There's no reason you have to stop," she ordered. My throat closed up. I could do nothing but wait as Meg twirled a blade of grass between her fingers. "You say that because you don't trust me?" she asked at last. VL hat. Her question allowed me to speak again. "Meg, no, that's not. I betrayed you once," she said. Right here in these woods. She didn't sound sad or ashamed about it, the way she once might have. She spoke with a sort of dreamy disbelief, as if trying to recall the person she'd been 6 months ago. That was a problem I could relate to. "Meg, we've both changed a lot since then," I said. "I trust you with my life. I'm just worried about Nero, how he'll try to hurt you, use you." She gave me a look that was almost teacherly, as if cautioning, "Are you sure that's your final answer?" I realized what she must be thinking. I claimed I wasn't worried about her betraying me, but I was worried about how Nero could manipulate her. Wasn't that the same thing? "I have to go back," Meg insisted. "I have to see if I'm strong enough." Peaches cuddled up next to her as if he had no such concerns. Meg patted his leafy wings. "Maybe I've got stronger. But, when I go back to the palace, will it be enough? Can I remember to be who I am now and not who I was then?" I didn't think she expected an answer. But it occurred to me that perhaps I should be asking myself the same question. Since Jason Grace's death, I'd spent sleepless nights wondering if I could keep my promise to him. Assuming I made it back to Mount Olympus, could I remember what it was like to be human, or would I slip back into being the self-centered god I used to be? Change is a fragile thing. It requires time and distance. Survivors of abuse, like Meg, have to get away from their abusers. Going back to that toxic environment was the worst thing she could do. And former arrogant gods like me couldn't hang around other arrogant gods and expect to stay unsullied. But I supposed Meg was right. Going back was the only way to see how strong we'd got, even if it meant risking. "Everything okay, I'm worried," I admitted. "About you. And me. I don't know the answer to your question." Meg nodded. "But we have to try. Together, then," I said. "One more time, into the lair of the beast. Peaches, Peaches murmured. Meg smirked. He says he'll stay here at camp. He needs some me time. I hate it when fruit spirits have more sense than me. That afternoon I filled 2 quivers with arrows. I polished and rest-wrung my bow. From the cabin's store of musical instruments, I picked a new ukulele, not as nice or durable as the bronze combat ukulele I had lost, but still a fearsome stringed instrument. I made sure I had plenty of medical supplies in my backpack, along with food and drink and the usual change of clothes and clean underwear. I apologize, underwear. I moved through the afternoon hours in a daze, feeling as if I were preparing for a funeral, specifically my own. Austin and Kayla hovered nearby, trying to be helpful when they could, but without invading my space. We talked with Sherman and Malcolm, Kayla told me. We'll be on standby. If there is any chance we can help, Austin said, we'll be ready to roll at a moment's notice. Words were not sufficient to thank them, but I hope they saw the gratitude in my teary, bruised, acne-pocked face. That night we had the usual sing-along at the campfire. No one mentioned our quest. No one offered a going-away good luck speech. The first-time campers were still so new to the demigod experience, so amazed by it all, I doubted they would even notice we were gone. Perhaps that was for the best. They didn't need to know how much was at stake, not just the burning of New York, but whether the Oracle of Delphi would ever be able to give them prophecies and offer them quests, or whether the future would be controlled and predetermined by an evil emperor and a giant reptile. If I failed, these young demigods would grow up in a world where Nero's tyranny was the norm and there were only 11 Olympians. I tried to shove those thoughts to the back of my mind. Austin and I played a duet for saxophone and guitar. Then Kayla joined us to lead the camp in a rousing version of The Wheels on the Chariot Go Round and Round. We roasted marshmallows, and Meg and I tried to enjoy our final hours among our friends. Small mercies, that night I had no dreams. At dawn, Will shook me awake. He and Nico had returned from wherever they had been gathering supplies, but he didn't want to talk about it. Together, he and I met Meg and Nico on the road along the far side of Half-Blood Hill, where the camp's shuttle bus waited to take us to Rachel Elizabeth Dare's house in Brooklyn, and, one way or another, the final few days of my mortal life. 12 Billionaire's Warehouse. Grab your chocolate drink quickly, the cows are watching. Brooklyn. Normally, the greatest dangers there are congested traffic, expensive poke bowls and not enough tables at the local coffee shops for all the aspiring screenwriters. That morning, however, I could tell that our shuttle driver, Argus the Giant, was keeping his eyes open for trouble. This was a big deal for Argus, since he had 100 sets of eyes all over his body. I had not actually counted them, nor had I asked if he ever got black eyes on his posterior from sitting too long. As we drove down Flushing Avenue, his blue peepers blinked and twitched along his arms, around his neck and on his cheeks and chin, trymg to look in every direction at once. Clearly, he sensed that something was wrong. I felt it, too. There was an electric heaviness in the air, like just before Zeus hurled a massive lightning bolt or Beyoncé dropped a new album. The world was holding its breath. Argus pulled over a block from the Dare house as if he feared to get any closer. The harborfront area had once been working docklands for local fishermen, if I recalled correctly from the 1800s. Then it had been populated mostly by railyards and factories. You could still see the pilings of decayed piers jutting out of the water. Red brick shells and concrete smokestacks of old workhouses sat dark and abandoned like temple ruins. One open stretch of railyard was still in operation, with a few heavily graffitied freight cars on the tracks. But, like the rest of Brooklyn, the neighborhood was rapidly becoming gentrified. Across the street, a building that looked like a one-time machine shop now housed a cafe promising avocado bagels and pineapple matcha. 2 blocks down, cranes loomed from the pit of a construction site. Signs on the fences read hard hat area, keep out. And luxury rentals coming soon. I wondered if the construction workers were required to wear luxury hard hats. The Dare compound itself was a former industrial warehouse transformed into an ultra-modern estate. It occupied an acre of waterfront, making it approximately 5 billion times larger than the average New York City home. The facade was concrete and steel, like a combination art museum and bomb-proof bunker. I had never met Mr. Dare, the real estate mogul, but I felt I didn't need to. I understood gods and their palaces. Mr. Dare was operating along the same principles. Look at me, look at my massive pad, spread word of my greatness. You may leave your burnt offerings on the welcome mat. As soon as we were out of the van, Argus floored the accelerator. He sped off in a cloud of exhaust and premium gravel. Will and Nico exchanged looks. I guess he figured we won't need a ride back, Will said. We won't, Nico said darkly. Come on, he led us to the main gates, huge panels of corrugated steel without any obvious opening mechanism or even an intercom. I suppose if you had to ask, you couldn't afford to go. Nico stood there and waited. Meg cleared her throat. So dash. The gates rolled open of their own accord. Standing before us was Rachel Elizabeth Dare. Like all great artists, she was barefoot. Leonardo would simply never put his sandals on. Her jeans were covered in marker doodles that had got more complex and colorful over the years. Her white tank top was splattered with paint. Across her face, competing for attention with her orange freckles, were streaks of what looked like acrylic ultramarine blue. Some of it dotted her red hair like confetti. Come in quickly, she said, as if she'd been expecting us for hours. The cattle are watching. Yes, I said cattle, she told me, preempting my question as we walked through the house. And, no, I'm not crazy. Hi, Meg. Will, Nico. Follow me. We've got the place to ourselves. This was like saying we had Yankee Stadium to ourselves. Great, I guess, but I wasn't sure what to do with it. The mansion was organized around a central atrium Roman style, looking inwards, so peons outside the walls couldn't ruin your view. But at least the Romans had gardens. Mr. Dare seemed to believe only in concrete, metal and gravel. His atrium featured a giant stack of iron and stone that was either a brilliant avant-garde sculpture or a pile of leftover building materials. We followed Rachel down a wide hall of painted cement, then up a floating stairway into the second level, which I would have called the living quarters, except that nothing about the mansion felt very alive. Rachel herself seemed small and out of place here, a warm, colorful aberration padding in her bare feet through an architectural mausoleum. At least her room had floor-to-ceiling windows that overlooked the neighboring railyard and the river beyond. Sunlight flooded in, illuminating the oak floors, the speckled tarps that doubled as throw rugs, several beanbag chairs, some open cans of paint, and massive easels where Rachel had 6 different canvases going at once. Spread across the back part of the floor was another half-finished painting that Rachel seemed to be working on with drips and splashes à la Jackson Pollock. Shoved in one corner were a refrigerator and a simple futon, as if eating and sleeping were complete afterthoughts for her. Wow! Will moved to the windows to soak up the view and the sunshine. Meg made a beeline for the refrigerator. Nico drifted to the easels. These are amazing. He traced the air, following the swirls of Rachel's paint across the canvas. Thanks, Rachel said absently. Just warm UPS, really. They looked more like full aerobic workouts to me, huge, aggressive brush strokes, thick wedges of color applied with a mason's trowel, splashes so large she must have swung an entire can of paint to apply them. At first glance, the works appeared to be abstract. Then I stepped back, and the shapes resolved into scenes. That maroon square was the way station in Indianapolis. Those swirls were griffins in flight. A second canvas showed flames engulfing the burning maze and, floating in the upper right quadrant, a string of hazy glowing ships, the fleet of Caligula. A third painting, I began to get misty-eyed all over again. It was a funeral pyre, the last rites of Jason Grace. You've started having visions again, I said. She looked at me with a kind of resentful yearning, as if she were on a sugar detox and I was waving around a chocolate bar. Only glimpses. Every time you free an oracle, I get a few moments of clarity. Then the fog settles again. She pressed her fingertips against her forehead. It's like Python is inside my brain, toying with me. Sometimes I think. She faltered, as if the idea were too disturbing to say aloud. Just tell me you're going to take him down. Soon. I nodded, not trusting myself to speak. It was one thing for Python to squat in my sacred caverns of Delphi. It was another for him to invade the mind of my chosen Pythia, the priestess of my prophecies. I had accepted Rachel Elizabeth Dare as my most important oracle. I was responsible for her. If I failed to defeat Python, he would continue to grow stronger. He would eventually control the very flow of the future. And since Rachel was inextricably linked to the Delphic No, I couldn't bear to think what that might mean for her. Whoa! Meg surfaced from Rachel's refrigerator like a diver with gold doubloons. In her hand was a Yoo-hoo chocolate drink. Can I have one? Rachel managed a smile. Help yourself, Meg. And, hey, D'Angelo - she pushed him playfully away from the canvas he'd been ogling, don't brush against the art. I don't care about the paintings, but if you get any color on you, you'll ruin that whole black and white aesthetic you've got going. Humph, said Nico. Now what were we talking about? Rachel mused. Over at the window, Will tapped his knuckles against the glass. Are those the cattle? Oh, right. Rachel steered us in that direction. About 100 yards away, between us and the river, a line of 3 cattle cars sat on the railway tracks. Each car was occupied, as evidenced by the bovine snouts that occasionally poked out between the bars. Seems wrong to just leave them parked there, Will said. It's going to get hot today. Rachel nodded. They've been there since yesterday. The cars just kind of appeared overnight. I've called the freight company, and the animal cruelty hotline. It's like the cars don't exist. Nobody has any record of them. Nobody will come out to check on them. Nobody's brought the animals any food or water. We should free them, Meg said. That would be a very bad idea, Nico said. Meg frowned. Do you hate cows? I don't hate - Nico paused. Well, okay, I'm not super fond of cows. But that's not the point. Those can't be ordinary animals. He glanced at Rachel. You said they just appeared. People don't recognize they exist. You said the cattle were watching? Rachel edged away from the window. Sometimes I can see their eyes between the bars. They'll be looking right at me. And just about the time you arrived, they went crazy, rocking the cars like they were trying to get out. That's when I checked the security cameras and saw you guys at the front gate. Normally, I am not paranoid about cattle. But these I don't know. Something doesn't feel right. At first, I thought it might have something to do with our neighbors. She gestured north along the waterfront to an unremarkable cluster of old residential towers. They do strange things sometimes. In the housing project? I asked. She arched her eyebrows. You don't see the big mansion. What mansion? She glanced at Will, Nico, Meg, who all shook their heads. Well, Rachel said, you'll have to take my word for it. There's a big mansion over there. Lots of weird goings on. We didn't argue with her. Though fully mortal, Rachel had the rare gift of clear sight. She could see through the mist and other magical barriers better than most demigods, and apparently better than most Lesters. She muttered, once I saw a penguin waddling around their back deck. A what now? Nico asked. But leaving cows in boxes like that for days without food or water, that seems like something different, she said. Crueler. Those cows must be bad news. Meg scowled. They seem peaceful enough now. I still say we free them. And then what? Nico asked. Even if they're not dangerous, we just let 3 carloads of cattle wander around Brooklyn? I'm with Rachel. Something about this. He looked like he was trying to dredge something from his memory with no luck. Another feeling I knew well. I say we leave them alone. That's mean, said Meg. We can't friends, please. I stepped between Nico and Meg before things escalated into the biggest Hades/Demeter smackdown since Persephone's wedding shower. Since the cattle seem to be calm at the moment, let's circle back to that subject after we've discussed what we came here to discuss. Yes. The Tower of Nero, Rachel surmised. Will's eyes widened. Have you seen the future? No, William, I used simple logic. But I do have some information that might help you. Everybody grab a yoo-hoo and a beanbag, and let's chat about our least favorite emperor. 13. There is no blueprint for taking down emperors. Wait. Rachel has one. We circled up our beanbags. Rachel spread blueprints across the floor between us. You guys know about the Emperor's fasces? Meg and I shared a look that meant I wish we didn't. We're familiar, I said. In San Francisco, we destroyed the fasces of Commodus and Caligula, which made them vulnerable enough to kill. I assume you're suggesting we do the same with Nero. Rachel pouted. That killed my big reveal. It took me a long time to figure this out. You did great, Meg assured her. Apollo just likes to hear himself talk. I beg your pardon, did you find the exact location of Nero's fasces? Nico interrupted. Because that would be really useful. Rachel straightened a bit. I think so, yeah. These are the original designs for Nero's tower. They were not easy to get. Will whistled appreciatively. I bet many Bothans died to bring us this information. Rachel stared at him. What? Nico sighed. I'm guessing that was a Star Wars reference. My boyfriend is a Star Wars geek of the worst kind. Okay, Senior Mytho-Magic. If you would just watch the original trilogy. Will looked at the rest of us for support and found nothing but blank expressions. Nobody? Oh, my gods. You people are hopeless. Anyway, Rachel continued, my theory is that Nero would keep his fasces here. She tapped a point about halfway up the tower's cross-section schematic. Right in the middle of the building. It's the only level with no exterior windows. Special elevator access only. All doors are celestial bronze reinforced. I mean, the whole building is a fortress, but this level would be impossible to break into. Meg nodded. I know the floor you mean. We were never allowed in there. Ever. A chill settled over our little group. Goosebumps dotted Will's arms. The idea of Meg, our Meg, stuck in that fortress of evil was more disturbing than any number of mysterious cows or penguins. Rachel flipped to another blueprint, a floor plan of the ultra-secure level. Here. This vault has to be it. You could never get close, unless... She pointed to a nearby room. If I'm reading these designs correctly, this would be a holding cell for prisoners. Her eyes were bright with excitement. If you could get yourself captured, then convince someone on the inside to help you escape. Lou was right. Meg looked at me triumphantly. I told you. Rachel frowned, bringing the blue paint spots on her forehead into a tighter cluster. IAMO is Lou. We told her about Lugaselway, and the special bonding time we'd shared before I threw her off a building. Rachel shook her head. Okay, so if you've already thought of all my ideas, why am I even talking? No, Will said. You're confirming. And we trust you more than other sources. I hoped he meant Lou and not me. Besides, Nico said, you have actual blueprints. He studied the floor plan. Why would Nero keep his prisoners on the same level as his most valuable possession, though? Keep your fasces close, I speculated, and your enemies closer. Maybe, Rachel said. But the fasces is heavily protected, and not just by security features or regular guards. There's something in that vault, something alive. It was my turn to get goosebumps. How do you know this? A vision. Just a glimpse, almost like Python wanted me to see it. The figure looked like a man, but his head a lion's head, I guessed. Rachel flinched. Exactly. And slithering around his body snakes. So you know what it is. I grasped for the memory. As usual, it was just out of reach. You may wonder why I didn't have a better handle on my godly knowledge, but my mortal brain was an imperfect storage facility. I can only compare my frustration to how you might feel when taking a picky reading comprehension quiz. You are assigned 50 pages. You actually read them. Then the teacher decides to test you by asking, quick. What was the first word on page 37? I'm not sure, I admitted. Some sort of powerful guardian, obviously. Our most recent prophecy stanza mentioned a lion, snake entwined. I filled Rachel in on our literally eye-popping ride with the Grey Sisters. Nico scowled at the blueprints, as if he might intimidate them into giving up their secrets. So, whatever the guardian is, Nero trusts it with his life. Meg, I thought you said Lugaselway was this huge, mighty warrior. She is. So why can't she take out this guardian and destroy the fasces herself, he asked. Why does she need you guys to get yourself captured? Nico phrased the question diplomatically, but I heard what he meant. If Lou couldn't take out this guardian, how could I, Lester Papadopoulos, the not-so-huge or mighty? Dunno, Meg said. But there must be a reason. Like Lou would rather see us get killed, I thought, but I knew better than to say that. Let's assume Lou is right, Nico said. You get captured and put in this cell. She lets you out. You kill the guardian, destroy the fasces, weaken Nero, hooray! Even then, and I'm sorry to be a Debbie Downer, I am calling you Debbie Downer from now on, Will said gleefully. Shut up, Solace. Even then, you've got half a tower and Nero's whole army of security guards between you and his throne room, right? We've dealt with whole armies before, Meg said. Nico laughed, which I didn't know he was capable of. Okay. I like the confidence. But wasn't there that little detail about Nero's panic switch? If he feels threatened, he can blow up New York at the push of a button. How do you stop that? Oh. Rachel muttered a curse not appropriate for priestesses. That must be what these are for. Her hands trembling, she flipped to another page of the blueprints. I asked my dad's senior architect about them, she said. He couldn't figure them out. Said there's no way the blueprints could be right. 60 feet underground, surrounded by triple retaining walls. Giant vats, like the building has its own reservoir or water treatment facility. It's connected to the city's sewer mains, but the separate electrical grid, the generators, these pumps, it's like the whole system is designed to blast water outwards and flood the city. Except not with water, Will said. With Greek fire. Debbie Downer, Nico muttered. I stared at the schematics, trying to imagine how such a system could have been built. During our last battle in the Bay Area, Meg and I had seen more Greek fire than had existed in the whole history of the Byzantine Empire. Nero had more. Exponentially more. It seemed impossible, but the emperor had had hundreds of years to plan, and almost infinite resources. Leave it to Nero to spend most of his money on a self-destruct system. He'll burn up, too, I marveled. All his family and guards, and his precious tower. Maybe not, Rachel said. The building is designed for self-containment. Thermal insulation, closed air circulation, reinforced heat-resistant materials. Even the windows are special blast-proof panes. Nero could burn the city down around him, and his tower would be the only thing left standing. Meg crumpled her empty Yoo-hoo box. Sounds like him. Will studied the plans. I'm not an expert on reading these things, but where are the access points to the vats? There's only one, Rachel said. Sealed off, automated, heavily guarded and under constant surveillance. Even if you could break or sneak through, you wouldn't have enough time to disable the generators before Nero pushed his panic button unless, Nico said, you tunneled your way into those reservoirs from underneath. You could sabotage his whole delivery system without Nero ever knowing. And we're back to that terrible idea, Will said. They're the best tunnelers in the world, Nico insisted. They could get through all that concrete and steel and celestial bronze with no one even noticing. This is our part of the plan, Will. Apollo and Meg are getting themselves captured, keeping Nero distracted. We go underground and take out his doomsday weapon. Hold on, Nico, I said. It's high time you explained who these cave runners are. The son of Hades fixed his dark eyes on me as if I were another layer of concrete to dig through. A few months ago, I made contact with the troglodytes. I choked on a laugh. Nico's claim was the most ridiculous thing I'd heard since Mars swore to me that Elvis Presley was alive on, well, Mars. Troglodytes are a myth, I said. Nico frowned. A god is telling a demigod that something is a myth. Oh, you know what I mean. They aren't real. That trashy author Elian made them up to sell more copies of his books back in ancient Rome. A race of subterranean humanoids who eat lizards and fight bulls? Please. I've never seen them. Not once in my millennia of life. Did it ever occur to you, Nico said, that troglodytes might go out of their way to hide from a sun god? They hate the light. Well, did you ever actually look for them? Nico persisted. Well, no, but they're real, Will confirmed. Unfortunately, Nico found them. I tried to process this information. I'd never taken aliens' stories about the troglodytes seriously. To be fair, though, I hadn't believed in rocks, either, until the day one flew over my sun chariot and bowel-bombed me. That was a bad day for me, the rock and several countries that my swerving chariot set on fire. If you say so. But do you know how to find the troglodytes again? I asked. Do you think they would help? Those are two different questions, Nico said. But I think I can convince them to help. Maybe. If they like the gift I got them. And if they don't kill us on sight. I love this plan, Will grumbled. Guys, Rachel said, you forgot about me. I stared at her. What do you mean? Am coming, too. Certainly not. I protested. You're mortal. And essential, Rachel said. Your prophecy told you so. A dare reveals the path that was unknown. All I've done so far is show you blueprints, but I can do more. I can see things you can't. Besides, I've got a personal stake in this. If you don't survive the Tower of Nero, you can't fight Python. And if you can't defeat him... Her voice faltered. She swallowed and doubled over, choking. At first, I thought some of her yoo-hoo might have gone down the wrong way. I patted her on the back unhelpfully. Then she sat up again, her back rigid, her eyes glowing. Smoke billowed from her mouth, which is not something normally caused by chocolate drinks. Will, Nico and Meg scooted away in their beanbags. I would have done the same, but for half a second I thought I understood what was happening, a prophecy. Her Delphic powers had broken through. Then, with sickening dread, I realized this smoke was the wrong color, pallid yellow instead of dark green. And the stench sour and decayed, like it was wafting straight from Python's armpits. When Rachel spoke, it was with Python's voice, a gravelly rumble, charged with malice. Apollo's flesh and blood shall soon be mine. Alone he must descend into the dark, this Sibyl never again to see his sign, lest grappling with me till his final spark the god dissolves, leaving not a mark. The smoke dissipated. Rachel slumped against me, her body limp. Crash! A sound like shattering metal shook my bones. I was so terrified that I wasn't sure if the noise was from somewhere outside, or if it was just my nervous system shutting down. Nico got up and ran to the windows. Meg scrambled over to help me with Rachel. Will checked her pulse and started to say, "We need to get her, hey." Nico turned from the window, his face pale with shock. "We have to get out of here now. The cows are attacking 14. I fall in a hole and choke on my own anger. I am a cow. Moo. In no context can the cows are attacking be considered good news." Will picked up Rachel in a firefighter's lift. For a gentle healer, he was deceptively strong, and together we jogged over to join Nico at the window. In the rail yard below, the cows were staging a revolution. They'd busted through the sides of their cattle cars like an avalanche through a picket fence and were now stampeding towards the Dare residence. I suspected the cattle hadn't been trapped in those cars at all. They'd simply been waiting for the right moment to break out and kill us. They were beautiful in a nightmarish way. Each was twice the size of a normal bovine, with bright blue eyes and shaggy red hair that rippled in dizzying whirls like a living Van Gogh painting. Both cows and bulls, yes, I could tell the difference. I was a cow expert, possessed huge curved horns that would have made excellent drinking cups for the largest and thirstiest of Lou's Celtic kinfolk. A line of freight cars stood between us and the cows, but that didn't deter the herd. They barreled straight through, toppling and flattening the cars like origami boxes. "Do we fight?" Meg asked, her voice full of doubt. The name of these creatures suddenly came back to me too late, as usual. Earlier, I'd mentioned that troglodytes were known for fighting bulls, but I hadn't put the facts together. Perhaps Nero had parked the cattle cars here as a trap, knowing we might seek out Rachel's help. Or perhaps their presence was simply the fate's cruel way of laughing at me. "Oh, you want to play the troglodyte card? We counter with cows." "Fighting would be no use," I said miserably. "Those are Tauri sylvestris forest bulls, the Romans called them. Their hides cannot be pierced. According to legend, the Tauri are ancestral enemies of Nico's friends, the troglodytes." "So now you believe the trogs exist?" Nico asked. "I am learning to believe in all sorts of things that can kill me." The first wave of cattle reached the dare's retaining wall. They plowed through it and charged the house. "We need to run," I said, exercising my noble duty as Lord Obvious of Da. Nico led the way. Will followed close behind with Rachel still draped over his shoulder, Meg and me at his back. We were halfway down the hall when the house began to shake. Cracks zigzagged up the walls. At the top of the floating staircase, we discovered, fun fact, a floating staircase will cease to float if a forest bull tries to climb it. The lower steps had been stripped from the wall. Bulls rampaged through the corridor below like a crowd of Black Friday bargain hunters, stomping on broken steps and crashing through the atrium's glass walls, renovating the dare's house with extreme prejudice. "At least they can't get up here," Will said. The floor shook again as the Torii took out another wall. "We'll be down there soon enough," Meg said. "Is there another way out?" Rachel groaned. "Me down." Will eased her to her feet. She swayed and blinked, trymg to process the scene below us. "Cows," Rachel said. "Yeah," Nico agreed. Rachel pointed weakly down the hall we'd come from. "This way." Using Meg as a crutch, Rachel led us back towards her bedroom. She took a sharp right, then clambered down another set of stairs into the garage. On the polished concrete floor sat two Ferraris, both bright red, because why have one midlife crisis when you can have two? In the house behind us, I could hear the cows bellowing angrily, crashing and smashing as they remodeled the dare compound for that hot apocalyptic barnyard look. "Keys," Rachel said. "Look for car keys." Will, Nico and I scrambled into action. We found no keys in the cars, that would have been too convenient. No keys on the wall hooks, in the storage bins or on the shelves. Either Mr. Dare kept the keys with him at all times, or the Ferraris were meant to be purely decorative. "Nothing," I said. Rachel muttered something about her father that I won't repeat. "Never mind." She hit a button on the wall. The garage door began to rumble open. "I'm feeling better. We'll go on foot." We spilled into the street and headed north as fast as Rachel could hobble. We were half a block away when the Dare residence shuddered, groaned, and imploded, exhaling a mushroom cloud of dust and debris. "Rachel, I'm so sorry," Will said. "Don't care. I hated that place anyway. Dad will just move us to one of his other mansions." "But your art," Meg said. Rachel's expression tightened. "Art can be made again. People can't. Keep moving." I knew we wouldn't have long before the Torii Sylvestras found us. Along this part of the Brooklyn waterfront, the blocks were long, the roads wide and the sight lines clear, perfect for a supernatural stampede. We had almost made it to the Pineapple Matcha Cafe when Meg yelled, "The Sylvesters are coming." "Meg," I wheezed, "the cows are not all named Sylvester." She was right about the threat, though. The demon cattle, apparently unfazed by a building falling on them, emerged from the wreckage of Chez Dare. The herd began to regroup in the middle of the street, shaking rubble from their red hides like dogs fresh from a bath. "Get out of sight," Nico asked, pointing to the cafe. "Too late," Will said. The cows had spotted us. A dozen sets of blue eyes fixed on our position. The Torii raised their heads, mooed their battle moos and charged. I suppose we could still have ducked into the cafe, just so the cows would destroy it and save the neighborhood from the threat of avocado bagels. Instead, we ran. I realized this would only delay the inevitable. Even if Rachel hadn't been groggy from her snake-induced trance, we couldn't outrun the cows. "They're gaining," Meg yelled. "You sure we can't fight them? You want to try?" I asked. "After what they did to the house." "So what's their weakness?" Rachel asked. "They have to have an Achilles heel." Why did people always assume this? Why did they obsess about an Achilles heel? Just because one Greek hero had a vulnerable spot behind his foot, that didn't mean every monster, demigod, and villain from ancient Greek times also had a podiatric problem. Most monsters, in fact, did not have a secret weakness. They were annoying that way. Nevertheless, I racked my brain for any factoids I might have gleaned from Elian's trashy bestseller on the nature of animals. Not that I normally read such things, of course. "Pits," I speculated. "I think farmers in Ethiopia used pits against the Torii." Like peach pits? Meg asked. No, like pits in the ground. Fresh out of pits. Rachel said. The Torii had halved the distance between us. Another 100 yards and they would smash us into road jelly. There! Nico yelled. Follow me! He sprinted into the lead. I had to give him credit. When Nico chose a pit, he went for broke. He ran to the luxury apartment construction site, summoned his black Stygian sword from thin air and slashed through the chain-link fence. We followed him inside, where a narrow rim of trailers and portable potties surrounded a 50-foot-deep square crater. A giant crane rose from the center of the chasm, its jib extending towards us at just about knee level. The site seemed abandoned. Perhaps it was lunch hour? Perhaps all the workers were at the Pineapple Matcha Cafe? Whatever the case, I was glad not to have mortals in the way of danger. Look at me, caring about innocent bystanders. The other Olympians would have teased me mercilessly. Nico, Rachel said, this is more of a canyon. It's all we've got. Nico ran to the edge of the pit and jumped. My heart felt like it jumped with him. I may have screamed. Nico sailed over the abyss and landed on the crane's arm without even stumbling. He turned and extended his arm. Come on. It's only like 8 feet. We practice bigger jumps at camp over lava. Maybe you do, I said. The ground shook. The herd was right behind us. Will backed up, took a running leap and landed next to Nico. He looked back at us with a reassuring nod. See? It's not that bad. We'll grab you. Rachel went next, no problem. Then Meg, the flying Valentine. When her feet hit the crane, the whole arm creaked and shifted to the right, forcing my friends into a Sisyphus stance to catch their balance. Apollo, Rachel said, hurry. She wasn't looking at me. She was looking behind me. The rumble of the herd was now a jackhammer in my spine. I leaped, landing on the crane arm with the greatest belly flop since Icarus crashed into the Aegean. My friends grabbed my arms to keep me from rolling into the abyss. I sat up, wheezing and groaning, just as the Torii reached the edge of the pit. I hoped they would charge over and fall to their deaths like lemmings. Though, of course, lemmings don't actually do that. Bless their tiny hearts, lemmings are too smart to commit mass suicide. Unfortunately, so were the devil cows. The first few Torii did indeed topple into the pit, unable to stop their momentum, but the rest of the herd successfully applied the brakes. There was a great deal of shoving and jostling and angry mooing from the back ranks, but it appeared that the one thing a forest bull could not smash through was another forest bull. I muttered some bad words I hadn't used since #Minoans First was trending on social media. Across the narrow gap, the Torii stared at us with their murderous baby blue eyes. The sour stench of their breath and the funk of their hides made my nostrils want to curl inwards and die. The animals fanned out around the lip of Theechism, but none tried to jump to the crane arm. Perhaps they'd learned their lesson from the dare's floating staircase. Or perhaps they were smart enough to realize that hooves wouldn't do them much good on narrow steel girders. Far below, the half-dozen fallen cattle were starting to get up, apparently unhurt by the 50-foot drop. They paced around, mooing in outrage. Around the rim of the pit, the rest of the herd stood in a silent vigil as their fallen comrades grew more and more distressed. The 6 didn't seem physically injured, but their voices were clogged with rage. Their neck muscles bulged. Their eyes swelled. They stamped the ground, foamed at the mouth and then, one by one, fell over and lay motionless. Their bodies began to wither, their flesh dissolving until only their empty red hides remained. Meg sobbed. I couldn't blame her. Devilish or not, the cows' deaths were horrible to watch. What just happened? Rachel's voice trembled. They choked on their own anger, I said. I didn't think it was possible, but apparently Elian got it right. Sylvestras hate being stuck in pits so much they just gag and die. It's the only way to kill them. Meg shuddered. That's awful. The herd stared at us in apparent agreement. Their blue eyes were like laser beams burning into my face. I got the feeling they'd been after us before just because it was in their nature to kill. Now, it was personal. So what do we do about the rest of them? Will asked. Dad, you sure you can't? He gestured at our bovine audience. I mean, you've got a god-level bow and 2 quivers of arrows at basically point-blank range. Will. Meg protested. Watching the bulls choke in the pit seemed to have sapped all her willingness to fight. I'm sorry, Meg, Will said. But we're kind of stuck here, it won't do any good, I promised. Watch. I drew my bow. I knocked an arrow and aimed at the nearest cow. The cow simply stared back at me like, really, dude? I let the arrow fly, a perfect shot, right between the eyes with enough force to penetrate stone. The shaft splintered against the cow's forehead. Wow, Nico said. Hard head. It's the entire hide, I told him. Look. I shot a second arrow at the cow's neck. The creature's shaggy red hair rippled, deflecting the arrowhead and turning the shaft downwards so it skittered between the cow's legs. I could shoot at them all day, I said. It won't help. We can just wait them out, Meg suggested. They'll get tired eventually and leave, right? Rachel shook her head. You forgot they waited outside my house in hot cattle cars for 2 days with no food or water until you showed up. I'm pretty sure these things can outlast us. I shivered. And we have a deadline. If we don't surrender to Nero by tonight, I made the explode Y hands gesture. Will frowned. You might not get the chance to surrender. If Nero sent these cows, he might already know you're here. His men could be on the way. My mouth tasted like cow breath. I remembered what Lugaselwe had told us about Nero having eyes everywhere. For all I knew, this construction site was one of the Triumvirate's projects. Surveillance drones might be hovering overhead right now. We have to get out of here, I decided. We could climb down the crane, Will said. The cows couldn't follow us. But then what? Rachel asked. We'd be trapped in the pit. Maybe not. Nico stared into the chasm like he was calculating how many bodies could be buried in it. I see some good shadows down there. If we can reach the bottom safely, how do you all feel about shadow travel? 15 It's raining red cows, but I don't care. I'm singing in the cows. One loved the idea. One was in favor of any kind of travel that would get us away from the Torii. I would have even summoned the Grey Sisters again, except I doubted their taxi would appear on a crane jib, and, if it did, I suspected the sisters would instantly fall in love with Nico and Will because they were so cute together. I wouldn't wish that kind of attention on anyone. Single file, we crawled towards the center of the crane like a line of bedraggled ants. I tried not to look at the carcasses of the dead bulls below, but I could feel the malevolent gaze of the other Sylvestras as they tracked our progress. I had a sneaking suspicion they were placing bets on which of us would fall first. Halfway to the main tower, Rachel spoke up behind me. Hey, are you going to tell me what happened back there? I glanced over my shoulder. The wind whipped Rachel's red hair around her face, making it swirl like the bull's fur. I tried to process her question. Had she missed the killer cows destroying her house? Had she been sleepwalking when she jumped onto the crane? Then I realized she meant her prophetic trance. We'd been so busy running for our lives that I hadn't had time to think about it. Judging from my past experience with Delphic oracles, I imagined Rachel had no recollection of what she'd said. You completed our prophecy, I said. The last stanza of Terza Rima, plus a closing couplet. Except. I'm afraid you were channeling Python. I crawled ahead, my eyes fixed on the tread of Meg's shoes, as I explained to Rachel what had happened, the yellow smoke boiling from her mouth, the glow of her eyes, the horribly deep voice of the serpent. I repeated the lines that she'd spoken. She was silent for a count of 5. That sounds bad. My expert interpretation as well. My fingers felt numb against the girders. The prophecy's line about me dissolving, leaving no mark, those words seemed to work their way into my circulatory system, erasing my veins and arteries. We'll figure it out, Rachel promised. Enlabi Python was twisting my words. Maybe those lines aren't part of the real prop Heki. I didn't look back, but I could hear the determination in her voice. Rachel had been dealing with Python's slithery presence in her head, possibly for months. She'd been struggling with it alone, trying to keep her sanity by working through her visions in her artwork. Today, she had been possessed by Python's voice and encircled by his poisonous fumes. Still, Her first instinct was to reassure me that everything would be okay. I wish you were right, I said. But the longer Python controls Delphi, the more he can poison the future. Whether he twisted your words or not, they are now part of the prophecy. Ia/hat you predicted will happen. Apollo's flesh and blood shall soon be mine. The serpent's voice seemed to coil inside my head. Alone he must descend into the dark. Shut up, I told the voice. But I was not Meg, and Python was not my Lester. Well, then, Rachel said behind me, we'll just have to make sure the prophecy happens in a way that doesn't get you dissolved. She made it sound so doable, so possible. I don't deserve a priestess like you, I said. No, you don't, Rachel agreed. You can repay me by killing Python and getting the snake fumes out of my head. Deal, I said, trying to believe I could hold up my side of the bargain. At last we reached the crane's central mast. Nico led us down the rungs of the ladder. My limbs shook with exhaustion. I was tempted to ask Meg if she could create another latticework of plants to carry us to the bottom like she'd done at Sutro Tower. I decided against it, because 1, I didn't want her to pass out from the effort, and 2, I really hated being tossed around by plants. By the time we reached the ground, I felt wobbly and nauseated. Nico didn't look much better. How he planned to summon enough energy to shadow zap us to safety, I couldn't imagine. Above us, around the rim of the pit, the Tauri watched in silence, their blue eyes gleaming like a string of angry Hanukkah lights. Meg studied them warily. Nico, how soon can you shadow us out? Catch my breath first, he said between gulps of Please, Will agreed. If he's too tired, he might teleport us into a vat of cheese in Venezuela. Okay. Said Nico. We didn't end up in the vat. Pretty close, Will said. Definitely in the middle of Venezuela's biggest cheese processing plant. That was one time, Nico grumbled. Guys. Rachel pointed to the rim of the pit, where the cows were becoming agitated. They jostled and pushed each other forward until one, either by choice or with pressure from the herd, toppled off the edge. Watching it fall, kicking its legs and torquing its body, I remembered the time Ares dropped a cat from Mount Olympus to prove it would land on its feet in Manhattan. Athena had teleported the cat to safety, then beat Ares with the butt of her spear for putting the animal in danger, but the fall had been terrifying to witness, nonetheless. The bull was not as lucky as the cat. It landed sideways in the dirt with a throaty grunt. The impact would have killed most creatures, but the bull just flailed its legs, righted itself and shook its horns. It glared at us as if to say, "Oh, you're gonna get it now." Will edged backwards. It's in the pit. So why isn't it choking on its rage? I think it's because we're here. My voice sounded like I'd been sucking helium. It wants to kill us more than it wants to choke to death. Great, Meg said. Nico, shadow travel. Now. Nico winced. I can't take all of you at once. 2 plus me is pushing it. Last summer, with the Athena part, he knows that almost killed me, and I had Reyna's help. The bull charged. Take Will and Rachel, I said, hardly believing the words were coming out of my mouth. Return for Meg and me when you can. Nico started to protest. Apollo's right. Meg said. Go. We didn't wait for a response. I drew my bow. Meg summoned her scimitars, and together we raced into battle. There's an old saying, the definition of insanity is shooting an invulnerable cow in the face over and expecting a different result. I went insane. I shot arrow after arrow at the bull, aiming at its mouth, its eyes, its nostrils, hoping to find a soft spot. Meanwhile, Meg slashed and stabbed with gusto, weaving like a boxer to keep away from the creature's horns. Her blades were useless. The bull's shaggy red hide swirled and rippled, deflecting each hit. We only stayed alive because the bull couldn't decide which of us to kill first. It kept changing its mind and reversing course as we took turns annoying it. Perhaps if we kept up the pressure, we could tire out the bull. Sadly, we were also tiring out ourselves, and dozens more bulls waited above, curious to see how their friend fared before they risked the fall themselves. Pretty cow! Meg yelled, stabbing it in the face and then dancing out of horn range. Please go away. It's having too much fun. I said. My next shot was the dreaded triple P, the perfect posterior perforator. It didn't seem to hurt the bull, but I definitely got its attention. The animal bellowed and whirled to face me, its blue eyes blazing with fury. While it studied me, probably deciding which of my limbs it wanted to pull off and beat me over the head with, Meg glanced at the rim of the pit. Hey, Apollo. I risked a look. A second bull tumbled into the pit. It landed on top of a portable toilet, crushing the box into a fiberglass pancake, then extracted itself from the wreckage and cried, "Moo!" Which I suspected was Tori, for I totally meant to do that. "I'll take potty cow," I told Meg. "You distract our friend here." A completely random division of duties, in no way related to the fact that I did not want to face the bull I just poked in the nether region. Meg began dancing with Cow the First as I charged towards potty cow. I was feeling good, feeling heroic, until I reached for my quivers and found myself out of arrows except for yet old standby, the arrow of Dodona, which would not appreciate being used against an invulnerable bovine butt. I was already committed, though, so I ran at potty cow with great bravado and zero clue how to fight it. "Hey!" I yelled, waving my arms in the dubious hope that I might look scary. "Blah, blah, blah. Go away." The cow attacked. This would have been an excellent time for my godly strength to kick in, so of course that didn't happen. Just before the bull could run me down, I screamed and leaped aside. At that point, the bull should have executed a slow course correction, running around the entire perimeter of the pit to give me time to recover. I'd dated a matador in Madrid once who assured me bulls did this because they were courteous animals and also terrible at sharp turns. Either my matador was a liar, or he'd never fought Tori. The bull pivoted in a perfect about-face and charged me again. I rolled to one side, desperately grabbing for anything that might help me. I came up holding the edge of a blue polyurethane tarp. Worst shield ever. The bull promptly jabbed its horn through the material. I jumped back as it stepped on the tarp and got pulled down by its own weight like a person stumbling over their own toga. Not that I had ever done this, but I'd heard stories. The bull roared, shaking its head to dislodge the tarp, which only got it more tangled up in the fabric. I retreated, trying to catch my breath. About 50 feet to my left, Meg was playing death tag with Cow the First. She looked unharmed, but I could tell she was tiring, her reaction times slowing. More cows began to fall into the pit like large, uncoordinated Acapulco cliff divers. I recalled something Dionysus had once told me about his twin sons, Castor and Pollux, back when he was living with his mortal wife during a short phase of domestic bliss. He'd claimed that 2 was the best number for children, because after 2 your children outnumbered you. The same was true for killer cows. Meg and I could not hope to fend off more than a pair of them. Our only hope was my eyes fixed on the mast of the crane. "Meg!" I yelled. "Back to the ladder." She tried to comply, but Cow the First stood between her and the crane. I whipped out my ukulele and ran in their direction. "Cowie, cowie, cow!" I strummed desperately. "Hey, cow! Bad, cow! Run away, cowie, cowie, cow!" I doubted the tune would win any Grammys, but I was hoping it might at least distract Cow the First long enough for Meg to get around it. The cow stayed stubbornly put. So did Meg. I reached her side. I glanced back in time to see potty cow throw off the tarp and charge towards us. The newly fallen cows were also getting to their hooves. I estimated we had about 10 seconds to live. "Go," I told Meg. "Jay, jump the cow and climb the ladder." I didn't know how to finish that statement. "I'll stay here and die? I'll compose another verse of Covey, Cowie, cow?" Just as Cow the First lowered its horns and charged, a hand grabbed my shoulder. Nico D'Angelo's voice said, "Gotcha." And the world turned cold and dark. 16 Will Solace, healer, the hero we don't deserve, he has Kit Kat bars. "Jump the cow!" Meg demanded. "It was your plan." The 5 of us sat in a sewer, which was something I'd grown accustomed to. Meg seemed to be bouncing back quickly from her shadow travel sickness, thanks to Will's timely administration of nectar and Kit Kat bars. I, however, still felt like I was coming down with the flu, chills, body aches, disorientation. I was not ready to be assaulted for my choices in combat. I was improvising, I said. I didn't want to see you die. Meg threw her hands up. And I didn't want to see you die, dummy. Did you think of that? Guys, Rachel interrupted, a cold pack pressed against her head. How about none of us lets any of us die? Okay. Will checked her bruised temple. Feeling any better? I'll be fine, Rachel said, then explained for my benefit, I managed to stumble into the wall when we teleported here. Nico looked sheepish. Sorry about that. Hey, I'm not complaining, Rachel said. Better than being trampled. Guess so, he said. Once we... Nico's eyelids fluttered. His pupils rolled up in his head and he slumped against Will's shoulder. It might have been a clever ploy to fall into his boyfriend's arms. I had used the catch me, handsome fainting trick a few times myself, but since Nico immediately began to snore, I decided he was not faking. That's night-night for Nico. Will pulled a travel pillow from his supply bag, which I suspected he carried just for these occasions. He eased the son of Hades into a comfortable sleeping position, then gave us a weary smile. He'll need about half an hour to recover. Until then, we might as well make ourselves comfortable. On the bright side, I'd had plenty of experience getting comfortable in sewers, and Nico had shadow traveled us to the New York drainage system's equivalent of the presidential suite. The vaulted ceiling was adorned with a red brick herringbone pattern. Along either wall, terracotta pipes dripped only the finest goo into a canal running down the middle of the floor. The concrete ledge upon which we sat was comfortably upholstered with lichen and scum. In the dim golden glow of Meg's swords, our only illumination, the tunnel looked almost romantic. Given New York rental prices, I imagined a place like this could go for quite a bit. Running water. Privacy. Lots of space. Great bones, mouse bones, chicken bones, and some others I couldn't identify. And did I mention the stench? The stench was included at no extra cost. Will tended to our various cuts and scrapes, which were surprisingly light given our morning's adventures. He insisted we partake liberally of his medicinal stockpile of Kit Kat bars. The best thing for recovering from shadow travel, he assured us. Who was I to argue with the healing powers of chocolate and wafers? We ate in silence for a while. Rachel held the cold pack against her head and stared glumly at the sewer water as if waiting for pieces of her family home to float by. Meg sprinkled seeds into the scum patches next to her, causing luminous mushrooms to pop into existence like tiny umbrellas. Life gives you scum, make mushrooms, I suppose. Those forest bulls were amazing, Meg said after a while. If you could train them to carry. I groaned. It was bad enough when you weaponized umcorns. Yeah. That was great. She looked down the tunnel in both directions. Does anyone know how we can get out of here? Nico does. Will's eye twitched. Although he's not going to take us out so much as down. To the troglodytes, Rachel guessed. What are they like? Will moved his hands as if trying to shape something out of clay or indicate the size of a fish he'd caught. I can't describe them, he decided. That wasn't reassuring. As my child, Will was bound to have some of my poetic ability. If the troglodytes defied description in your average sonnet or limerick, I didn't want to meet them. Hope they can help. Rachel held up her palm to ward off Will, who was coming to check on her bruised head again. I'm okay now, thanks. She smiled, but her voice was strained. I knew she liked Will. I also knew she had issues with personal space. Becoming the Pythia tended to do that to you. Having the power of Delphi possess your body and soul at random intervals could make you tetchy about people getting too close without your consent. Having Python whispering inside your head probably didn't help, either. I get it. Will sat back. You've had a rough morning. I'm sorry we brought that kind of trouble to your door. Rachel shrugged. Like I said, I think I'm supposed to be in this trouble. It's not your fault. Adair reveals the path that was unknown. For once, I'm part of the prophecy. She sounded strangely proud of this fact. Perhaps, after issuing perilous quests for so many other people, Rachel found it nice to be included in our communal death wish adventure. People like to be seen, even if it's by the cold, cruel eyes of fate. Is it safe for you to come along, though? Meg asked. Like if you've got Python in your head or whatever. Won't he see what we're doing? Rachel pulled her ankles into a tighter crisscross. I don't think he's seeing through me. At least not yet. She let that idea settle around us like a layer of swamp gas. Anyway, you're not getting rid of me. Python has made this personal. She glanced at me, and I couldn't escape the feeling that Python wasn't the one she really blamed. This had been personal for her ever since I'd accepted Rachel as my priestess. Ever since I'd been Apollo. If my trials as a mortal had done anything, they had shown me how many times I'd abandoned, forgotten, and failed my oracles over the centuries. I could not abandon Rachel in the same way. I'd neglected the basic truth that they did not serve me, I was supposed to serve them. We're lucky to have you, I said. I only wish we had more time to figure out a plan. Rachel checked her watch, a basic wind-up model, which she'd probably chosen after seeing how easily technology went haywire around demigods, monsters, and the other sorts of magical people she hung out with. It's past lunchtime. You're supposed to surrender to Nero by nightfall. That doesn't give us much leeway. Oh, lunchtime, Meg said, staying reliably on brand. Will, have you got anything besides Kit Kats? I'm starved. She jerked her hand away from Will's supply kit as if it had shocked her. Hi, is there a tail sticking out of your? Will furrowed his brow. Oh. Yeah. He pulled out what appeared to be a foot-long desiccated lizard wrapped in a handkerchief. Gross. Meg said with enthusiasm. Is that for medicine or something? No, Will said. You remember how Nico and I went hunting for a gift for the Trogs? Well, ick. Rachel scooted away. Why would they want that? Will glanced at me like please don't make me say it. I shuddered. The troglodytes. If the legends are true they consider lizards a great, I mimed putting something in my mouth. Delicacy. Rachel hugged her stomach. Sorry I asked. Cool, said Meg. So, if we find the Trogs, we give them the lizard and they'll help us. Doubt it will be that simple, I said. Meg, has anyone ever agreed to help you simply because you gave them a dead lizard? She pondered the question so long it made me wonder about her past gift-giving practices. I guess not. Will slipped the desiccated animal back in his bag. Well, this one is apparently rare and special. You don't want to know how difficult it was to find. Hopefully Nico snorted and began to stir. %. What dash? It's okay, Will reassured him. You're with friends. Friends. Nico sat up, bleary-eyed. Friends. Will gave us a warning look, as if suggesting we shouldn't startle Nico with any sudden moves. I gathered Nico was a grumpy napper like his father, Hades. Wake up Hades prematurely and you were likely to end up as a nuclear blast shadow on his bedroom wall. Nico rubbed his eyes and frowned at me. I tried to look harmless. Apollo, he said. Right. I remember. Good, Will said. But you're still groggy. Have a Kit Kat. Yes, doctor, Nico muttered. We waited while Nico refreshed himself with chocolate and a swig of nectar. Better. He rose, still looking wobbly. Okay, everybody. I'm going to lead you into the troglodyte caverns. Keep your hands away from your weapons at all times. Let me go first and do the talking. The troglodytes can be a little jumpy. By jumpy, Will said, Nico means likely to murder us with no provocation. That's what I said. Nico popped the last of his Kit Kat in his mouth. Ready? Let's do this. Want directions to the troglodyte caverns? No problem. First you go down. Then you go down some more. Then you take the next 3 downward turns. You'll see a path going slightly up. Ignore that. Keep going down until your eardrums implode. Then go down even more. We crawled through pipes. We waded through slime pits. We navigated brick tunnels, stone tunnels, and dirt tunnels that looked like they had been excavated by the earthworm chew and poop method. At one point, we crawled through a copper pipe so narrow I feared we'd end up popping out of Nero's personal toilet like a bunch of beauty queens emerging from a giant birthday cake. I imagined myself singing Happy Birthday, Mr. Emperor, then quickly tamped down the thought. The sewer gas must have been making me delirious. After what seemed like hours of sewage-themed fun, we emerged in a circular room fashioned from panels of rough-hewn rock. In the center, a massive stalagmite erupted from the floor and pierced the ceiling like the center pole of a merry-go-round. After surviving Tarquin's Tilden Park carousel tomb, this was not a comparison I was pleased to make. "This is it," Nico said. He led us to the base of the stalagmite. An opening had been chipped away in the floor just big enough for someone to crawl through. Handholds had been carved into the side of the stalagmite, extending down into the darkness. "Is this part of the labyrinth?" I asked. The place had a similar feel. The air coming from below was warm and somehow alive, like the breath of a sleeping leviathan. I had the sense that something was monitoring our progress, something intelligent and not necessarily friendly. Nico shook his head. "Please don't mention the labyrinth. The Trogs detest Daedalus's maze. They call it shallow. From here on down is all Trog built. We're deeper than the labyrinth has ever gone." "Awesome," Meg said. "You can go ahead of me, then," I said. We followed Nico down the side of the stalagmite into a massive natural cavern. I couldn't see the edges, or even the bottom, but from the echoes I could tell it was bigger than my old temple at Didyma. Not to brag about temple size, but that place was huge. The handholds were shallow and slippery, illuminated only by faintly glowing patches of lichen on the rock. It took all my concentration not to fall. I suspected the Trogs had designed the entrance to their realm this way on purpose, so anyone foolish enough to invade would be forced to come down in single file, and might not make it to the bottom at all. The sounds of our breathing and our clinking supplies reverberated through the cave. Any number of hostiles could have been watching us as we descended, taking aim with all sorts of delightful missile weapons. Finally, we reached the floor. My legs ached. My fingers curled into arthritic claws. Rachel squinted into the gloom. "What do we do now?" "You guys stay behind me," Nico said. "Will, can you do your thing? The barest minimum, please." "Wait," I said. "What is Will's thing?" Will kept his focus on Nico. "Do I have to?" "We can't use our weapons for light," Nico reminded him. "And we'll need a little bit more, because the Trogs don't need any. I'd rather be able to see them." Will wrinkled his nose. "Fine." He set down his pack and stripped off his linen overshirt, leaving just his tank top. I still had no idea what he was doing, though the girls didn't seem to mind letting him do his thing. Did Will keep a concealed flashlight in his undershirt? Was he going to provide light by rubbing lichen on himself and smiling brilliantly? Whatever the case, I wasn't sure I wanted to see the Trogs. I vaguely recalled a British invasion band from the 1960s called the Trogs. I couldn't shake the feeling that this subterranean race might all have mop-top hairdos and black turtlenecks and would use the word groovy a lot. I did not need that level of horror in my life. Will took a deep breath. When he exhaled, I thought my eyes were playing tricks on me. We'd been in near total darkness so long, I wasn't sure why Will's outline suddenly seemed clearer. I could see the texture of his jeans, the individual tufts of his hair, the blue of his eyes. His skin was glowing with a soft, warm golden light as if he'd ingested sunshine. "Whoa," Meg said. Rachel's eyebrows floated towards her hairline. Nico smirked. "Friends, meet my glow-in-the-dark boyfriend. Could you not make a big deal about it?" Will asked. I was speechless. How could anyone not make a big deal about this? As far as demigod powers went, glowing in the dark was perhaps not as showy as skeleton summoning or tomato vine mastery, but it was still impressive. And, like Will's skill at healing, it was gentle, useful, and exactly what we needed in a pinch. "I'm so proud," I said. Will's face turned the color of sunlight shining through a glass of cranberry juice. "Dad, I'm just glowing. I'm not graduating at the top of my class." "I'll be proud when you do that, too," I assured him. "Anyway." Nico's lips quivered like he was trying not to giggle. "I'll call the cavern runners now. Everybody stay calm, okay?" "Why are they called cavern runners?" Rachel asked. Nico held up his hand, indicating waiter, "You're about to find out." He faced the darkness and shouted, "Troglodytes! I am Nico D'Angelo, son of Hades. I have returned with 4 companions. Shuffling and clicking filled the cavern, as if Nico's voice had dislodged a million bats. One moment, we were alone. The next moment, an army of troglodytes stood before us as if they'd materialized out of hyperspace. With unsettling certainty, I realized they had run here from wherever they'd been, yards away? Miles away? With speed that rivaled that of Hermes himself. Nico's warnings suddenly made sense to me. These creatures were so fast they could have killed us before we had time to draw a breath. If I'd had a weapon in hand, and if I'd raised it instinctively, accidentally I would now be the grease spot formerly known as Lester, formerly known as Apollo. The troglodytes looked even stranger than the 1960s band that had appropriated their name. They were small humanoids, the tallest barely Meg's height, with vaguely frog-like features, wide thin mouths, recessed noses and giant, brown, heavily lidded orbs for eyes. Their skin came in every shade from obsidian to chalk. Bits of stone and moss decorated their dark plaited hair. They wore a riot of clothing styles from modern jeans and t-shirts to 1920s business suits to colonial-era frilly shirts and silk waistcoats. The real showstopper, however, was their selection of hats, some piled 3 or 4 high on their heads: tricorns, bowlers, racing caps, top hats, hard hats, ski caps, and baseball caps. The trogs looked like a group of rowdy schoolchildren who'd been set loose in a costume store, told to try on whatever they wanted, and then allowed to crawl through the mud in their new outfits. "We see you, Nico D'Angelo," said a trog in a miniature George Washington costume. His speech was interspersed with clicks, screeches and growls, so it actually sounded like click. "We, gur see you scree Nico, click D'Angelo gur." George Washington gave us a pointy-toothed grin. "Are these the sacrifices you promised? The trogs are hungry." 17 Speak to me of soup. Let it be savory broth with a hint of skink. My life didn't flash before my eyes, but one did find myself reviewing the past for anything I might have done to offend Nico D'Angelo. I imagined him saying, "Yes, these are the sacrifices." Then taking Will's hand and skipping away into the darkness while Rachel, Meg, and I were devoured by an army of costumed, muddy miniature frogmen. "These are not the sacrifices," Nico said, allowing me to breathe again. "But I have brought you a better offering. I see you, oh great Screech Bling." Nico did not say screech, mind you. He screeched in a way that told me he'd been practicing troglodytish. He had a lovely, ear-piercing accent. The trogs leaned in, sniffing and waiting, while Nico held out his hand to Will, like gimme. Will reached into his bag. He pulled out the desiccated lizard and handed it to Nico, who unwrapped it like a holy relic and held it aloft. The crowd let out a collective gasp. "Oh!" Screech Bling's nostrils quivered. I thought his tricorn hat might pop off his head from excitement. "Is that a gur, 5-line skink, click?" "It is, gur," Nico said. "This was difficult to find, oh Screech Bling, wearer of the finest hats." Screech Bling licked his lips. He was drooling all over his cravat. "A rare gift indeed. We often find Italian wall lizards in our domain. Turtles. Wood frogs. Rat snakes. Occasionally, if we are very lucky, a pit viper." "Tasty," shrieked a trog in the back. "Tasty pit vipers." Several other trogs screeched and growled in agreement. "But a 5-line skink," Screech Bling said, "is a delicacy we seldom see." "My gift to you," Nico said. "A peace offering in hope of friendship." Screech Bling took the skink in his long-fingered, pointy-clawed hands. I assumed he would shove the reptile in his mouth and be done with it. That's what any king or god would do, presented with his favorite delicacy. Instead, he turned to his people and made a short speech in their own language. The trogs cheered and waved their chapos. A trog in a mud-splattered chef's hat pushed his way to the front of the crowd. He knelt before Screech Bling and accepted the skink. The chieftain turned to us with a grin. "We will share this bounty. I, Screech Bling, Chief Executive, Click Officer of the Troglodytes, have decreed that a great soup shall be made, so that all shareholders may taste of the wondrous skink." More cheering from the troglodytes. Of course, I realized. If Screech Bling modeled himself after George Washington, he would not be a king, he would be a chief executive. "For this great gift," he continued, we will not kill and eat you, Nico D'Angelo, even though you are Italian, and we wonder if you might taste as good as an Italian wall lizard. Nico bowed his head. That is very kind. We will also generously refrain from eating your companions. A few of Screechbling's shareholders muttered, "Ah, what? Though it is true that, like you, they do not wear hats, and no hatless species can be considered civilized." Rachel and Meg looked alarmed, probably because Screechbling was still drooling profusely as he talked about not eating us. Or perhaps they were thinking about all the great hats they could have worn if they'd only known. Glow-in-the-Dark Will gave us a reassuring nod and mouthed, "It's cool." Apparently, the giving of a gift, followed by the promise of not killing and eating your guests, was standard troglodyte diplomatic protocol. "We see your generosity, oh Screechbling," Nico said. "I would propose a pact between us, an agreement that would produce many hats for us all, as well as reptiles, fine clothing, and rocks." An excited murmur rippled through the crowd. It seemed Nico had hit upon all four things on the troglodytes' Christmas wish list. Screechbling summoned forward a few senior trogs, who I guessed were his board of directors. One was the chef. The others wore the hats of a police officer, a firefighter, and a cowboy. After a short consultation, Screechbling faced us with another pointy-toothed grin. "Very well," he said. "We will take you to our corporate headquarters, where we will feast upon skink soup and talk more about these matters." We were surrounded by a throng of cheering, growling shareholders. With a total lack of regard for personal space, as one might expect from a tunnel-dwelling species, they picked us up and ran with us on their shoulders, sweeping us out of the cavern and into a maze of tunnels at a speed that would have put the Tauri Sylvestras to shame. "These guys are awesome," Meg decided. "They eat snakes." I knew several snakes, including Hermes's companions, George and Martha, who would have been uncomfortable with Meg's definition of awesomeness. Since we were now in the midst of the Trogs' encampment, I decided not to bring that up. At first glance, the troglodytes' corporate headquarters resembled an abandoned subway station. The wide platform was lined with columns holding up a barreled ceiling of black tiles that drank in the dim light from pots of bioluminescent mushrooms scattered around the cavern. Along the left side of the platform, instead of a rail bed, was the sunken, packed earth roadway that the Trogs had used to bring us here. And at the speeds they ran, who needed a train? Along the right side of the platform flowed a swift subterranean river. The Trogs filled their gourds and cauldrons from this source, and also emptied their chamber pots into it. Though being a civilized, hat-wearing people, they dumped the chamber pots downstream from where they drew their drinking water. Unlike in a subway station, there were no obvious stairways leading up, no clearly marked exits. Just the river and the road we'd arrived on. The platform buzzed with activity. Dozens of Trogs rushed here and there, miraculously managing their daily chores without losing the stacks of hats on their heads. Some tended cooking pots on tripods over fire pits. Others, possibly merchants, haggled over bins of rocks. Trog children, no bigger than human babies, frolicked around, playing catch with spheres of solid crystal. Their dwellings were tents. Most had been appropriated from the human world, which gave me unpleasant flashbacks of the camping display at Macro's Military Madness in Palm Springs. Others appeared to be of Trog design, carefully stitched from the shaggy red hides of Tauri Sylvestras. I had no idea how the Trogs had managed to skin and stitch the impervious hides, but clearly, as the ancestral enemies of the forest bulls, they had found a way. I wondered about that rivalry, too. How had a subterranean frog people in love with hats and lizards become mortal enemies to a breed of bright red devil bulls? Perhaps at the beginning of time, the elder gods had told the first Trogs, "You may now pick your nemesis." And the first Trogs had pointed across the newly made fields of creation and yelled, "We hate those cows." Whatever the case, I was comforted to know that even if the Trogs were not yet our friends, at least we had a mutual enemy. Screechbling had given us a guest tent and a cold fire pit and told us to make ourselves at home while he saw to dinner preparations. Or, rather, he'd told Nico to make himself at home. The CEO kept eyeing Rachel, Meg, and me like we were sides of beef hanging in a shop window. As for Will, the troglodytes seemed to ignore him. My best guess, because Will glowed, they considered him simply a movable light source, as if Nico had brought along his own pot of luminous mushrooms. Judging from Will's scowl, he did not appreciate this. It would have been easier to relax if Rachel hadn't kept checking her watch, reminding us that it was now 4 in the afternoon, then 4:30, and that Meg and I were supposed to surrender by sundown. I could only hope the troglodytes were like senior citizens and ate supper early. Meg busied herself collecting spores from the nearby mushroom pots, which she seemed to consider the coolest thing since snake eating. Will and Nico sat on the other side of the fire pit having a tense discussion. I couldn't hear the words, but from their facial expressions and hand gestures, I got the gist. Will, worry, worry, worry. Nico, calm down, probably won't die. Will, worry. Trogs. Dangerous. Yikes. Nico, trogs good. Nice hats. Or something along those lines. After a while, the trog with the chef's hat materialized at our campsite. In his hand was a steaming ladle. Screech, Bling will talk to you now, he said in heavily troglodytish-laced English. We all began to rise, but the chef stopped us with a sweep of his ladle. Only Nico, the Italian wall lizard, squeak I mean the Italian son of Hades. The rest of you will wait here until dinner. His gleaming eyes seemed to add, 6 hen you may or may not be on the menu. Nico squeezed Will's hand. It'll be fine. Back soon. Then he and the chef were gone. In exasperation, Will threw himself down on his fireside mat and put his backpack over his face, reducing our Will glow illumination by about 50%. Rachel scanned the encampment, her eyes glittering in the gloom. I wondered what she saw with her ultra-clear vision. Perhaps the troglodytes looked even scarier than I realized. Perhaps their hats were even more magnificent. Whatever the case, her shoulders curved as tense as a drawn bow. Her fingers traced the soot-stained floor as if she were itching for her paintbrushes. When you surrender to Nero, she told me, the first thing you'll need to do is buy us time. Her tone disturbed me almost as much as her words, when I surrendered, not if. Rachel had accepted that it was the only way. The reality of my predicament curled up and nestled in my throat like a 5-lined skink. I nodded. Buy time. Yes. Nero will want to burn down New York as soon as he has you, she said. Why would he wait? Unless you give him a reason. I had a feeling I would not like Rachel's next suggestion. I didn't have a clear understanding of what Nero intended to do to me once I surrendered, other than the obvious torture and death. Lugaselwe seemed to believe the Emperor would keep Meg and me alive at least for a while, though she had been vague about what she knew of Nero's plans. Commodus had wanted to make a public spectacle out of my death. Caligula had wanted to extract what remained of my godhood and add it to his own power with the help of Medea's sorcery. Nero might have similar ideas. Or, and I feared this was most likely, once he finished torturing me, he might surrender me to Python to seal their alliance. No doubt my old reptilian enemy would enjoy swallowing me whole, letting me die in his belly over the course of many excruciating days of digestion. So, there was that to look forward to. What reason would make Nero wait? I asked. Apparently, I was picking up troglodytish, because my voice was punctuated by clicks and squeaks. Rachel traced curlicues in the soot, waves, perhaps, or a line of people's heads. You said Camp Half-Blood was standing by to help. Yes, Kayla and Austin told me they would remain on alert. Chiron should be back at camp soon as well. But an attack on Nero's tower would be doomed. The whole point of our surrender is to distract the Emperor from what Nico, Will and I will be doing, hopefully, with the Trog's help, disabling the Greek fire vats. But you'll need to give Nero another incentive to keep him from pushing that button the minute you surrender. Otherwise we'll never have time to sabotage his doomsday weapon, no matter how fast the Trogs can run or dig. I understood what she was suggesting. The 5-line skink of reality began its slow, painful slide down my esophagus. You want to alert Camp Half-Blood, I said. Have them initiate an attack anyway. Despite the risks. I don't want any of this, she said. But it's the only way. It'll have to be carefully timed. You and Meg surrender. We get to work with the troglodytes. Camp Half-Blood musters for an attack. But if Nero thinks the entire camp is coming to him, that would be worth waiting for. To take out the entire population of Camp Half-Blood while he destroys the city, all in one terrible firestorm. I swallowed. I could just bluff. I could claim reinforcements are coming. No, Rachel said. It has to be real. Nero has Python on his side. Python would know. I didn't bother asking her how. The monster might not have been able to see through Rachel's eyes yet, but I remembered all too well how his voice had sounded speaking through her mouth. They were connected. And that connection was getting stronger. I was reluctant to consider the details of such an insane plan, but I found myself asking, how would you alert the camp? Rachel gave me a thin smile. I can use cell phones. I don't normally carry one, but I'm not a demigod. Assuming I make it back to the surface, where cell phones actually, work, I can buy a cheap one. Chiron has a crappy old computer in the big house. He hardly ever uses it, but he knows to look for messages or emails in emergency situations. I'm pretty sure I can get his attention. Assuming he's there. She sounded so calm, which just made me feel more agitated. Rachel, I'm scared, I admitted. It was one thing thinking about putting myself in danger. But the entire camp? Everyone. Strangely, this comment seemed to please her. She took my hand. I know, Apollo. And the fact that you're worried about other people? That's beautiful. But you'll have to trust me. That secret path to the throne, the thing I am supposed to show you? I'm pretty sure this is it. This is how we make things right. Make things righty. What would such an ending even look like? 6 months ago, when I first plummeted to Manhattan, the answer had seemed obvious. I would return to Mount Olympus, my immortality restored, and everything would be great. After being Lester for a few more months, I might have added that destroying the triumvirate and freeing the ancient oracles would also be good, but mostly because that was the path back to my godhood. Now, after all the sacrifices I had seen, the pain suffered by so many, what could possibly make things right? No amount of success would bring back Jason, or Dakota, or Dawn, or Crest, or Moneymaker, or Heloise, or the many other heroes who had fallen. We could not undo those tragedies. Mortals and gods had one thing in common: we were notoriously nostalgic for the good old days. We were always looking back to some magical golden time before everything went bad. I remembered sitting with Socrates, back around 425 BCE, and us griping to each other about how the younger generations were ruining civilization. As an immortal, of course, I should have known that there never were any good old days. The problems humans face never really change, because mortals bring their own baggage with them. The same is true of gods. I wanted to go back to a time before all the sacrifices had been made. Before I had experienced so much pain. But making things right could not mean rewinding the clock. Even Cronus hadn't had that much power over time. I suspected that wasn't what Jason Grace would want, either. When he'd told me to remember being human, he'd meant building on pain and tragedy, overcoming it, learning from it. That was something gods never did. We just complained. To be human is to move forward, to adapt, to believe in your ability to make things better. That is the only way to make the pain and sacrifice mean something. I met Rachel's gaze. I trust you. I'll make things right. Or I will die trying. The strange thing was, I meant it. A world in which the future was controlled by a giant reptile, where hope was suffocated, where heroes sacrificed their lives for nothing, and pain and hardship could not yield a better life, that seemed much worse than a world without Apollo. Rachel kissed my cheek, a sisterly gesture, except it was hard to imagine my actual sister Artemis doing that. "Am proud of you," Rachel said. "Whatever happens. Remember that." I was tongue-tied. Meg turned towards us, her hands full of lichen and mushrooms. "Rachel, did you just kiss him?" "Ew. Why?" Before Rachel could answer, the chef reappeared at our campsite, his apron and hat splattered with steaming broth. He still had that hungry glint in his eyes. "Visitors squeak, come with me. We are ready for the feast, 18 our special tonight, a lovely braised Apollo under a Met's hat. My advice, if you're ever given a choice between drinking skink soup or serving yourself up as the troglodyte's main course, just flip a coin. Neither option is survivable. We sat on cushions around a communal mushroom pit with 100 or so troglodytes. As barbarian guests, we were each given headwear, so as not to offend our host's sensibilities. Meg wore a beekeeper's hat. Rachel got a pith helmet. I was given a New York Mets cap because, I was told, no one else wanted it. I found this insulting both to me and the franchise. Nico and Will sat on Screech Bling's right. Nico sported a top hat, which worked well with his black and white aesthetic. Will, my poor boy, had been given a lampshade. No respect for the light bringers of the world. Sitting to my left was the chef, who introduced himself as Click Wrong, pronounce the W. His name made me wonder if he'd been an impulse buy for his parents on Cyber Monday, but I thought it would be rude to inquire. The Trog children had the job of serving. A tiny boy in a propeller beanie offered me a black stone cup filled to the brim, then ran away giggling. The soup bubbled a rich golden brown. The secret is lots of turmeric, Click Wrong confided. Ah! I raised my cup, as everyone else was doing. The Trogs began slurping with blissful expressions and many clicks, gurrs, and yummy sounds. The smell was not bad, like tangy chicken broth. Then I spotted a lizard foot floating in the foam, and I just couldn't. I pressed my lips to the rim and pretended to sip. I waited for what I thought was a credible amount of time, allowing most of the Trogs to finish their portions. I said. Click Wrong, your culinary skills astound me. Partaking in this soup is a great honor. In fact, having any more of it would be too much of an honor. May I give the rest to someone who can better appreciate the succulent flavors? Me, shouted a nearby Trog. Me, shouted another. I passed the cup down the circle, where it was soon drained by happy troglodytes. Click Wrong did not appear insulted. He patted my shoulder sympathetically. I remember my first skink. It is a potent soup. You will be able to handle more next time. I was glad to hear he thought there would be a next time. It implied we would not be killed this time. Rachel, looking relieved, announced that she, too, was overwhelmed with honor and would be happy to share her portion. I looked at Meg's bowl, which was already empty. Did you actually underscore what? Her expression was unreadable behind the netting of her beekeeper's hat. Nothing. My stomach convulsed with a combination of nausea and hunger. I wondered if we would be honored with a second course. Perhaps some breadsticks. Or really anything that wasn't garnished with skink feet. Screech Bling raised his hands and click Ed for attention. Friends. Shareholders. I see you all. The troglodytes tapped their spoons against their stone cups, making a sound like 1,000 clattering bones. Out of courtesy for our uncivilized guests, Screech Bling continued, I shall speak in the barbaric language of the crust dwellers. Nico tipped his fine top hat. I see the honor you give us. Thank you, CEO Screech Bling, for not eating us, and also speaking in our tongue. Screech Bling nodded with a smug expression that said, no problem, kid. We're just awesome that way. The Italian wall lizard has told us many things. A board member standing behind him, the one with the cowboy hat, whispered in his ear. I mean the Italian son of Hades. Screech Bling corrected. He has explained the evil plans of Emperor Nero. The Trogs muttered and hissed. Apparently, Nero's infamy had spread even to the deepest dwelling corporations of hat wearers. Screech Bling pronounced the name Naak-Ro, with a sound in the middle like a cat being strangled, which seemed appropriate. The son of Hades wishes our help, said Screech Bling. The Emperor has vats of fire liquid. Many of you know the ones I speak of. Loud and clumsy was the digging when they installed those vats. Shoddy the workmanship. Shoddy, agreed many of the Trogs. Soon, said the CEO, Naak-Ro will unleash burning death across the crusty crust. The son of Hades has asked our help to dig to these vats and eat them. You mean disable them? Nico suggested yes, that. Screech Bling agreed. Your language is crude and difficult. On the opposite side of the circle, the board member with the police hat made a small notice me sort of growl. Oh Screech Bling, these fires will not reach us. We are too deep. Should we not let the crusty crust burn? Hey! Will spoke for the first time, looking about as serious as someone can while wearing a lampshade. "We're talking about millions of innocent lives." Police hat snarled. "We trogs are only hundreds. We do not breed and choke the world with our waste. Our lives are rare and precious. You crust dwellers? No. Besides, you are blind to our existence. You would not help us." "Fred speaks the truth," said Cowboy Hat. "No offense to our guests." The child with the propeller beanie chose this moment to appear at my side, grinning and offering me a wicker basket covered by a napkin. "Breadsticks." I was so upset I declined. "Assure our guests," Screech Bling was saying. "We have welcomed you to our table. We see you as intelligent beings. You must not think we are against your kind. We bear you no ill will. We simply do not care whether you live or die." There was a general muttering of agreement. Click Wrong gave me a kindly glance that implied, "You can't argue with that logic." The scary thing was, back when I was a god, I might have agreed with the trogs. I'd destroyed a few cities myself in the old days. Humans always popped up again like weeds. Why fret about one little fiery apocalypse in New York? Now, though, one of those not-so-rare lives was Estelle Blofia's giggler and future ruler of the Krusty Krust. And her parents, Sally and Paul. In fact, there wasn't a single mortal I considered expendable. Not one deserved to be snuffed out by Nero's cruelty. The revelation stunned me. I had become a human life hoarder. "It's not just crust dwellers," Nico was saying, his tone remarkably calm. "Lizards, skinks, frogs, snakes, your food supply will burn." This caused some uneasy mumbling, but I sensed that the trogs were still not swayed. They might have to range as far as New Jersey or Long Island to gather their reptiles. They might have to live on breadsticks for a while. But so what? The threat wasn't critical to their lives or their stock prices. "What about hats?" Will asked. "How many haberdasheries will burn if we don't stop Nero? Dead haberdashers cannot make trog haberdashery." More grumbling, but clearly this argument wasn't enough, either. With a growing sense of helplessness, I realized that we wouldn't be able to convince the troglodytes by appealing to their self-interest. If only a few hundred of them existed, why should they gamble their own lives by tunneling into Nero's doomsday reservoir? No god or corporation would accept that level of risk. Before I realized what I was doing, I had risen to my feet. "Stop! Hear me, troglodytes!" The crowd grew dangerously still. Hundreds of large brown eyes fixed on me. One trog whispered, "VV-ho is that?" His companion whispered back, "Don't know, but he can't be important. He's wearing a Mets hat." Nico gave me an urgent "sit down before you get us killed" look. "Friends," I said, "this is not about reptiles and hats." The trogs gasped. I had just implied that two of their favorite things were no more important than crust dweller lives. I forged ahead. "The trogs are civilized. But what makes a people civilized?" "Hats," yelled one. "Language," yelled another. "Soup," inquired a third. "You can see," I said. "That is how you greeted us. You saw the son of Hades. And I don't mean just seeing with your eyes. You see value and honor and worthiness. You see things as they are. Is this not true?" The trogs nodded reluctantly, confirming that, yes, in terms of importance, seeing was probably up there with reptiles and hats. "You're right about the crust dwellers being blind," I admitted. "In many ways, they are. So was I, for centuries." "Centuries?" Clickwrong leaned away as if realizing I was well past my expiration date. "Who are you?" "I was Apollo," I said. "God of the sun. Now I am a mortal named Lester." No one seemed odd or incredulous, just confused. Someone whispered to a friend, "What's a sun?" Another asked, "What's a Lester?" "Thought I knew all the races of the world," I continued, "but I didn't believe troglodytes existed until Nico brought me here. I see your importance now. Like you, I once thought crust dwellers' lives were common and unimportant. I have learned otherwise. I would like to help you see them as I have. Their value has nothing to do with hats." Screech Bling narrowed his large brown eyes. "Nothing to do with hats. If I may." As non-threateningly as I could, I brought out my ukulele. Nico's expression changed from urgency to despair, like I had signed our death warrants. I was used to such silent criticism from his father. Hades has zero appreciation for the fine arts. I strummed a C major chord. The sound reverberated through the cavern like tonal thunder. Trogs covered their ears. Their jaws dropped. They stared in wonder as I began to sing. As I had at Camp Jupiter, I made up the words as I went along. I sang of my trials, my travels with Meg and all the heroes who had helped us along the way. I sang of sacrifices and triumphs. I sang of Jason, our fallen shareholder, with honesty and heartache, though I may have embellished the number of fine hats he wore. I sang of the challenges we now faced: Nero's ultimatum for my surrender, the fiery death he had in mind for New York, and the even greater menace of Python, waiting in the caverns of Delphi, hoping to strangle the future itself. The Trogs listened with rapt attention. No one so much as crunched a breadstick. If our hosts had any inkling that I was recycling the melody from Hall & Oates's Kiss on my list, they gave no indication. V% it, can I tell you? Under pressure, I sometimes default to Hall & Oates. When the last chord ceased echoing through the cavern, no one moved. Finally, Screech Bling wiped tears from his eyes. That sound was the most horrible thing I have ever heard. Were the words true? They were. I decided perhaps the CEO had confused horrible with wonderful, the same way he'd confused eat with disable. I know this because my friend here, Rachel Elizabeth Dare, sees it. She is a prophetess and has the gift of clear sight. Rachel waved, her expression hidden under the shadow of her pith helmet. If Nero isn't stopped, she said, he won't just take over the war, the crusty crust. Eventually he will come for the Trogs, too, and every other hat-wearing people. Python will do worse. He will take away the future from all of us. Nothing will happen unless he decrees it. Imagine your destiny controlled by a giant reptile. This last comment hit the crowd like a blast of Arctic air. Mothers hugged their children. Children hugged their breadstick baskets. Stacks of hats trembled on every troglodyte head. I supposed the Trogs, being eaters of reptiles, could well imagine what a giant reptile might do to them. But that is not why you should help us, I added. Not just because it is good for Trogs, but because we must all help one another. That is the only way to be civilized. We must see the right way, and we must take it. Nico closed his eyes, as if saying his final prayers. Will glowed quietly under his lampshade. Meg gave me a stealthy thumbs up, which I did not find encouraging. The Trogs waited for Screech Bling to make his decision as to whether or not we would be added to the dinner menu. I felt strangely calm. I was convinced we'd made our best case. I had appealed to their altruism. Rachel had appealed to their fear of a giant reptile eating the future. Who could say which argument was stronger? Screech Bling studied me and my New York Mets hat. What would you have me do, Lester Apollo? He used Lester the same way he used Screeches or Clicks before other names, almost like a title, as if showing me respect. Could you dig under the Emperor's Tower undetected? I asked. Allowing my friends to disable the vats of Greek, he nodded curtly. It could be done. Then I would ask you to take Will and Nico. Rachel coughed. And Rachel, I added, hoping I was not sentencing my favorite priestess to die in a pith helmet. Meanwhile, Meg and I must go to the Emperor's front door so we can surrender. The Trogs shifted uneasily. Either they did not like what I said, or the skink soup had started to reach their intestines. Fred glared at me from under his police hat. I still do not trust you. Why would you surrender to Nero? I see you, oh Fred, Nico said, mighty of hats, corporate security chief. You are right to be wary, but Apollo's surrender is a distraction, a trick. He will keep the Emperor's eyes away from us while we tunnel. If we can fool the Emperor into letting down his guard. His voice trailed off. He looked at the ceiling as if he'd heard something far above. A heartbeat later, the Trogs stirred. They shot to their feet, overturning soup bowls and bread baskets. Many grabbed obsidian knives and spears. Screech Bling snarled at Nico. Tori Sylvestra's approach. What have you done, son of Hades? Nico looked dumbfounded. Nothing. We fought a herd on the surface. But we shadow traveled away. There's no chance they could have foolish crust dwellers, howled Gerfred. Tori Sylvestras can track their prey anywhere. You have brought our enemies to our headquarters. Crete Morris, take charge of the tunnelings. Get them to safety. Crete Morris began gathering up the children. Other adults started pulling down tents, collecting their best rocks, hats, and other supplies. It is well for you we are the fastest runners in existence, snarled Click Wrong, his chef's hat quivering with rage. You have endangered us all. He hefted his empty soup cauldron, jumped onto the roadway and vanished in a skink-scented whoosh. What of the crust dwellers? Gerfred asked his CEO. Do we kill them or leave them for the bulls? Screechbling glowered at me. Gerfred, take Lester Apollo and Meg Girl to the Tower of Nero. If they wish to surrender, we will not stop them. As for these other three, the platform shook, the ceiling cracked, and cows rained down on the encampment. 19 Flow on, river ouch. Take me, ouch. Away from, ouch. Blessed river, ouch. The next 5 minutes weren't just chaotic. They were what chaos is like when chaos wants to let her hair down and go nuts. And, believe me, you never want to see a primordial goddess go nuts. Tori Sylvestras dropped from cracks in the ceiling, crashing into tents, flattening troglodytes, scattering hats and soup bowls and pots of mushrooms. Almost immediately, I lost track of Will, Rachel, and Nico in the pandemonium. I could only hope Screechbling and his lieutenants had whisked them to safety. A bowl landed in a heap right in front of me, separating me from Meg and Gerfred. As the beast scrambled to gain its footing, hoofing, I parkoured over it, desperate not to lose my young master. I spotted her now 10 feet away, Gerfred rapidly dragging her towards the river for reasons unknown. The close quarters and obstacles on the platform seemed to hamper the trog's natural running skills, but Gerfred was still moving at a fast clip. If Meg hadn't kept tripping as they wove through the destruction, I would have stood no chance of catching up. I leaped over a second bull. Hey, if the cow could jump over the moon, I didn't see why the sun couldn't jump over 2 cows. Another barreled blindly past me, lowing in panic as it tried to shake a bullhide tent off its horns. To be fair, I would have panicked too if I'd had the skin of one of my own kind wrapped around my head. I'd almost reached Meg when I spotted a crisis unfolding across the platform. The little trog with the propeller beanie, my server during dinner, had got separated from the other children. Oblivious to danger, he was now stumbling after his ball of crystal as it rolled across the platform, straight into the path of a charging bull. I reached for my bow, then remembered my quivers were exhausted. With a curse, I snatched up the nearest thing I could find, an obsidian dagger, and spun it towards the bull's head. Hey! One shouted. This accomplished 2 things, it stopped the trog in his tracks, and it caused the bull to face me just in time to get a dagger in its nostril. Moo, said the bull. My ball, shouted Beanie Boy as his crystal sphere rolled between the bull's legs, heading in my direction. I'll get it back to you, I said, which seemed like a silly thing to promise, given the circumstances. Run! Get to safety! With one last forlorn glance at his crystal ball, Beanie Boy leaped off the platform and disappeared down the road. The bull blew the dagger out of its nose. It glared at me, its blue eyes as bright and hot as butane flames in the gloom of the cavern. Then it charged. Like the heroes of old, I stepped back, stumbled on a cooking pot and fell hard on my butt. Just before the bull could trample me into Apollo-flavored marmalade, glowing mushrooms erupted all over its head. The bull, blinded, screamed and veered off into the bedlam. Come on! Meg stood a few feet away, having somehow convinced Gerfred to double back. Lester, we've got to go. She said this as if the idea might not have occurred to me. I snatched up Beanie Boy's crystal ball, struggled to my feet and followed Gerfred and Meg to the edge of the river. Jump in, ordered Gerfred. But there's a perfectly good road. I fumbled to secure the crystal ball in my pack. And you dump your chamber pots in that water. Tori can follow us on the road, shouted Gerfred. You don't run fast enough. Can they swim? I asked. Yes, but not as quickly as they run. Now, jump or die. I liked a good simple choice. I grabbed Meg's hand. Together we jumped. Ah, subterranean rivers. So cold. So fast. So very full of rocks. You'd think all those jagged, spear-like stones in the water would have been eroded over time by the swift current, but no. They clubbed and clawed and stabbed me relentlessly as I sped by. We hurtled through darkness, spinning and somersaulting at the mercy of the river, my head going under and coming back out at random intervals. Somehow, I always picked the wrong moment to try breathing. Despite it all, I kept my grip on Meg's hand. I have no idea how long this water torture lasted. It seemed longer than most centuries I'd lived through, except perhaps the 14th CE, a horrible time to be alive. I was starting to wonder whether I would die of hypothermia, drowning or blunt force trauma when Meg's grip tightened on mine. My arm was nearly wrenched out of its socket when we lurched to a stop. Some superhuman force hauled me out of the river like a dugong in a fishing net. I landed on a slick stone ledge. I curled up, spluttering, shivering, miserable. I was dimly aware of Meg coughing and retching next to me. Someone's pointy-toed shoe kicked me between the shoulder blades. Get up, Fred said. No time to nap. I groaned. Is this what naps look like on your planet? He loomed over me, his police hat miraculously intact, his fists planted on his hips. It occurred to me that he must have pulled us out of the river when he spotted this ledge, but that seemed impossible. Fred must have had to have enough body strength to bench press a washing machine. The forest bulls can swim, he reminded me. We must be gone before they can sniff out this ledge. Here. He handed me a piece of jerky. At least it smelled like it had been jerky before our dip in the river. Ouch. Now it looked more like deli sliced sea sponge. Eat it, he ordered. He handed a piece to Meg as well. Her beekeeper's hat had been swept away in the flood, leaving her with a hairdo that looked like a dead wet badger. Her glasses were cockeyed. She had a few scrapes on her arms. Some of her seed packages had exploded in her gardening belt, giving her a bumper crop of acorn squash around her waist. But otherwise she looked well enough. She shoved the jerky in her mouth and chewed. Good, she pronounced, which didn't surprise me from a girl who drank skink soup. Fred glared at me until I relented and tried a bite of jerky, too. It was not good. It was, however, bland and edible. As the first bite went down my throat, warmth coursed through my limbs. My blood hummed. My ears popped. I swore I could feel the acne clearing up on my cheeks. Wow, I said. Do you sell this stuff? Let me work, growled our guide. Wasted too much time already. He turned and examined the wall of the tunnel. As my vision cleared and my teeth stopped chattering quite so violently, I took stock of our sanctuary. At our feet, the river continued to roar, fierce and loud. Downstream, the channel shrank until there was no headroom at all, meaning Fred had pulled us to safety just in time if we wanted to keep breathing. Our ledge was wide enough for us all to sit on, barely, but the ceiling was so low even Fred had to stoop a little. Other than the river, I saw no way out, just the blank rock wall Fred was staring at. Is there a secret passage? I asked him. He scowled like I was not worth the strip of sponge jerky he'd given me. No passage yet, crust dweller. He cracked his knuckles, wriggled his fingers and began to dig. Under his bare hands, the rock crumbled into lightweight chunks like meringue, which Fred scooped away and tossed in the river. Within minutes, he had cleared 20 cubic feet of stone as easily as a mortal might pull clothes from a closet. And he kept digging. I picked up a piece of debris, wondering if it was still brittle. I squeezed it and promptly cut my finger. Meg pointed to my half-eaten jerky. You going to finish that? I'd been planning to save the jerky for later, in case I got hungry, required extra strength or got a bad attack of pimples, but Meg looked so ravenous I handed it over. I spent the next few minutes emptying the water from my ukulele, my quivers and my shoes as Fred continued to dig. At last, a cloud of dust billowed from his excavation hole. The trog grunted with satisfaction. He stepped out, revealing a passage now 5 feet deep, opening into a different cavern. Hurry, he said. I will seal the tunnel behind us. If we are lucky, that will be enough to throw the Torii off our scent for a while. Our luck held. Enjoy that sentence, dear reader, because I don't get to use it often. As we picked our way through the next cavern, I kept glancing back at the wall Gerfred had sealed, waiting for a herd of wet evil red cows to bust through, but none did. Gerfred led us upward through a winding maze of tunnels until at last we emerged in a brickwork corridor where the air smelled much worse, like city sewage. Gerfred sniffed in disapproval. Human territory. I was so relieved I could have hugged a sewer rat. Which way to daylight? Gerfred bared his teeth. Do not use that language with me. What language? Day dash. He hissed. If you were a tunneling, I would wash your mouth out with basalt. Meg smirked. I'd kinda like to see that. Humph, said Gerfred. This way. He led us onward into the dark. I had lost track of time, but I could imagine Rachel Elizabeth Dare tapping her watch, reminding me I was late. I could only hope we would reach Nero's tower before sundown. Just as fervently, I hoped Nico, Will and Rachel had survived the bull's attack. Our friends were resourceful and brave, yes. Hopefully, they still had the assistance of the troglodytes. But, too often, survival depended on sheer luck. This was something we gods didn't like to advertise, as it cut down on donations at our temples. Gerfred dash. I started to ask. It's Gerfred, he corrected. Gerfred. 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 You would think, with my musical skills, I would be better at picking up the nuances of languages, but apparently I did not have Nico's panache for troglodytish. Honored guide, I said, what of our friends? Do you believe Screechbling will keep his promise and help them dig to the Emperor's fire vats? Gerfred sneered. Did the CEO make such a promise? I did not hear that. But we have arrived. He stopped at the end of the corridor, where a narrow brick stairwell led upward. This is as far as I can go. These steps will take you into one of the humans' subway stations. From there, you can find your way to the Krusty Krust. You will surface within 50 feet of Nero's tower. I blinked. How can you be sure? I am a trog, he said, as if explaining something to a particularly slow tunneling. Meg bowed, making her acorn squash knock together. Thank you, Gerfred. He nodded gruffly. I noticed he didn't correct her pronunciation. I have done my duty, he said. What happens to your friends is up to Screechbling, assuming the CEO is even alive after the destruction you hatless barbarians brought to our headquarters. If it were up to me. He didn't bother finishing the thought. I gathered Gerfred would not be voting in favor of offering us stock options at the next troglodyte shareholders meeting. From my soggy backpack, I fished out Beanie Boy's crystal ball and offered it to Gerfred. Please, would you take this back to its owner? And thank you for guiding us. For what it is worth, I meant what I said. We have to help one another. That's the only future worth fighting for. Gerfred turned the crystal sphere in his fingers. His brown eyes were inscrutable as cavern walls. They might have been hard and unmovable, or about to turn to meringue, or on the verge of being broken through by angry cows. Good digging, he said at last. Then he was gone. Meg peered up the stairwell. Her hands trembled, and I didn't think it was from the cold. Are you sure about this? I asked. She started, as if she'd forgotten I was there. Like you said, either we help each other, or we let a snake eat the future. That's not exactly what I come on, Lester. She took a deep breath. Let's get gong. Phrased as an order, it wasn't something I could have refused, but I got the feeling Meg was saying it to steel her own resolve as much as mine. Together we climbed back towards the Krusty Krust. Point 20. Have you had your lunch? This part is not good to read if you've just eaten. One expected a moat filled with alligators. A wrought iron portcullis. Possibly some vats of boiling oil. In my mind, I'd built up the Tower of Nero as a fortress of darkness with all the evil trimmings. Instead, it was a glass and steel monstrosity of the ordinary midtown variety. Meg and I had surfaced from the subway about an hour before sunset. Luxuriously early, by our standards. Now we stood across 7th Avenue from the tower, observing and gathering our nerve. The scene on the sidewalk out front could have been anywhere in Manhattan. Annoyed New Yorkers jostled past groups of gawping tourists. Kebab-scented steam wafted from a halal food cart. Funk music blared from a Mr. Softy ice cream truck. A street artist hawked airbrushed celebrity paintings. No one paid any special attention to the corporate-looking building that housed Triumvirate Holdings Ltd and the doomsday button that would destroy the city in approximately 58 minutes. From across the street, I spotted no armed guards, no monsters or Germany on patrol, just black marble pillars flanking a plate glass entrance, and, inside, a typical oversized lobby with abstract art on the walls, a manned security desk and glass turnstiles protecting access to the elevator banks. It was after 7 p.m., but employees were still leaving the building in small clusters. Folks in business suits clutched briefcases and phones as they hurried to catch their trains. Some exchanged pleasantries with the security guy on their way out. I tried to imagine those conversations. "Bye, Caleb. Say hi to the family. See you tomorrow for another day of evil business transactions." Suddenly, I felt as if we'd come all this way to surrender to a brokerage firm. Meg and I crossed at the pedestrian crossing. Gods forbid we jaywalk and get hit by a car on our way to a painful death. We attracted some strange looks from other pedestrians, which was fair since we were still dripping wet and smelled like a troglodyte's armpit. Nevertheless, this being New York, most people ignored us. Meg and I didn't speak as we climbed the front steps. By silent agreement, we gripped each other's hands as if another river might sweep us away. No alarms went off. No guards jumped out of hiding. No bear traps were triggered. We pushed open the heavy glass doors and walked into the lobby. Light classical music wafted through the chilly air. Above the security desk hung a metal sculpture with slowly swirling primary-colored shapes. The guard bent forward in his chair, reading a paperback, his face pale blue in the light of his desktop monitors. "Help you," he said without looking up. I glanced at Meg, silently double-checking that we were in the right building. She nodded. "We're here to surrender," I told the guard. Surely this would make him look up. But no. He could not have acted less interested in us. I was reminded of the guest entrance to Mount Olympus, through the lobby of the Empire State Building. Normally, I never went that way, but I knew Zeus hired the most unimpressible, disinterested beings he could find to guard the desk as a way to discourage visitors. I wondered if Nero had intentionally done the same thing here. Apollo," I continued. "And this is Meg. I believe we were expected. As in hard deadline at sunset or the city burns." The guard took a deep breath, as if it pained him to move. Keeping one finger in his novel, he picked up a pen and slapped it on the counter next to the sign-in book. "Names. IDs. You need our IDs to take us prisoner?" I asked. The guard turned the page in his book and kept reading. With a sigh, I pulled out my New York State junior driver's license. I suppose I shouldn't have been surprised that I'd have to show it one last time, just to complete my humiliation. I slid it across the counter. Then I signed the logbook for both of us. Name, S. Lester, Apollo, and Meg. Here to see, Nero. Business, surrender. Time in, 7:16 p.m. Time out, probably never. Since Meg was a minor, I didn't expect her to have an ID, but she removed her gold scimitar rings and placed them next to my license. I stifled the urge to shout, "Are you insane?" But Meg gave them up as if she'd done this a million times before. The guard took the rings and examined them without comment. He held up my license and compared it to my face. His eyes were the color of decade-old ice cubes. He seemed to decide that, tragically, I looked as bad in real life as I did in my license photo. He handed it back, along with Meg's rings. "Elevator 9 to your right," he announced. I almost thanked him. Then I thought better of it. Meg grabbed my sleeve. "Come on, Lester." She led the way through the turnstile to elevator 9. Inside, the stainless steel box had no buttons. It simply rose on its own as soon as the doors slid closed. One small mercy, no elevator music, just the smooth hum of machinery, as bright and efficient as an industrial-grade meat slicer. "What should I expect when we get to the top?" I asked Meg. I imagined the elevator was under surveillance, but I couldn't help asking. I wanted to hear Meg's voice. I also wanted to keep her from sinking completely into her own dark thoughts. She was getting that shuttered expression she often had when she thought about her horrible stepfather, as if her brain were shutting down all non-essential services and boarding itself up in preparation for a hurricane. She pushed her rings back on her middle fingers. "Take whatever you think might happen," she advised, "and turn it upside down and inside out." That was not exactly the reassurance I'd been hoping for. My chest already felt like it was being turned upside down and inside out. I was unnerved to be entering Nero's lair with 2 empty quivers and a waterlogged ukulele. I was unnerved that no one had arrested us on sight, and that the security guard had given Meg back her rings, as if a couple of magical scimitars would make absolutely no difference to our fate. Nevertheless, I straightened my back and squeezed Meg's hand one more time. "We'll do what we have to." The elevator doors slid open, and we stepped into the Imperial antechamber. "Welcome." The young lady who greeted us wore a black business suit, high heels, and an earpiece in her left ear. Her luxurious green hair was tied back in a ponytail. Her face was made up to give her a rosier, more human complexion, but the green tint in her eyes and the points of her ears gave her away as a dryad. "I'm Erica. Before you meet the Emperor, can I get you a beverage? Water? Coffee? Tea?" She spoke with forced cheerfulness. Her eyes said, "Help, I'm a hostage." I'm good," I said, a feeble lie. Meg shook her head. "Great." Erica lied in return. "Follow me." I translated this to mean run while you can. She hesitated, giving us time to reconsider our life choices. When we did not scream and dive back into the elevator, she guided us towards a set of double golden doors at the end of the hallway. These opened from within, revealing the loft space/throne room I'd seen in my nightmare. Floor-to-ceiling windows provided a 360-degree view of Manhattan at sunset. To the west, the sky was blood-red over New Jersey, the Hudson River a glowing purple artery. To the east, the urban canyons filled with shadow. Several varieties of potted trees lined the windows, which struck me as strange. Nero's decorating taste usually tended more towards gold filigree and severed heads. Rich Persian rugs made an asymmetrical checkerboard across the hardwood floor. Rows of black marble pillars supported the ceiling, reminding me a bit too much of Cronus's palace. He and his titans had been all about black marble. That was one reason Zeus insisted on Mount Olympus's strict building codes that kept everything blinding white. The room was full of people, carefully positioned, frozen in place, all staring at us as if they'd been practicing on their marks for days, and Nero had shrieked only seconds ago, "Places, everyone! They're here!" If they started in on a choreographed dance number, I was going to dive through the nearest window. Lined up on Nero's left were the 11 young demigods of the imperial household, aka the evil Von Trapp children, all wearing their best purple-trimmed togas over fashionably tattered jeans and collared shirts, perhaps because t-shirts were against the dress code when the family welcomed important prisoners to be executed. Many of the older demigods glared at Meg. On the Emperor's right stood a dozen servants, young ladies with serving trays and drink pitchers, buff young men with palm-frond fans, though the room's AC was set to Antarctic winter. One young man, who had obviously lost a bet, was massaging the Emperor's feet. Half a dozen Germany flanked the throne, including Gunther, our buddy from the Acela ride into New York. He studied me, as if imagining all the interesting and painful ways he could remove my head from my shoulders. Next to him, at the Emperor's right hand, stood Lugaselwe. I had to force myself not to sigh with relief. Of course, she looked terrible. Steel braces encased her legs. She had a crutch under each arm. She wore a neck brace as well, and the skin around her eyes was a raccoon mask of bruises. Her mohawk was the only part of her that didn't appear damaged. But, considering that I'd thrown her off a building only 3 days before, it was remarkable to see her on her feet at all. We needed her for our plan to succeed. Also, if Lou had ended up dying from her injuries, Meg probably would have killed me before Nero got the chance. The Emperor himself lounged on his gaudy purple sofa. He had exchanged his bathrobe for a tunic and traditional Roman toga, which I supposed wasn't much different from his bedwear. His golden laurels had been recently polished. His neckbeard glistened with oil. If his expression had been any smugger, the entire species of domestic cats would have sued him for plagiarism. Your Imperial Majesty. Our guide, Erica, tried for a cheerful tone, but her voice cracked with fear. Your guests have arrived. Nero shooed her away. Erica hurried to the side of the room and stood by one of the potted plants, which was of course. My heart thumped with sympathetic pain. Erica was standing by an Erica palm, her life force. The Emperor had decorated his throne room with the enslaved, potted dryads. Next to me, I could actually hear Meg's teeth grinding. I presumed the dryads were a new addition, maybe put here just to remind Meg who held all the power. Well. Nero kicked away the young man who had been giving him a foot massage. Apollo. I am amazed. Lugaselwe shifted on her crutches. On her shaved scalp, veins stood out as stiff as tree roots. You see, my lord? I told you they would come. Yes, you did. Nero's voice was heavy and cold. He leaned forward and laced his fingers, his belly bulging against his tunic. I thought of Dionysus staying in a schlubby dad bod as a form of protest against Zeus. I wondered what Nero's excuse was. So, Lester, after all the trouble you've caused me, why would you roll over and surrender now? I blinked. You threatened to burn down the city. Oh, come now. He gave me a conspiratorial smile. You and I have both stood by and watched cities burn before. Now, my precious Meg here. He regarded her with such tender warmth I wanted to vomit on his Persian rug. I can believe she might want to save a city. She is a fine hero. The other demigods of the imperial household exchanged disgusted glances. Clearly, Meg was a favorite of Nero's, which made her an enemy of everyone else in her loving adopted family of sociopaths. But, you, Lester, Nero continued. No, I can't believe you've turned so noble. We can't change thousands of years of our nature so quickly, can we? You wouldn't be here if you didn't think it would serve you. He pointed at my sternum. I could almost feel the pressure of his fingertip. I tried to look agitated, which wasn't hard. Do you want me to surrender or not? Nero smiled at Lugaselwe, then at Meg. You know, Apollo, he said lazily, it's fascinating how bad acts can be good, and vice versa. You remember my mother, Agrippina? Terrible woman. Always trying to rule for me, telling me what to do. I had to kill her in the end. Well, not me personally, of course. I had my man Anicetus do it. He gave me a little shrug, like, mothers, am I right? Anyway, matricide was one of the worst crimes for a Roman. Yet, after I killed her, the people loved me even more. I'd stood up for myself, shown my independence. I became a hero to the common man. Then there were all those stories about me burning Christians alive. I wasn't sure where Nero was going with all this. We'd been talking about my surrender. Now he was telling me about his mother and his Christian burning parties. I just wanted to get thrown in a cell with Meg, preferably untortured, so Lou could come by later and release us and help us destroy the whole tower. Was that too much to ask? But when an emperor starts talking about himself, you just have to roll with it. You could be there for a while. You're claiming those Christian burning stories weren't true? I asked. He laughed. Of course they were true. The Christians were terrorists, out to undermine traditional Roman values. Oh, they claimed to be a religion of peace, but they fooled no one. The point is, real Romans loved me for taking a hard line. After I died, did you know this? After I died, the commoners rioted. They refused to believe I was dead. There was a wave of rebellions, and every rebel leader claimed to be me reborn. He got a dreamy look in his eyes. I was beloved. My so-called bad acts made me wildly popular, while my good acts, like pardoning my enemies, bringing the empire peace and stability, those things just made me look soft and got me killed. This time, I will do things differently. I will bring back traditional Roman values. I will stop worrying about good and evil. The people who survive the transition, they will love me like a father. He gestured to his line of adopted children, all of whom knew enough to keep their expressions carefully neutral. That old metaphorical skink was trying to claw its way back up my throat. The fact that Nero, a man who had killed his own mother, was talking about defending traditional Roman values that was just about the most Roman thing I could imagine. And the idea that he wanted to play daddy to the entire world made my guts churn. I pictured my friends from Camp Half-Blood forced to stand in rows behind the Emperor's servants. I thought of Meg falling back into line with the rest of the imperial household. She would be the 12th, I realized. 12 foster children to Nero, like the 12 Olympians. That couldn't be a coincidence. Nero was raising them as young gods in training to take over his nightmarish new world. That made Nero the new Cronus, the all-powerful father who could either shower his children with blessings or devour them as he wished. I had badly underestimated Nero's megalomania. Where was I? Nero mused, coming back from his pleasant thoughts of massacre. The villain monologue, I said. Ah, now I remember. Good and bad acts. You, Apollo, are here to surrender, sacrificing yourself to save the city. Seems like a good act. That's exactly why I suspect it's bad. Look a Selway.